Hello, and welcome to Engage 2026. Over the next 2 days, we'll learn from researchers, practitioners, students, and peers of Engage journalism as together we explore the theme of care in journalism. As your hosts, we wanted to take a moment to welcome you into this virtual conference and let you know how to make yourself at home here. To start, I'm Emily.
And I'm Adam. Good to see y'all here today. And we're with the Center for Anthropology and Journalism. And the center produces Engage 2026 with support from Upstream AV and the Canadian Journalism Forum on Violence and Trauma.
So, some logistics to let you in on. First, there's only one session at a time. So you could have the conference stream on all day or only pop in for the sessions that spark interest to you. Whatever route you choose over the next 2 days, you are welcome here. Also, every session has an accompanying Google document. This is a living community space where back and forth with presenters can continue even after their talk. Here you'll also find resources from the speakers, as well as a place for you to ask questions and make comments. A QR code and a link to each community Google Doc will be displayed before and at the end of each session.
And most talks are 20 minutes long, followed by a 10-minute Q&A. And so I'll be moderating the Q&As today. So you can post your questions in the chat on the Vimeo link. And there's a kind of question Q&A tool or chat. Either one is fine. And then I'll feed them over to the presenter. So please, dump them in as you think of them, and we'll be able to pass them over.
And because Engage sessions are so short, they may feel like just the start to thinking about care in journalism. If you find yourself inspired by what you learn here and want to explore an idea further, we'll be publishing a post-conference magazine, and we are accepting pitches until the end of September. So watch for more information about pitching to the magazine in between sessions.
Cool. And with that, let's get things started. So here's Pulitzer Prize-winning author and science journalist, Ed Yong.
Hi, my name is Ed Yong, and I'm delighted to open this conference with some reflections on how I think about journalism in the wake of my reporting on the COVID-19 pandemic. In May of 2020, I wrote my first of several pieces on the condition known as long COVID. Long COVID is what happens when people get an initial bout with the virus behind COVID-19 and keep being sick. Symptoms can range from mild to incredibly debilitating. People might be housebound or even bedbound. Some of the common symptoms have deceptively familiar names, which really belie how serious and unusual the experience can be. There's brain fog, which describes a failure of executive function. People stop being able to keep focus on details, to hold information in mind. When such fundamental things become difficult, even really, really simple acts of daily living become untenable. Things as simple as loading a dishwasher or reading a book can become unfeasible. Many long haulers, people with long COVID, suffer from extreme fatigue that is completely unlike the fatigue that healthy people might experience after, say, a bad night's sleep or hangovers or jet lag. The fatigue of long COVID is a total lack of energy, an inability to get on with even the fundamentals of daily living. And it's sometimes accompanied by a related condition called post-exertional malaise, or PEM, where even small amounts of exertion, either physical or cognitive, can lead to these devastating physiological crashes and the worsening of existing symptoms or the onset of new ones. The combination of these physical traits is bad enough, but long COVID also brings with it some social problems. Dismissal and gaslighting are all too common, unfortunately. Many long haulers are told that what they have isn't real, that they are simply suffering from depression or anxiety, that their illness is psychosomatic, that they should just work through it. This is a nonsense. There is plenty of clear physiological, objective evidence about the reality of long COVID symptoms. And you simply have to talk to long haulers to understand how serious the condition is and how much it affects every aspect of their lives. Long COVID is very similar to conditions that existed well before the recent pandemic, such as myalgic encephalomyelitis or MECFS, things like dysautonomia, fibromyalgia, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. There are many conditions which share the same traits. They're energy-limiting chronic illnesses. Severe cases of long COVID, as I've said, can be incredibly debilitating, but even moderate cases can be really bad. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of accommodation to present as normal, and doing so entails a cost. People, because of PEM, often crash hard after a night of social activity, for example, or a hard day at work. All of these traits serve to hide the reality of long COVID from the view and perception of healthy, abled people. You either don't see people with the illness because they are housebound or bedbound, or because they are so massively incentivized to hide the reality of the condition, even from people who are meant to have their backs. Some of the worst dismissal and gaslighting comes from family members, loved ones, employers, and even doctors and others in the medical profession. I've written a number of pieces about long COVID between 2020 and 2023. Detailing the nature of these symptoms and the experience of the reality of the condition. The response I had from these pieces was extraordinary and incredibly gratifying. People who had been sick for years, and some for decades with conditions like ME, had told me that these pieces marked the first times they had seen their lives accurately, fully, and compassionately reflected in the press. People had told me that these pieces helped them to better understand what was happening to them when the time when their reality was being widely discredited. It helped them to find community and medical care and to feel the relief of recognition at a time when friends, family members, and healthcare professionals were brushing off their ordeals as imaginary. The symptoms of long COVID can be so beyond the realm of everyday experience that they can seem completely unbelievable. Healthy people like myself simply have no comparative for the feeling of being so unplugged that you literally cannot move, and of doing the mildest feats of physical labor and then crashing for days. Because those same symptoms can sap energy and occlude mental acuity, they make it really hard for long haulers to tell their own stories. And so journalism can act as a conduit for empathy. It can help to put words to the indescribable and clarify the unfathomable for people who are too sick to do it themselves. The pieces that I wrote about long COVID, I think of as part of a set of other pieces that I wrote about groups of people who were being ignored or left behind or trivialized by our consistently inadequate COVID response and our desire to move past the pandemic. These pieces included ones about healthcare workers who were struggling with the moral injury of trying to look after people at a time when they simply couldn't offer the best care that they wanted to. It included pieces about immunocompromised people who felt like they were being discarded amid the strong push to return to normal, and about people who were grieving loved ones lost to COVID and whose losses and sadness were not being given due weight by a society that desperately wanted to forget about the disease that they simply could not forget. I think that bearing witness to human suffering is one of the most profound and important things that we can do as journalists and as people. We get to say to those who don't feel seen, I see you. And we get to say to people who are told that they don't matter, actually you do. What I learned from this experience is that despite the sense that the rhetoric around the pandemic had become polarized and fixed so that there was little capacity for people to change their minds about anything to do with COVID, there actually existed such a capacity long after people had kind of given up on discussing the pandemic. I found that these pieces did change people's minds about how to extend grace to those who are suffering. Many long haulers told me that they used my work to finally get through to skeptical loved ones, to employers, to doctors, that these pieces gave them tools for opening conversations with other people. Those pieces and the messages that I received from readers who found them useful helped me understand the theme of this conference, that journalism can be a caretaking profession. It is almost never framed in that way. It is very regularly framed in terms of antagonism, the desire to speak truth to power, being hard-nosed, being objective, and removed from our subject matter. Some of these goals are laudable, speaking truth to power certainly is, but that is a goal that very, very easily and conveniently gets interpreted as you get to be an asshole. I reject that. The pillars of the work that I tried to do were empathy, curiosity, and kindness. And I think from that you can have an enormous impact. You can change people's lives. You can provide validation, strength, and stability. You can help people feel surer and stronger in their decisions, to help those who feel lost and alone feel less of either, to help people who feel abandoned by society and who are told that their lives don't matter feel like actually they do, and that they have a place in the world and in community with us. Journalism, writing, whatever you want to call it, is one of the few spheres that can not only do that caretaking work, but can do it at a scale commensurate with some of the big crises of our time. The work that I did on the pandemic helped me to realize that. It certainly came at a cost, but I will be forever grateful for this recalibration of what the field of journalism can offer and what it can accomplish. And I wish you all the best over the next several sessions of this conference as you explore these ideas and work out how the concept of journalism as a caretaking profession applies to your own work. Thank you very much. Good luck with everything.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Robinson. I'm a professor at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. And I'm going to be sharing about a book that we just finished. It's in production right now at Oxford. So I'm just going to share my screen here. Can you see it? Okay. All right. So this book is with my co-author, Josh Darr. He's at Syracuse. He's a quantitative political scientist, and I'm what we call a qualitative journalism studies person. So I'm going to detail in this talk what we found out from about 4 years of data collection, thinking about engagement, but also solutions journalism and transparency, as well as like good conflict and other kinds of I just want to make sure we should be all set. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right. So this book started in 2021 when I was in the middle of writing my last book, which some of you may be interested in. It's How Journalists Engage, a theory of trust building, identities, and care. And it came out in 2023 with Oxford. And so in that book, I talk about what I was calling the first major paradigm shift for the journalism industry in a century, and particularly towards engagement reporting, solutions-focused political stories, and away from typical coverage like game frames, right? So that work prominently featured Joy Mayer, whom I'm guessing most of you know. She's at Trusting News, and Trusting News, along with like American Press Institute and a whole bunch of other people and entities and money, have been engaged in this massive retraining of the profession since 2010 or so, backed by millions of dollars from governments and think tanks and foundations all over the world. But something was nagging at all of us, and that was that we just didn't have any evidence that these techniques like engagement journalism or solutions journalism was working. We were getting a lot of ad hoc studies, but we wanted to do something a little bit more comprehensive. So I was hanging out in these Zoom spaces with Joy and others when Josh kept popping up as this sort of like academic in what was basically a sea of journalists. He was at Louisiana State at the time and coming off his book called Home Style Opinion, for which he worked with the Desert Sun in Palm Springs to experiment with dropping national politics completely from their op-ed pages and then measuring the results of that, which it was very successful. So he was also looking for more chances to work with newsrooms. And it became clear that we were actually all asking the same questions, right? Which is how exactly do solutions focused, engagement-based, radical transparency, and non-polarizing journalism build trust in local news? So we didn't know each other that well, but we decided to conduct what we call applied research, which for us meant working with these industry partners from research to design to findings and reporting it out. We would learn what was happening. We would call this training. We called them interventions, and then we would try it all over again in an iterative process. And so over the course of the next 4 years, we partnered with 5 different training programs from and 6 different industry partners. And these are all of them here: Trusting News, Harkin, Solutions, Spaceship Media, Gora, Journalism That Matters. And some of the trainings lasted as long as 9 months, and some of them were just a summer. So in all, we involved about 225 journalists from more than 120 newsrooms, either as part of the trainings we observed or in surveys or focus groups or interviews. And we solicited info from about 3,000 community members as audiences, both in qualitative surveys and focus groups, but also in Josh's conjoint experiments, which I'll talk about in a minute. We also did a massive content analysis that involved hand coding some 5,000 political stories to see whether these trainings were actually changing content. And then through all of this work, we were focusing on these 4 variables, right? And that these were used as the anchoring elements. And they were also useful concepts for us to operationalize in our studies. So engagement journalism, which we all know, is through reporter audience member interaction involving communities it previously ignored for story ideas that appeal to people by assisting their day-to-day lives, and solutions, which emphasizes possible responses to problems, transparency for when journalists share the backroom sausage making, and then anti-polarization and good conflict, which recognizing that de-emphasizing this national partisan group-based conflict is a way to get people to re-engage in civic and local cooperation and identity. And so all of this was meant to bring journalists towards a role in which they approach local community coverage with care, even as caregivers, even though that term would be sort of controversial even now still. So we looked at all 3 levels of journalism: production, content, and product consumption by audiences. The biggest training that we worked with was Democracy SOS, which later turned into Advancing Democracy. And this was a collaboration between Trusting News Solutions Journalism Network, Hearken, and Good Conflict. And it trained like each year 20-ish or so newsrooms with 2 to 3 journalists, even 4 journalists from each organization, each year for 9 months in weekly, before either any election was going to happen. So it taught techniques such as how to complicate the issues ahead instead of horse race coverage, like through engagement with forums, anti-polarization checklists for headlines, and then also how to move away from high conflict and towards extremist sound bites for good conflict. So these are just examples of slides and parts of the meetings that we attended. So here's, we have Joy here talking. I don't know if this will work or not, but.
Real good engagement that it takes away from the number of stories they write or something, and that they're actually sort of punished for it, because according to the traditional metrics, they're not reaching their goals as much. So if this is something you want to invest in, recognize that it does take some time. And
so that was Joy from a July 2022 cohort. And so the workshops were like 3 hours, and they were every week for 9 months. So we would observe the training, and then interview and survey the journalists. And then we would track the implementations. We would scrape the political content. We would interview and conduct focus groups with the trainers and also the journalists. And then we recruit audience members into the focus groups or the experiments to tell us what they thought about the real training-induced conflict, right? Training influenced. Okay, so in another example, we studied Road to Pluralism, which was with Trusting News, where we asked 9 reporters to find and listen to 8 community members who are part of the demographic groups that they wanted to expand into. And these were pretty much half BIPOC communities, and the other half were right-leaning communities. And the interviews were like 30 to 45 minutes. The journalist was supposed to just ask this person what would make them re-engage with the news. And we told them, don't get defensive. And so that were a result of these like 30 to 45 minute conversations, and they were very vitriolic in nature, often with the person yelling at the journalists about their fake news. So we had the transcripts of the interviews, we had the post-interview surveys with the community members, the post-interview surveys with the journalists, and also a focus group with the journalists who participated, which really turned into being a therapy session. And the results were really stunning. And these aren't large N's. So this is what we're continuing to work with. Like, how do we scale this, right? But afterwards, more than 2/3 of these community members who were completely disengaged from these brands, remember, said that one conversation had built trust with the local journalist and the brand. And 1/3 of these people who, remember, hated this brand said that they would want to subscribe and even donate to these media outlets. So Josh, as the political scientist, decided that the right way to look at this was through these, what he called conjoint experiments, hope you don't ask me too much about these, but they were super fascinating because you can measure consumers' preferences across multiple factors at once, right? So if we could show that people preferred the journalism influenced by these trainings, talking about engagement, focusing on solutions, yada, yada, it would help us understand the demand side of the attempts at changing how journalism is supplied. So the conjoints show what people want by looking at what they actually choose and not just by what they said they would choose. So here's an example of one of the options that New York audiences members were shown. So you can see here, it's all about your questions about New York governor's budget debates, like indicating an engaged reported story in the headline versus that headline, New York government prepares to start budget debate, right? And this second option here was by far the most popular among these thousands of audience members. Okay, so then I would come in and look at do focus groups using the same content to understand more qualitatively what people wanted. And these focus groups, there were like 5 focus groups over a period of 2 years with 49 people. I was trying to get 100 people and I was paying people like $50 an hour, and we could not get these disengaged people to come talk to us. But I did end up with these 49 and it was super interesting. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you all of the things we found out because we want you to buy the book, which should be out in 2027. But here are a few of our findings, right? So from these conjoints, we learned that people do prefer headlines that show evidence of engaged journalism. They strongly prefer solutions-focused stories to statements of problems, but they don't like it when you actually say this is a solution story. They also like these non-polarizing, good conflict stories. Again, as long as you're not like actively saying it. On the other hand, transparency helped in the notes, but not in the headlines. And pledges, those pledges that people were doing for the 2024 election, we pledged to only display the facts, blah, blah, blah. Those didn't seem to move the needle at all. However, overall, the conjoints were pretty clear that audiences prefer the journalism influenced by the trainings. So then we also did this giant content analysis I mentioned, and it was published last year in one of our journals, JMCQ. And we wanted to see, did the content of these trained newsrooms change politically between 2018 and 2024? And we found these huge, huge shifts, right? So solutions journalism increased from 8% to 15%. Engaged reporting increased from about 8% to 24%. And transparency soared from 10% of all content to more than 61%. We learned that the training worked better when there were multiple newsroom representatives, including at least one editor or manager. So if you decide you want to go this route with techniques, you really need to get buy-in up and down the ladder of the hierarchy of the newsroom. But those people who are higher up would say yes more often if the pitch involved sort of a big D democracy, like we are journalists and we are saving democracy kind of framing. And here are just a few of the recommendations that we talk about in the conclusion of the book, which is like using convenings, talk about difficult topics and communities. One of the focus groups I did were of all of these right-leaning people who are concerned about climate, even though they didn't necessarily believe that humans created climate change. They do assert that climate change was happening. And we found that these people who had participated in a forum, and this is with WITF, a public radio station in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, we found that they, just by participating in a forum of a topic that they cared about, that had really enamored them to the brand, and they just loved it so much. We recommend that people audit coverage for perceived harms and offer repair. Now, it's important that people are in connection with different kinds of groups within their community in order to understand what the perceived harms was, regardless of whether the journalist thought that accusation was valid or not, okay? that we need to look for places where wording ignites polarization, and like Trusting News and all of these organizations that we talked about have checklists and webinars and modules and all kinds of education tools to do this kind of work, right? And then people really liked it when you didn't have the national vitriol within local coverage, that they want local coverage to be about local communities and not bringing in like the trans fight that's happening at the national level. Ignoring the most extreme people or language in the room, being transparent about decisions, involving people like regular folks who are stakeholders in the research for solutions and the connecting of industries. And most of all, it is super important that these newsrooms use existing networks of sourcing and community leaders to connect stakeholders, right? So that might entail like hanging out with the Spanish-speaking influencer on Instagram, who a lot of people in your community seem to be listening to, right? And like maybe even partnering with different kind of communities and forums to really drill down into the topics that people care about, but also allow the journalists to play a different kind of caregiving role in these different news wicked problems, right, that we have. And then also kind of making sure people know who you are and what you're doing in these spaces, making sure to let people know when a story had engaged reporting and what you did around that, and emphasizing like more about that sort of engaged reporting, which of course takes more time. And that means like electing not to do this other kind of bulk content that has really been the norm in newsrooms through the 90s and then 2000s. They also, of course, wanted to hear from journalists, which we have known for many, many years. So being academics, we wanted to put this all together into some kind of theory. We're calling it the politics of local journalism theory. And this is the first time that we've been presenting it and really telling anybody about it. So just be gentle, eager for feedback, of course. So in the book, we show how changes in journalism perspective towards local connectedness and away from national conflict can help include audiences in the process of news gatekeeping and gathering through the engagement practices. So this leads to a more relevant product shaped by local demand and filled with solutions-focused information that audiences have demonstrated preference for consuming in our multi-pronged research. And we call these the 4 Ps of our theory, right? So each phase will lead to new outcomes. Changing perspectives continues, protecting the big D democracy ideals on the mainstream journalism side, but actually prompts the construction of localized identities that can transcend partnership. The mindset of localness should influence each step that follows in the journalistic process. So in other words, much of the rhetoric around journalism and big D democracy over the past decades has been pretty high-minded, nationally focused chatter about how democracy needs journalists, inspiring efforts like the Boston Globe's nationally shared op-ed project on the subject back in 2018. So we note that successful news product and content and consumption are steeped in connectedness. Over and over, all of our participants talked about or chosen our survey experiments, information exchange that could make them feel listened to, make them feel cared about, make them feel like people were interacting with them authentically. So these new processes that emphasize solutions and engage reporting practices lead to this one-on-one localized listening, and this spurs feelings of belonging for people after interactions with journalists. And we have a ton of evidence in this book that shows that this is the way to go. So if you're having trouble convincing your newsroom, consider this. So the product looks different, it feels more relevant and useful, with the hope that more limited but targeted information can lead to more political engagement. So the product doesn't have to be explicitly political to have political effects, right? Community building can happen through connecting people in local events, hosting kid-friendly activities, or bringing people together and trying to solve the same problem, or researching response happening in other places like WITF did with that climate forum. And so hundreds of people joined this forum. And then afterwards, we talked to these people who, again, were really disengaged from that brand, and they just loved the brand. And in this focus group, this group of disparate people had been networking together in the wake of that forum on the topic of climate. And this has to mean broad representation of all local groups, regardless of politics or race or income, or importantly, age, right? Because what we're seeing is a lot of these mainstream news outlets, the audience is trending older and older. So consumers should expect that that a product that markets itself as a local needs to be completely local, which means demonstrating that localness at each step. So from creation through engagement with the community, through transparency about that process and the delivery of a locally meaningful product at the end. Okay, so what are some of these implications? The massive retraining that we document in this book pushed forward a new kind of politics of local journalism, one that by offering a distinct alternative to national politics can result in anti-extremist outcomes that prioritize discourse across difference and that are also anti-racist, less polarizing, and more focused on enablement, like allowing citizens and non-citizens and everybody who's in these communities to become empowered themselves to affect change, right? And it helps with their civic engagement. So if we consider that national politics ushered in a civil rights era with sweeping voter rights legislation, like sending the National Guard to enforce school desegregation and court cases that have upheld equality, now those very same national politics constitute the very engine for those racial divisions rather than the antidote, right? So it used to be back in the 60s and 70s that these the civil rights era came down from the national. Now it's the opposite, right? Now the national is stoking this fear and anger. So this set of protocols we offered offer a blueprint for reinventing the role local journalists can play in shoring up democracy by taking a more active approach as anti-racist, anti-classist stewards of communities tasked with uniting around solving problems in the local. So our 4 years of studies show that people respond to these reporting techniques, which they find to be more relevant, less traumatizing, less offensive. And so the question is, what if local media organizations turn the fear, discussion, resentment that's happening at this sort of national discursive level into feelings of belonging and solidarity, and turning love of country into the love of local community? There's just one big caveat to this, which is that even when the content has actually improved, as we showed that it had, audiences say they don't believe that it's going to happen, and they're not watching, right? So like these disengaged people do not see any improved content. So the very first thing that we need to do is work on the marketing problem that mainstream political journalists have. And that has to happen before any kind of paradigm can be successful. So that's all. I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, and I'm not sure what happens next, but if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Hello, thanks, Ju. That was awesome. I think a very, very cool sounding project, and I'm excited for the book to come out too and to check into that further. So we'll pull over some questions from folks that we're seeing in the Q&A and in documents. So I'm putting some in here, but one thing that was standing out to me that I'm kind of curious to think about is like in the research and work so far, how have you seen newsrooms try to make some of those changes stick more? Like when they don't have a lot of leadership buy-in, right? Because that's always one of the challenge points is, editorial may not be quite so comfortable, with thinking about that. So how have been some of those kind of cracks in the veneer or spots we've seen where successes come through in newsrooms, helping kind of stick when they're working against more resistant leadership?
Well, the nice thing about especially the Democracy SOS and Advancing Democracy trainings, which continue to this day, by the way, is that they require at least one manager from the newsroom to take part in the training. But that is one of the biggest concerns, I guess, that we see is that we saw between 2018 and 2022 in that content analysis, huge increases in engagement, huge increases in solutions and in transparency. But in 2024, we still saw growth in that, but it wasn't as much. And we theorized that because we were using 2022 cohort, 2023 cohort, by the time 2024 presidential election came on, some of those people were 2 years out of the training, and a lot of them had left the news. So these trained journalists had left their particular position, either being transferred within the newsroom or leaving for other places. And so I think what we have to focus on, though, is that there is this massive retraining of everybody, and those people who have been trained are now in other journalism spaces often, right, that can bring that training with them. So that's one of the concerns that we have. However, when we do have that buy-in from management, you do see that sticking a little bit more, right? And we have, different sort of organizations that have been out in front of this. For example, public radio, public media stations have long been out in front of this with this kind of work for many, many decades. And now continue to just sort of think about like what's next in terms of like creating those really important connections between them and listeners. No, I didn't quite answer your question because we don't really know. Like this is still a problem, is that we need to make sure we get traditional, because right now, right, their instinct is to circle the wagons and double down on sort of fair and accuracy, making all these pledges. And that's all super important. We're not suggesting that they not do that work, but we are suggesting that they take a different kind of approach to it. And so that is one of the concerns that we're continuing to work on.
Well, I think that's a really powerful point. It's also just speaks to the fact that this work is it's ongoing, right? And that we're kind of at the forefront almost. It's just interesting to think about too that that as we try to put these puzzle pieces together, this is a second question incoming that has me thinking about this is like, how do we think about the differences that we're seeing between audiences preferring like solutions oriented or less polarizing content? Or I actually really like this concept of good conflict too. How do we think about folks saying they want those, but there's a specific way that they want those delivered? They don't want it to hear that, oh, this is a solution, this is good conflict. Like, how's that discrepancy happen and work? It's interesting.
It's super interesting. And so that came out of the focus groups, right? So like the conjoint showed us, yes, they love these solution stories, but they don't like to be told that it's solutions, right? It's like, it's so contrary, right? But in the focus groups, we drilled down a little bit more into that. And what audiences who have been who have like a narrative that mainstream journalism is bad, right? That's what we're working against. For those people, they wanted to make sure that any solutions journalism didn't bleed over into the idea of advocacy, right? That they didn't look like the newsroom was dictating for the community what needs to happen next, but rather that this content ends up being like, here's the research, here's some evidence that shows this has worked in other communities, and here's an implementation plan of how that might look here, and here's what would happen, right? And here are the pros and cons of that. So if you look at Solutions Journalism Network, very extensive site, and all of the work that they have been doing since they were founded, I think in 2013. Sorry if I got that. It's either 2013 or 2014. You can see that it has to be a very particular kind of approach, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. And because it's one of those, it both makes me hopeful that we are seeing positive response to those kinds of content. But then, the delivery mechanism is always interesting because it's the production side, right, of like how we're producing the stories, but then also how we're delivering them to audiences. Seems like it makes a huge difference in that case.
It is. And it's a mixed bag, right? Like the transparency stuff. Like I thought that those pledges that people made The news organization before an election would be like, we pledge to blah, blah, blah. We
Yeah.
thought that those would be really, really positive. And in fact, they're not, but they do love, how when you can tag on at the end of a story, this is how we reported this. Or they also like those big, here's our election coverage details, right? And they just have here's exactly what we did. And in the book, we show a couple of those examples. But if you look at that WITF page, if you just look like WITF and election coverage, it should come up what they have done. They did a big Q&A. They talked about when they would call out a fact as being a lie or whatever. They have all of that there. And it's been, I just found that to be a very granular, nuanced approach to this coverage. And that seems to be what people are interested in.
Yeah, that's interesting. And it reminds me of just also a point of learning to trust our audiences too, right? And kind of understanding how they're a part of that process. And I think that's what makes engaged journalism really powerful. Because it puts responsibility more squarely also back on us as producers of stories, right? And kind of co-producers with communities themselves.
Well, we did that. I put in the Google Documents thing. Yeah, a news. A journal article that I wrote with Patrick Johnson from Marquette, and we were doing that Road to Pluralism study where we sent the reporters out to interview people who hated them. And it was just so fascinating how much harm these people would say in these interviews with the journalists of how the news has actually harmed them. So whether or not you agree that these people were harmed or not, this is the dominating narrative. And so you have to figure out a way to overcome that narrative. And it's not going to be by telling these people you weren't harmed. It's not going to be by listing all of the stories that you have done on that particular group that these people didn't notice. That is not working with these people. You have to really engage with them authentically in personal local spaces rather than being defensive about it. I mean, we know that from marriage therapy, right?
Right. I like it's okay to go to therapy for that reason.
But those harms have to be dealt with, right? These people feel uncared for by their local news outlets. And so somehow the news organization has to take on that mantle of caregiving in order to transcend that narrative that's been happening. And that's a very tricky thing to do because it's also super stressful for the journalists, right? These people are being mean. They're being super mean. You should have heard the things that people were saying to these journalists.
I believe it, right? And I think it's a great point. And it has me thinking about too, I'm breaking the script of reading questions here, but just this point that you noted up top, that there is that the idea of even using care as a term, right, is kind of controversial still, right? And I'm kind of curious how we could think about that too. And caregiving, you mentioned also as a form of the work. And I think that's really a fascinating point to have to deal with here too, because it's I see on one level, there's perhaps this angle that we don't always talk about, that it's controversial because it's actually really hard on the journalists also, right? That they're already in a threatened position in these scenarios.
And journalists are so beleaguered right now, right? They're being asked to take on 4 jobs and they are getting paid what I was getting paid in the 90s. I mean, as a journalist, it is really, really rough out there. And so not only are we asking journalists to take on caregiving, right, which was never part of their job description, but we also have to understand the journalists themselves need care in a way we always needed it, but we're never granted it, right? So we're starting to see, thankfully, that resurgence of trauma-informed reporting and how do you take care of yourself as a journalist when you're confronted daily with these negative, really traumatic news sources. So we have to do all of that. If people, my book that came out in 2023 talks explicitly about an ethic of care and how that's being, put out there in the industry. So I don't know, people might be interested in that.
No, 100%. I think so. We'll link to that book also in the notes.
Yeah, it's in the notes.
Cool. So one of the question we have here too is how do you hope that the theories that you're developing kind of get applied from a business standpoint in organizations?
That is a really good question that I did not go into in the book. But I mean, that's the other thing. We have not only a marketing problem that we need to overcome, but we have a business model problem, right? Like, how can we generate new revenue streams? But I think one of the things we've been seeing, particularly around these variables or strategies, engagement, solutions, transparency, blah, 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 is that we're seeing there's a lot of money out there being thrown through Press Forward or, Knight or whoever, all of these different funding organizations. So we're starting to see, I think that money's going to start drying up. And what we need to figure out is like, how can you monetize this? And so some newsrooms, for example, have, how we were talking about the forums or like the convenings, like you can attach either grant projects associated to a series of convenings, for example, in order to pay for stuff like that, or you can monetize those particular convenings, right? Like there's some kind of a fee to get into it, or you can partner with community entities within your spaces and maybe ask that entity to provide budget for that. So there are a number of different revenue stream diversification that we're starting to see in the industry, and that's not a surprise to anybody on this call, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's a great point to think with. Someone also just asked what I think is a key question of where can we buy your books? Like, what's the best place to help support you?
Oh, thanks. Well, it's on Amazon. My last book was with Oxford, and this next book will be with Oxford as well. It's in production now, and it should be out summer 2027.
Very cool. That's good. No, I always knock on wood in that case. So one, I think we've got two, like one more question and one comment.
I do want to mention, I've been trying to implement this stuff in the new site that I run called Madison Commons. It's a hyper-local site run out of the journalism school, the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at UW-Madison. If you go to Madison Commons and you look under collaborative storytelling, you'll see the work that we've been doing over the period of 2 years that tries to implement what this might look like. And we use specifically housing insecurity and youth mental health in these last 2 years. And so we'll continue that work as well. But if you're looking for like some ideas of what this might look like, check that out. And again, just remembering it's pilot, it's beginning. It's like, hey, what might this look like?
Which I don't know. I'm one of those. I guess I think the messy beginning and middle is some of the best part, though, because we're seeing how it can get formed together. So that's a great resource that we're linking to in the Google Doc also, so folks can check that out.
Okay.
Cool. One thing is like, how do you view engaged journalism as a paradigm? Right? Is it because it's kind of like a big umbrella that has a lot of types underneath. You see it kind of differently. Like, how do we think about what's happening with that term and the practices around it?
Yeah. So what we're really suggesting in this documentation over the past, I would say 2010 on, although of course we've seen this kind of journalism, ethnic media has been doing for generations. So let's put that out there. So what I'm talking about is mainstream journalism in the United States. And so, I just lost the question. Oh, paradigm, right. So this is really kind of, it's new approaches to thinking about journalism. So when we talk about engagement, it used to be, especially, in the late 90s and the early 2000s, engagement meant like clicks. Engagement meant like shares and likes and blah, 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 right? What we're really talking about engagement, and I think everybody on this call who's interested in this Engage 2026 conferences can understand that what we're talking about is actually a full-on different paradigm where journalists rethink what their role is. So moving beyond, yes, the watchdog stuff, still important. Accountability stuff, still important, right? But like, what does it look like to transition journalists to become participants in the caring of a community, in the caring of democracy, right? What does that look like? Well, it looks like they're in a very unique position to see everything that's happening around our wicked problems, right? Where we're talking about housing insecurity or mental health or food insecurity or whatever. And they see this person's doing something over here. And here's a whole organization that's been working on it for 2 decades. And here's blah, blah, blah. And journalists see all of that, right? Oh, sorry. So journalists see all that, okay? And so they can connect these stakeholders, and that's a very different thing to like learn how to convene people. I was never taught that in journalism school. I've only just started teaching it. Like how do we convene people? What does that look like? What skills do we need to understand on organizing and figuring out food? And like how do we make sure there's translation and childcare and transportation at these convenings? What does that look like from a caregiving perspective that is really about facilitating different kinds of discourses within a local community? And that's what I mean by that paradigm. And it has to include one-on-one engagement with people within these communities. It has to include partnerships with different community entities and community leaders. It has to include like being on the ground and understanding what are the actual real concerns that people are dealing with every single day, right? What does that look like as opposed to the national sort of discourse that we're hearing about, like everybody hates immigration or whatever.
Mhm.
Like, no, what does that look like in your community? And it's different for every single community.
Yeah, I think that's such a powerful point. And it's a reminder too that, storytelling is very powerful, right? And it can pull us in a direction towards something that's almost fictive, right? That like we have this one national narrative that doesn't affect our lives, certainly not the same way, and certainly not all the time, right? And not uniformly. And so it's like remembering to be local, I think is such a powerful point too. And so I love that kind of connecting there of the engagement piece as well. And with that, actually, we have a comment from an audience member that's around this idea that they said that like what they're noticing within kind of the discussion of solutions journalism, so kind of the neighbor here, is that whether or not we've taken a position of humility, as practitioners. And so demonstrating humility, they said like for them is also the thing that develops that trust and openness towards journalism or the brand. So kind of curious your thoughts and reflections on this comment.
Yeah, actually, this is becoming such a great, I'll call it a buzzword, but I like the philosophy behind it as well. So I don't want to dismiss it by using the term buzzword. But like Seth Lewis and Jacob Nelson, they came out with an academic journal article maybe last year that looks at like how journalists need to professionally develop and what humility might look like in these different local spaces. But for sure, right? Statements of we haven't always done coverage right with certain groups, right? Like doing audits like of your coverage in terms of like not just racism and sexism, but also like where did they get it wrong and they never circled back. So humility, I think, and heeding, right? The idea of like people admitting that they don't have all the answers and but saying, hey, but we're going to be an agent to help you figure out what all these answers are, right? That's going to be our role, I think is so powerful, right? And I like in these focus groups that we did, they just want journalists to be like, hey, like get off your high horse, right? And like understand that we feel harmed, whether you think you actually harmed us or not, like we feel harmed and you need to acknowledge that feeling at least without saying, you're right, we harmed all these people. But like, I do think audits of coverage have uncovered that maybe, there has been some harm happening in these groups.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And it's like there's an interesting tension, right, with humility and transparency, right? And how do we both be transparent and show folks enough of the sausage making, as you said before, that, gives enough of the story that like is, truth telling in a way, right? That also keeps them on board. Actually, and so with that, there's this interesting question here that asks like, how does this kind of work, or this like, how does the work that you're seeing kind of interact with this balance between like speaking truth to power, the kind of fourth estate work, and populism, and the concern that we might just capitulate to audiences and kind of give them what they want or what they don't want. How do you kind of balance or think about that balance in the work that you're seeing?
It's really, really tough. In that therapy/focus group session I talked about with those 9 journalists who had these vitriolic conversations, we talked a lot about that because a lot of these people who hate their brand were really upset that they were even talking about race, even talking about like the trans issues in high schools, for example. They didn't want any of that stuff in the coverage, right? They didn't want any LGBTQ plus coverage. They hate it. They hate it when journalists mention the race of a candidate, for example. There's a lot of the whole, like, I don't care if you're black, brown, or purple, like, that. Yeah. So there was a lot of that. And the answer is not, we stopped covering that, right? Like the answer is not like we don't talk about race. So we have to figure out a way to find common values and common philosophies about, like, we all care about keeping our kids safe. We all care about, that we have a working sort of municipality where people are able to work through consensus, even if they have differing viewpoints. And so we have to figure that out. And we have seen in this work that we did over the last 4 years that when journalists and newsrooms confront those different kind of conflicts head on from a local standpoint, inviting different people in to talk about, like, here's how this issue affects me personally. Here's how this issue affects me personally, right? Well, here's where this discrepancy is, that they have been finding a way forward, a pathway towards not coming to consensus necessarily. That's not really the goal, but to come to, like, what Amanda Ripley in her book High Conflict would talk about is good conflict, right? Like, how do we move forward in discourse to create policy that meets us somewhere in the middle? It's hard, though. That's really, yeah. But, like, to be clear, we are not saying watchdog journalism should not, like, we still need watchdog journalism. We still need accountability. That has to still remain a primary function of journalists. We're just saying, like, all that other stuff, though, that we're doing that's not watchdog journalism, where we're just talking about the latest soundbite from Trump or whoever, let's get rid of that in order to make space and time for us to report in this more engaged way.
Cool. No, I think that's a really powerful point too. And it reminds us, it's a point of it's a question of space, right? And what are we providing space and voice for, right? And that we have the tools and the platforms to do so. And so it is incumbent upon us to then do that responsibly. And I think you're exactly right there, where it's a question of, like, how do we bring the conversation local and provide that space for that, since we've kind of given the air elsewhere,
It gets back to that paradigm issue, right? Because the number one reason we would hear from journalists, because we would interview journalists who had taken a training a year later to see whether they actually implemented the things that they said they were going to implement. And the number one reason people said they couldn't do it was because they didn't have enough time, given all of the stuff they were expected to do, particularly around elections, right? And so there was a missing piece to that, which is we're suggesting we don't do this other stuff that we always feel like we have to do, like the polls and the horse race around fundraising and all of that. Like, in order for this work to happen, we have to give up something, because journalists no longer have the bandwidth to do all of the things, right? And that has been really hard for traditional newsrooms to give up, is this stuff. We've always done this. We've always done an election guide. And we've always done this. And it's like, well, no, actually, we're saying you don't do that. Or you do it in a radically different way that meets this other kind of paradigm and the value system within it.
Cool. Awesome. Well, Sue, I just want to say a huge thanks. This was both an amazing talk and great to chat with you. And thank you for digging into audience questions. And folks, just as a reminder too, you can keep adding questions to the Google Doc. These are living community documents that we can continue to engage with throughout the conference and beyond. So once again, a huge thank you to Sue, and we'll jump to our next adventure very shortly.
Thanks for having me. And thank you to all the journalists who are doing amazing work out there.
So, welcome to our session, Intro to Ethnographic Reporting. My name's Emily Kennedy, and I'm director at the Center for Anthropology and Journalism. I'm also a journalist, a former magazine editor, and I'm a trained anthropologist. And I'm joining you today from Ottawa, Canada's capital.
And I'm Adam Gamwell, and I am one of the founding partners of the Center for Anthropology and Journalism, and I'm a trained anthropologist and also have worked as an editor-in-chief of magazines, as well as in podcast and media production for well over a decade. And so we are excited to be with you today. And one of the things, as we've seen kind of across the sessions and that we want to share here, is that we have a community Google Doc, which is a living repository of both resources and ideas and some of the techniques that we'll be going over today, as well as a bunch more resources that we don't have time to talk to today, but we think they're fun and important, as well as this is a place to drop questions if you have or comments throughout today's presentation that we can then use as part of our Q&A. So you can go ahead and click the link below and or get the QR code, and we can or looking forward to seeing you in the document as well.
Yeah, please do check it out. And yeah, there's a link in the chat too. So as we mentioned, we're from the Center for Anthropology and Journalism, and the center is basically a resource for anthropologists and journalists. It supports the collaboration between these two disciplines. It does that through offering tools, training, a member network, and overall it promotes ethnographic reporting and public engagement, building on a 40-year legacy that bridges social research and journalism in this realm. And the center also produces the Engage Conference. So if you can, check out anthrojourno.org. Now, we did want to just give you a really brief history sense of this long collaboration between anthropology and journalism. So here's just a really brief timeline. In the 60s, going back to the 60s, anthropologist and author Margaret Mead wrote a monthly column for Redbook magazine. Then in the 70s, you see the AAA, or American Anthropology Association, establish a newsroom to work more closely with the media. In the 80s, the first iteration of the Center for Anthrojournalism was established in Washington, D.C. Through the 90s, a lot of academic articles were coming out and books were published promoting the use of ethnographic methods in reporting. And even more recently, in the spring, Adam and I had an article published all the way into the 2000s, where we see some award-winning journalists like Ted Conover and Gillian Tett, who we'll mention again in a bit, reporting using ethnographic reporting methods. Gillian Tett, most famous for her prescient reporting on the 2008 financial crisis for the Financial Times.
So what we want to dive into today is kind of sharing a broad overview of what ethnography can do for journalism. And ethnography, think of it as a kind of a broad toolkit and set of methods that anthropologists and social scientists and other folks have drawn from, that's really premised on getting a sense of what's important to community members on their own terms and helping folks share their stories in ways that they want, and making sense of their own kind of internal logic of how they understand the world and the systems that they engage with, and sharing those kind of faithfully with others. And so some ways to think about what ethnography can do for journalism is it can help teach how do we see what's kind of invisible often to outsiders. And this can be things of the way how people talk about something, how they describe it, what they may kind of say quietly in one corner, but then say to somebody else. It's basically just kind of seeing how things actually work on the ground is a way to think about this. But also the key thing is that it helps us find out what stories actually matter to the communities that we are reporting on, reporting with, reporting alongside. But also important things like locating diverse sources. And this is a way of kind of being aware of who it is that I'm talking to, who do I have access to in a certain community? How does my own position as a certain reporter, or a certain person from a certain community or certain background shape who is willing to talk to me? And how might that shape what story actually gets told and then put out into the world? And so it can think, again, more broadly about who it is that we might want to be talking with to add and tell a fuller and more richer story. It also does things like encourage deep answers, which we'll dive into in a little bit, of how do we get past just kind of these basic, what happened, when did it happen, who did it happen to, and how and why. but also does things about provides tools for dealing with complexity. And so this is, we think about how does one person provide, we think about this in journalism too. One person can provide a bit of an emblem for how we think about a story. They can be the kind of character or the kind of caricature that helps us get into and understand what's happening on the ground for folks. But also, how does that intersect with different kinds of identities, broader ecosystems, broader communities, broader cultures, broader shifts, and thinking about how do we move up and down the scale of individual into communities, into groups. And then two of the key pieces also that we'll move forward with next is the dealing with the questions of trust. This is one of the issues that we have seen raised around journalism in kind of more skeptical media publics, but then also decreasing bias as part of that, right? So understanding what biases I'm bringing to the table as a reporter, as a storyteller, and how that's shaping what stories get told, who I'm talking to, what perspectives I have access to, and then how I can be more faithful and kind of kind to the way that stories can be made with care.
So we like to view anthropology and journalism like sister disciplines that can learn from each other. Now, many ethnographic methods will probably seem familiar to working journalists, particularly to journalists that practice engaged journalism. But that's in part what makes ethnographic reporting so special. These methods can help you go deeper in many areas that you're sort of already inclined towards. Now, many ways that they are the same are through their methods. For example, they both share an interest in discovering what matters to society, and they both use methods that involve spending time in communities or spending time on a beat, developing rapport with sources, and of course, most importantly, the shared cornerstone method of the interview, which we're going to talk about in just a minute. So we believe that ethnographic tools can truly bring a different dimension to journalism, one that can help with the mounting challenges that journalists are facing today. One of those challenges, of course, probably the biggest one, is this declining trust in news. Now, trust is precisely where ethnography excels. Ethnographers are experts, actually, in maintaining the trust of the communities they research. And this is largely because their methods result in telling stories on a group's own terms. And you'll hear us mention that again, this idea of the group's own terms. So this is one of the main reasons that ethnographic reporting can help with the challenges the industry is facing. And to just give you a taste of how ethnographic reporting works, we're going to look at this cornerstone method of the interview next.
So here we just have some ideas to kind of think through that, like what might differentiate an ethnographic interview from a traditional journalistic interview. And like one of the main pieces that you'll see ethnographers go into an interview with is having what we call like an open-minded approach. And what this means is that we won't necessarily have a preconceived notion of what story is going to be told, or even necessarily who it is that we're going to talk to in order to find that story, right? So it's basically being open to what emerges through relationship and conversation with community members. And that's like premised around these ideas of building rapport with folks, right? It's like who is willing to talk to us? How is our, again, position, our background shaping who we have access to and who's willing to talk to us initially, right? This can also involve visiting communities multiple times. Again, building a relationship with folks. And so having that open mind then shows both, who it is that I could be talking to, who I might want to talk to, right? What would access look like in these different pathways? Then a couple other pieces is that we'll talk about descriptive questions here shortly too. And this is a kind of a key way of getting people to talk through feelings, perceptions, and what kind of means and what matters to them as part of conversations. So again, kind of helping us get past like the blanket, like who, what, where, why questions. One of the other key pieces here is the idea of taking notes throughout, and kind of, and what we mean is taking this reflexively, we can say. And so this is kind of, we have the notes I'm maybe capturing verbatim quotes, I'm maybe capturing some of the story beats I'm thinking about during an interview, but I'm also kind of noting to the side my own reactions to things that the interviewees say, what's kind of catching my attention. Am I surprised? Am I feeling kind of weird about something that somebody said? As well as does the interviewees have a reaction to the kinds of questions that I'm asking, or what do they seem eager to talk about or less eager to talk about? And kind of having these clues as part of the story itself is a key way to, again, understand my positionality, but also the positionality of folks, and how is our relationship working and building together. And this gives us some ways to think about how are we going to represent folks that we're talking with? How does authority work for this community? Like, how can we share stories in a collaborative fashion? So all this is kind of help us give us these pathways of what might make an ethnographic interview work in kind of a special way.
So let's pretend then that I'm a more traditional journalist and I'm reporting on, let's say, my municipality, and maybe they recently came up with some new permits for affordable housing. So I've been assigned this story, and I'm going out to interview a city council member, and the city council member voted against the permits. So a typical or kind of traditional journalistic question might ask, what are you hearing from your constituents about the new affordable housing policy?
Which is, it's a legit question, right? You might think about then, how do we spin this kind of in an ethnographic perspective? And so an ethnographic reporter might ask the question like, tell me about a time when a change in the neighborhood felt meaningful or disruptive to you. So it's, rather than just saying, why'd you change? Or like, what are you hearing from folks? It's more about how has this like come to life for you? Like, when has a sort of feeling of disruption or a meaningful connection been part of your story? Or if you hear people say like, when they're saying affordable housing, like, what do they usually mean? Right. So again, kind of helping them getting them to describe, moments or specific scenes, interactions of that kind of bring the idea of why they voted for or against a policy as to part of the story.
Now, going to me as the traditional journalist again, let's say during this interview, I'm taking notes. I'm probably taking notes on things that I or maybe people in the newsroom, teammates can fact check later. And maybe a few additional details, maybe some of the quotes that they're saying, but probably that's all that is going into my notes.
Yeah. And so again, thinking about reflexive note taking here too, like if I've been reporting on the housing crisis beat for a few months in my own town, right? And then I'm at the news and then I'm hearing, my counselor say that they're worried that, affordable housing is going to impact constituents' home prices. I notice myself feeling annoyed, kind of how they're saying that we want to preserve the character of the neighborhood. And, I, rather than just, throw that away, then I actually note down, right, that this reaction, that I'm kind of having this reaction to how they're using this term. And I'm kind of annoyed because it's like, why are they not seeing why this housing could help a lot of people, right? And so when I realize what I'm doing is I'm catching myself kind of being, assuming that this person is selfish, right, before they're even kind of finishing and getting through their ideas, right? And so part of this is then asking, what is it that I'm taking for granted, right? And so in this case, I'm taking for granted that this policy is going to help those that currently cannot afford housing. And I may not actually understand both the policy in its entirety or how it might actually impact building or zoning laws or things like that. So again, just understanding where am I, bringing assumptions out, and let me try to catch myself and put that as part of the story of how I'm framing, what's worth asking, what's worth talking about.
So let's say during the interview, I hear them say how this is going to impact the character of the neighborhood. And I'm kind of scratching my head at, well, character of the neighborhood, wonder what they mean. So the traditional journalist would probably ask, what do you mean when you say character of the neighborhood? But the thing about this is when you ask them, what do you mean? That's asking them basically to give a definition. In essence, you're asking them to translate their language, the language they're using, into something that you can better understand. But in doing this, we lose some of what the story means to them. So it's no longer the story in their own terms.
Yeah, so we can approach this like from a descriptive question standpoint, and so you could ask things like, "Can you describe a moment that encapsulates how this neighborhood feels for you?" Right? Like, how does the character of the neighborhood come to life for you on a day-to-day, basis, or in a normal everyday life? And the idea here again is like both allowing them to use the terms that they use, talking about the character of the neighborhood, but then also kind of having them kind of step forward into a kind of a deeper framing that helps us both keep people talking, because it's like helping them get to how they might feel and like what they don't necessarily bring out on the first answer to a question, but it does things like reduce apprehension, right? It can help build rapport with them. But also, again, encouraging the key thing is like that they're using their own language, right? That they are able to be heard and understood on their own terms. And that's really one of the big goals that we're after here.
Now, this was a hypothetical example, of course. We do want to give you some real world examples. So one is this Financial Times journalist and cultural anthropologist we mentioned briefly, Gillian Tett. Not only did she report on the 2008 financial crisis, but she also reported on the 2016 presidential election. Gillian talks about that she used reflexive note taking during her reporting there. One thing in particular, there was a presidential debate where Trump used the term bigly. You might remember this was reported on the news. Jillian caught herself laughing at this when she heard it in the newsroom. All of the other journalists around her were laughing too, but she noticed it in that reflexive note-taking sense as, I wonder why we're all laughing at this. And as she thought about it some more, it cued her to this idea that probably the elite, the journalists, even, educated people would hear this and think, this is not how a president should talk. This isn't the command of language that we would expect of a presidential candidate. And this is why they were laughing at it. But it, at the same time, cued Jillian to start asking Trump supporters through this type of descriptive questioning what it was like to hear him talk. And here she heard Trump supporters explain that rather than laughing at it, they cheered because they heard Trump as talking like this was a sign that he was not elite. Now, of course, Jillian, along with a lot of many other reporters, didn't forecast his 2016 victory, but she did take Trump's candidacy more seriously than many other journalists, and she wrote columns that turned out to be prescient, and we'll include a few of those in the Google Doc if you want to see some of those examples, because it's really quite interesting to see how she was one of a minority who questioned the unreliability of polls, and she did write that we shouldn't rule out a Trump victory.
And as part of this too, what's interesting to think about is, we have the ways that we're asking questions and recognizing like when things like insider language happen and who is that language for and how is it being deployed, right? In the case of like a Trump election and who's reacting to it, and or just in our housing example too. So like ways to think about this and why this matters is that this is helping us mitigate trust challenges, right? As we mentioned before, that it's one of the biggest issues that we see facing journalists, reporters, and the media in general. And so ethnographers will try to work around some of these trust issues by bringing, a sense of self-awareness. Again, how is my background and my position shaping who I have access to and what I'm asking? One of the other key things to think about here is this idea of identifying insider language. And what happens here is like, when we're talking about again housing and or politics, right? We'll see people use jargon or abbreviations or terms basically that insiders would use without kind of thinking. I mean, easy examples, right, is you might hear lawyers use legalese, right? Or you may hear politicians talk about certain kinds of policies or basically how something in Congress works that we don't actually understand from the outside. The key here and what this clues us into is like casual references that folks make that assume that you have knowledge about it, right? And this matters because this is actually where oftentimes some of the real story lives, because it's in what people assume that you already know. And then if you kind of pause and say, actually, I don't really know quite what that term means. Can you kind of walk me through what happens when someone is talking about changing the character of your neighborhood, right? Or like, walk me through like how are politicians like supposed to be talking in your perspective, right? And again, this is like in taking a moment in the interview to kind of see what's emerging. Use insider language as a way for us to then think about what do I not understand? What would my audience not understand? And then how do we also let people tell the story on their own terms? And this is just a way of both encouraging that insider language, but then also getting to what it actually means, right? This is about building accuracy and trust with your accuracy in your reporting, but then also trust with your community members and constituents, because you're saying, I want to make sure that we're understanding you, but beyond just give me a definition, like let's see how this term, these ideas actually work for you in real life. And of course, reacting and thinking about our own reactions and feelings in our notes as we're kind of telling that story too, and being aware of what that might mean to how we tell that story. And a real quick example here that stood out to me that just came out the other week is, so it was the senior features editor of Wired, Jason Keehee, was introducing their new big story. And there's a techno optimist named Anne Bogost, who's been writing for years about this kind of techno nostalgism is what it's called. Now, this little reporting piece caught me because the story was written by Anne Bogost, the big story, but then Jason Keehee was introducing it in a newsletter. And Keehee opened up the newsletter by saying, I think that this idea is disgusting, and was like talking about how offensive he found techno nostalgism, and that we don't need to look backwards to be happy and get stamps from letters and other stuff like that, but actually we need to understand how to be happy in present in the world that we are in today. So it's this interesting moment that he's kind of like being reflexive of his own position and perspective of what kind of bothers him about the the philosophy that's actually going to be the main story that you're going to go read in a minute. And so it was this interesting moment that caught me as this sort of kind of ethnographic feeling moment of like, we can see how the editor is thinking about the story and what they should tell, but then also not stopping there, right? They're like letting you kind of have their introduction and thoughts with it. So it does raise interesting questions about representation and accuracy. And it's good to think with that of like, how can ethnography help us, we can work around these issues.
So that was a really brief introduction to ethnographic reporting. Overall, ethnographic reporting uses the ethnographic approach of open-mindedness, coming in with no assumptions, no judgment. It's an example of a modern application of ethnography. And most importantly, maybe to this conference, it's a type of engaged journalism, which is why we're here with you today. So next, we'll jump into some Q&A and look forward to seeing you around the conference too.
Thanks for joining us. Whoa, scene change.
So yeah, we did have a pre-recorded talk because of course Adam and I are hosting the conference, but we are here with you to answer any questions that you've got. And I know that we saw some coming in through the chat.
Mm-hmm. Put these up here. I guess we'll read them and answer them also at the same time. So this is a comment from an audience member that was noting that themselves as a psychotherapist, that the ethnographic interview shares a lot of similar principles to navigating the kind of sacred ground of a client's interior. And this is, I think it's a really interesting point. So I read it before, so I want to get Emily's kind of take and thoughts on this comment, and then we can think with it. But how does this idea kind of bounce off of you thinking about this as a journalist and anthropologist?
Yeah, I think, well, I also almost want to hear as a psychotherapist, like what that, how that's taught, or how it works. I think it's little things like, as an ethnographic reporter, you go into somebody's space and you might make comments on, how you like something, or how, like, things about the space to make the other person feel at ease. Whereas I think a more traditional reporter would probably stay more sort of, quiet on those topics. That's what this comment around particularly a client's interior has me thinking about. Yeah, I think, of course, the other things about, that's almost things you're doing before the interview starts. There's, of course, other things like how you ask the question, which we talk about a little bit in our session. Some things we didn't mention were even just, the phrasing that you use that might make people feel a little bit more comfortable. Commonly, journalists have to check with people the spelling of their name. They have to ask, and often it's asked in a really abrupt way. So even just finding sort of this softer way to approach that question, instead of like, could you tell me your name and spell it? Instead, bother to take a few more words to say like, oh, I heard you said your first name is Tommy. Do you spell that with a Y? Again, it's a really simple shift in just how you put somebody at ease. And again, that goes back to the building rapport that we talked about too, which I'm sure psychotherapists are obviously also trying to build rapport with clients.
Yeah, and I think it's a really fascinating point. And yeah, I'm not super familiar with psychotherapy training, but it does make me think about the idea that when we're either doing fieldwork or ethnographic interviews or working in a journalistic context too, right? Like that is that Emily's pointing out of building rapport and trust are fundamental. And if we don't show that we are attempting to, or actually, empathizing with people, like understanding them and kind of helping, reflecting back, are we hearing, understanding how they wish to be expressed and told, like how their story wishes to be told, like, I can see it as kind of actively blocking that sort of sense of interior, right? They might feel that it's both not getting through. They may feel something is wrong. So it may be actually an interesting connector piece to think about when you're doing interviews with folks, asking them questions in terms of, again, like, am I getting this right? Am I spelling your name right? But also even these kind of notions of letting them know as you're doing the interview, like this kind of idea that if you feel something inside that, like, it's either I'm saying something wrong or the question feels weird or something the way that I'm asking it, like, because we're saying about reflexivity, you're talking about reflexivity kind of on the journalist's side, right? How am I reacting to what's happening in the story? you could invite the interlocutor also to be thinking about that reflexively and their experience of talking with you, and then use that as a point for dialogue of helping kind of both bring that interior out, but then kind of honoring that as well. So there could be some interesting back and forth there as well.
Yeah, and I also realized that, I mean, I read it as like a physical interior because journalists are often going into the physical space, like where someone lives, their community. But of course, what we're talking about here is not just that, maybe that too, but more so, yeah, their emotional and psychological interior. And yeah, and that's just like you said, that's why ethnographic reporting is so unique, because it allows you to get at what something means to a group on their own terms. So from as best you can from their perspective. There's another question that we got, let's see, that was around journalism's emphasis on what people say versus in anthropology. Of course, we're taught that what people say is different from what people do. Now, I would love to hear, Adam, your thoughts on that first, because I know that you have, firsthand experience researching in the field as an anthropologist, and sort of how you see the interplay there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I'm also going to say, to echo to Sue's talk before this too. She actually mentioned this as thinking about seeing this discrepancy also in the research. It's a key piece, and it's tricky, And I mean, to make it slightly more complicated too, even Margaret Mead talked about that. It's like what people say, what they do, and what they say they do are three different things. So there's even kind of a third vector there in terms of what people say they will do versus what they're talking about and what they're doing. And it is an interesting question of like, how do we balance that? And in part, on the one hand, as an anthropologist, it feels like I'm cheating because I can say if I'm doing ethnographic writing itself, then I'm allowed to have all three of those in the writing itself. You can kind of have the discrepancies there. When we're thinking about a shorter form news piece like that, that is actually, I think, the challenging piece of how do we balance those? Because one of the big things that we don't want to do is then make it look like we're kind of gotcha of someone's story, right? They're saying they did this thing, but their actions pointed us in that direction. And so one ways that we thought about this, or kind of think about this, is like when I can, I always try to lead with what their actions are, in part because it's like that on one hand, actions speak louder than words kind of idea, but like that helps both move a story forward, but then grounds it in the world, right? Instead of just somebody's kind of like mental idea of what they could do. So we have that, and then when it makes sense, we kind of add in whether it's quotes or verbatims or just how they're talking about something, like that can be kind of part of the piece as well. But for me, I mean, just the simple thing is I try to ground it in the actions themselves, and I do this also with ethnography, like straight ethnography writing. So it is important how people talk about it and the language they're using and their forms. But even in this case, I know in the little talk that we did, we were focusing on the interview itself. But one thing that can be key, and this is something else that we think about, especially with both engaged journalism and then also ethnography, is that we do want to spend more than one visit if we can with people, right? Even if it's short, even if it's a 5-minute interview, on Tuesday, and then a 25-minute interview with them on Thursday or something. They don't have to be long interviews, but like even having more than one visit, giving a slight context change of time can be very helpful in that regard. So that is one way that I try to balance that. So because if I'm with folks at least twice, then it gives us a little bit more space to be able to see that difference and like think about how do we kind of put that story together in terms of how they're acting in two different scenarios, how they're talking about those. So part of it is also a little bit of extra time, and to me speaks to the question of care as well.
Yeah, and there's sort of a secondary question here around, will we ever get to a place where a journalist up front claims privilege? And there's sort of some examples given around, like, say, reporting on affordable housing or Indigenous communities. And I think we are sort of slowly getting there. I mean, even as Adam gave this example, it might be the fact that there's a newsletter where the report or your piece comes out, but you're allowed some preamble a little bit to sort of set it up. I think there's now space in the ways that we share news stories to add that kind of context, as well as, I mean, I hope that journalists can and their editors can find that space in the article itself, whether it's, a note or just adding a couple of lines here or there. because it is so important. It's so important that readers know, who is the person that was telling this story. At least, yeah, that's my hope. I do want to get to another question that was around how ethnographic interviewing rewards multiple visits to an open-ended time. This person asks, most of us are working on tight news cycles. What's the minimum viable version of this? What one technique gives the biggest payoff under deadline pressure? And I am going to jump in and say, I'm going to actually challenge that I think journalistic interviewing also involves multiple visits, and you maybe just aren't seeing it that way. Usually if you're a beat reporter or you're reporting local community news, you're probably visiting a community many times over and over again. So I would say in this case, the one technique would probably be in your note-taking, taking notes, like we mentioned, on how you feel, how are things landing for you? Because if you can go back over time, checking in on, oh, that was kind of weird, you'll probably find some little hints and clues to stories that you didn't think of in that community, and it'll better the reporting for the community. And again, I think that journalists can do it too. But yes, of course, we do understand that there are tight deadlines that you're working to, but it's that behind the scenes work and building rapport, of course, that are going to go a long way.
Yeah, I'll just say, yep, that sounds right to me.
We've got someone who is saying that they also struggle with journalism's supposed neutrality. It feels dishonest writing all of my pieces in a neutral voice or tone. Adam, any thoughts on, how do you pepper something with your own voice?
I mean, it's a good question, and it's funny because both writing for journalistic pieces and for ethnography, like those both can have this problem, right? Where that, like, is even the idea of the supposed kind of more neutral researcher, like Anthropology has done a lot of work to both, as we mentioned, to be more reflexive in the research process, but then also in the writing process. And a lot of that has to do with this kind of term positionality, right? Of kind of recognizing, understanding where you are and how you're shaping the story, which we mentioned. And the last question kind of got at this too, of like, how do we be honest and open about where we are? Like, what positions of privilege do we have as we're producing a story, or kind of who we have access to? And so this flip side is funny because then that gets anesthetized right into the way you tell a story, as if you're not there, or it's just, I'm presenting the quote unquote facts. And what I would actually do is, I can put this in the Google Doc. I would direct you to this really interesting podcast by the Jacobim. And it was on this idea of like where the idea of neutrality in news came from. And a lot of it actually had to do with that. And there's actually two things. There's this episode, and there's also the entire season 8 of Scene on Radio, the audio documentary from John Bewan, is on the news, and like how a lot of this changed. And so there's two episodes in particular that talk about this question of neutrality, and both why we're obsessed with it and why we think it's important, but also if we understand the history of where it came from, it tells us something very important. And a lot of that is prior to the early muckraking era in the 1920s, and I promise this will be fast. And like with the rise of kind of philanthropy from the Rockefellers and Vanderbilts and folks like that were funding national parks and other things. There was a big push that like journalism used to be much more intentionally partisan. We'd say that today, right? That it always had a point of view and a perspective for someone, and usually was more socially oriented because it was designed for the people. Around the time of Philanthropists, there became a big discomfort with that. You could think about yellow journalism and muckraking, and the idea of like trying to bring back the idea that we're trying to like uncover, Upton Sinclair's the jungle, and like we're showing the kind of seedy underbelly of how things actually work. A lot of capital got uncomfortable with that. And so there was then this push that we can't trust journalism, and there was this kind of broad movement to say, well, if we have to be more neutral about it, i.e. we can't be talking bad about big businesses or small businesses, but, really we can't be talking bad about big businesses. So we have to be more neutral. And so there's an entire history, that I think is really worth checking out, because it helps fill in the story of why neutrality as a term is important for journalism, but also, it has a specific meaning. So, we understand here the discomfort here. right? That we are not sure how to not have myself in the story. But if we recognize the history of why we're supposed to do that, quote unquote, it does raise, I think, interesting questions of how we can move more into it. The other very short thing I'll say is opinions writing is a nice other way to think about this, right? Like if you're doing straight news stories, it's kind of tricky, but even the example I mentioned with Jason Keehee and Ian Bogost, like it's very opinionated, right? Like the entire thing is this guy's perspective on the content that he's about to show you. So I also look for inspiration from that, from opinions writers, also and column writers, as a way to kind of see how do they put themselves in the stories more.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I'm gonna wrap it up. I know we are at time for us. Someone did ask, is there a way to train in this approach? There is. The Center for Anthropology and Journalism has got resources, and we do workshops too. So if you check us out, you'll see it there. And of course, as we mentioned before, there's the Google Doc community living document where we can continue this conversation, ask us questions there. Adam and I will continue to check it and add things and ask questions. So thank you guys so much for joining us and for asking all of these really great questions. I wish we could get to all of them.
Thank you.
Bonjour, Ani. Standing alone Indigenous, Quingwa, Age, and Dodom. Hello. Standing alone is my spirit name, and I am Wolverine Clan. I was born a white settler with Celtic roots. Thunder Bay. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the land where I am today. I'm in Dorchester, Ontario, Canada, and the Indigenous people who have cared for these lands since long before journalism, long before universities, long before conferences, or any of us were even here. I offer that acknowledgement not just as words, but as an invitation to consider our relationship to place, to one another, and to the responsibilities we all carry. And that feels especially important for what we're exploring over the next few days. I'm Shauna Ray. I'm a storyteller, a facilitator, and a truth teller with a background in audio broadcasting, journalism, and community building. Lately, I've become really interested in the space between what people say and what they actually experience. Exactly what Emily and Adam are studying, and many of you. I bring a journalist's curiosity to this work, but I'm increasingly interested in something journalism doesn't always make much room for: the body. Because before we put something into words, our bodies are already sensing, responding, and taking in information. Writing and journaling have become an important part of my own practice. The page gives me a place to slow down enough to notice what I already know, what's already inside me. And I saw, I think it was Tyler, the psychotherapist, mentioning that. Over the past few years, I've realized that I have lived with anxiety almost my whole life. And journalism fed that anxiety. During the pandemic, I started meditating, and it became an important part of my healing. It kept me sane. I now teach live meditation and journaling classes on Insight Timer. It's a meditation app, and it boasts over 25 million people worldwide. And that's what really brings me to this conversation today, because I think there's a problem we don't talk enough about in journalism. We're trained to observe, to question, to investigate, to tell other people's stories. We learn how to find the facts, how to stay objective. We talked about that. How to keep going when the story is difficult. But we don't necessarily learn how to notice what the work is doing to us while we're doing it. What happens in our bodies when we spend years absorbing trauma, conflict, outrage, grief, and other people's pain? What happens in our bodies when we spend years and years doing that? What happens when we learn to override our own responses in the name of being professional? And what might change if we became as curious about our own bodies as we are about the stories that we cover? When I talk about embodiment, I'm not talking about having the right answers. I'm talking about becoming more present to what is true. And sometimes that truth is something our bodies know before we even have words for. In the picture, that is myself and my partner Dan and our rescue dog Lucy on our trip in June on the Cabot Trail. And that's where I live on the map. At the end of this presentation, I'll share a way that you can opt in if you'd like to hear more about a new program I've developed to explore exactly this, the embodied journalist. So let's arrive together. Breathe together, ground in together. Wherever you are, I ask that you put your feet on the floor, if you can. I invite you to close your eyes, if it feels safe and comfortable to do so. And just become aware of your breath. Letting your body do its amazing thing, keeping you alive. And we're going to do 3 deep breaths. Breathing in through the nose and out through the mouth. That's what I do, but whatever feels comfortable for you. So taking a deep breath in, letting it all go. The next one, filling up our bellies. Breathing in. And letting it go. And one more. Trying to fill up your belly as much as you can and releasing as much as you can on that out breath. Breathing in. And letting it all release. That's as much for me as it is for you. I want to also say a gratitude. Thank you for this incredible opportunity to gather in support of each other in our pursuits to bring care to the art of journalism. Thank you, Emily and Adam, and all of the speakers and all the folks working behind the scenes. May we remember that as we show up as authentically as we can in this wild world, the ripple effect of that, we may never fully realize. There may be people who are inspired that never tell us. What a wonderful awareness to have. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please play the clip for me.
Hey, you want me to carry the sticks?
Shame on you, you disgusting, filthy human being. Shame on you. Disgusting, filthy human being. You're a filthy human being. You're disgusting.
Keep this guy, he got $2. I don't get paid about $2. No, that's not true.
Go home, you lying faggot. You guys are the problem in your hate. You guys are the problem in your hate too.
That was February 2022. A journalist and a camera person escorted back to their vehicles by police. It was during the convoy protests. That one was in British Columbia. And I waffled between whether to give a trigger warning for that or not. Journalists don't get a warning. That is their reality. And I'm tearing up because I can feel it viscerally myself. What happened in your body? How did your body react? And then you're going to let's keep going. That might happen in an afternoon. Not only do journalists carry the stories, often they become the story in the world we live in now. They hold what they witness, what they see and feel, and there's a pause. There's never a pause. They just keep going. Anger, conflict, death, grief, fear, human suffering. Because that's what we do. We keep going. Don't make it about you. You are not the story. Isn't that what journalists are told? Holding space, asking the hard questions, pushing away emotion, checking out of one's body in order to hold it all. Don't make it about you. I wanted to play this clip for you. It is from a Hollywood movie, Broadcast News, 1987. The whole scene is about a minute and a half. Holly Hunter's character is a producer, a television producer. It is about the time when infotainment was becoming a buzzword and showing how emotion could be manufactured in news. And I remember seeing it as a journalist myself, and thinking, well, what happens is she's talking away, she's in a hotel room, and she's speaking to her colleague. They're going to a scene, they're reporting, and they're meeting each other in the lobby, and she's laughing away. She hangs up the, yes, rotary phone, and she unplugs it. She sits on the bed in the apartment or in the hotel room. She looks at her watch and she cries. She sobs. She brings it on. She dries her tears with Kleenex. She flips her head down and up, maybe 30 seconds. And then she leaves. She goes back to work. I saw it and it seemed exciting, but unreal to me. I couldn't believe anyone could do that. Were we allowed to do that? I felt this as a radio journalist. You may recognize some of those people on those slides or in those pictures. I was a newscaster, a talk show host. Very early in my career, I worked the summer in the newsroom of a cluster of radio stations in Sarnia, Ontario, Canada. My boss gave me one last assignment before going back to school. It was a summer internship. The 50th anniversary of the fire in Toronto Harbor on the cruise ship, the Neuronic, was coming up, and many of the crew were from the Sarnia area. And there was a list, a crew list, and my news director asked me to find a survivor, a living survivor who could talk about it. And I did. Her name was Marie Reed, and I will never forget her. She invited me to her trailer park home, and she proceeded to share the story with me for the first time ever. She spoke about the fire licking the ceilings and people burning alive, leaping from the boat, and that someone lifted her up as a teenager working on the boat, a waitress, and threw her out of a porthole, saving her life. And she said she wanted to share her story because she wanted to share it with her grandchildren now. She'd never shared it. After we finished up, I thanked her. I went back to the company car that I had driven there in. I held my head in my hands and I cried my eyes out. I wiped my face and my nose And I went back to work. I went back to the station and I quietly sobbed while listening to it again, cutting clips and sobbing, trying to hide. I held it in. I always held it in. And I got really good at holding it in. Was I weak to cry? It felt like such a relief, but no one did it. No one talked about it. Was I the only one who felt like that? I've been thinking about that a lot over the past decade or so, along with what I believe to be the myth of objectivity, something that we've talked about already today. This year, I was honored to win the Dalton Camp Award for my essay called Beyond Objectivity: How Creator Journalists Help Democracy Remember Its Voice. In the past few months, I've been interviewing working journalists. I've spoken to some working for mainstream outlets, some independent creators, some in big cities, some in small towns, and I'm continuing them. They have graciously each given me an hour of their time. I ask them all the same questions, and I give them complete anonymity so that they can really talk about it. Questions like, what part of journalism do outsiders never get? When do you feel the most depleted? What conversations are journalists not having? Who takes care of journalists? And what is your soul longing for? Here are some key themes. The myth of the robot: stiff upper lip, empathy, existing outside of our bodies, dead inside. Emotion is weakness. The toll it takes. Triggering anxiety on a day-to-day basis. Input, output, anger. Inability to let go of a story. Let go of the next story. Lack of sleep and a bone-deep weariness. And then a release. Witnessing a memorial for a family that perished, which included children, and not being able to hold back the tears. Emotional output. Longing to be vulnerable with each other. Connection and helping each other rather than racing to the next story. Finding a place to put the emotions, not shouldering everything on their own. Notice how you felt with the first clip, how jarring it was. Notice what you felt in your body when I told my story and shared those experiences just now of those other journalists. Should they quit? What is the common thread? Canadian physician and trauma expert Dr. Gabor Mate wrote a book quite some time ago now called When the Body Says No. And he says, physiological stress then is the link between personality traits and disease. Certain traits, otherwise known as coping styles, magnify the risk for illness by increasing the likelihood of trauma or chronic stress. Common in them all is a diminished capacity for emotional communication. Emotional experiences are translated into potentially damaging biological events when human beings are prevented from learning how to express their feelings effectively. I believe the path forward is embodiment. And so, what is that? And I'm going to invite you to settle in again. And I'm going to ask you to close your eyes again. Becoming aware of your breath again. And drawing your attention to the top of your head, the crown of your head, the tip top of your head, and allowing it to relax. Moving down to your forehead, your temples, your ears, cheeks, and nose. Allowing all of that to let go. Allowing your chin to unhinge, your jaw to let go, your neck to soften, allowing your shoulders to drop. Allowing your biceps, your triceps, your elbows, your forearms, your wrists, the heels of your hands, the palms of your hands, and your fingers to let go. Moving back to your chest and your back, allowing those to just fall. Allowing your stomach to relax, your pelvis, your hips, your quads, allowing your hamstrings to let go and relax your bum. Letting go at your knees, your shins, your calves, your heels, the soles of your feet, the balls of your feet, the tops of your feet, and wiggling your toes. And identifying anywhere in your body where you're still feeling tension. And we're going to breathe deeply into that tension and let it all go. So breathing in and releasing all that tension. And you can open your eyes. And here you are in your body. There is scientific evidence that when you can inhabit your body, when you can be in the present moment, the physiology makeup of your brain changes. Emotional regulation returns. I do have some citations for that in the Google document that accompanies. And so, how do we get from the expectation of a robotic machine and return to being a human, the way you were always meant to be? Recognizing the body as an instrument for human connection not a barrier. Number 2, a place to put what you experience, a place to process and reset. And the last part, safe containers to do that work so folks aren't carrying the weight of the stories on their own. A place to leave it without judgment and without any advice sometimes. What would we call an embodied journalist? I haven't figured all that out yet. And I know Adam mentioned the messy middle. And that's where we begin. What I do know is that it's a remembering of who we were and who we were born to be, who we were always meant to be before and underneath what the world tells us to be. I am finalizing what I'm currently calling the Embodied Journalist program. It's a program. And if you'd like to opt in to be notified when it's launched, my contact information is on the Google document that accompanies this talk. Questions?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shauna. That was both fantastic. And I feel very, very relaxed right now, which is nice.
I'm glad. That's the whole idea, Adam. So good.
It's funny, the idea of almost, having to remind ourselves in both professional and public spaces to be human, right? And that we are human, and that there's been so much, cognitive work done, for centuries that tries to split the mind and the body, right? And that makes us think that they're somehow separate. But as you're kind of noting here and sharing that they're deeply intertwined, right? And both how we think we can hold a story is actually really where we're holding it here, right? And then that obviously finds its way out at some point, no matter what, right?
I do want to say though that I was someone who couldn't identify. I mean, I would go to, a friend would take me to a yoga class and I would say, there's no cardio in this, I can't relax my brain. And it took a long time. I mean, I've been out of journalism for, as you can do the math, many years. I took, a shortcut, or I dipped back in. I've done a podcast and things like that. I've worked with IndieGraph and Google News Initiative and a few other things, but I always kept coming back to meditation because I masked it with so many things. I mean, it is the perfect job for someone that already has anxiety. It is, and I mean, I have a lot of hypotheses about what kind of folks are drawn to this work and doing this. But I deeply care about these folks, listening to them for an hour and just holding their emotions that they're able to share. Such an honor. And so many are suffering individually in silence, in silos. And there's competition, right? There's competition for the dollars. There is a unique situation in a mainstream media outlet where you're a very public person. Everyone would perhaps recognize you, even if you're a print media journalist. And then there's the independent journalist who is struggling financially to, get things going and pay their bills. Yeah.
I think I hear that too. And there's the The idea between the personal and the collective, I think, is one of the biggest themes I'm kind of thinking through with this. And we have a question around this idea of like, what might it look like for newsrooms to treat embodied care as a professional practice, right? Because I think a lot of what we're exploring here too is that it's we carry it individually, right? Because we kind of think we have to, and society pushes us in that direction. So what might that look like actually if we are finding the professional spaces themselves also putting that forward, that embodiment and that care in that space is what we need to do.
So the first thing that comes to my mind, and maybe folks aren't old enough to remember this, but when Walmart first became really big in Canada, we heard about how they would have a cheer at the beginning of, before they opened the store. They would do this, company cheer, and, it was supposed to promote culture and that sort of thing. And, whatever you believed in that. What if a newsroom on a shift, huddled and did a meditation together? A team, when it goes out onto the field, a competitive team will huddle together and talk about strategy and cheer each other on, right? Why can't journalists do that? And the same at the end, I think sitting in a literal circle, and this in my only speaking from my own lived experience, sitting in a sacred circle, an indigenous sacred circle, passing a talking stick or passing a feather and letting anyone speak into that circle and leaving it there. Imagine what could happen. Like, imagine how much better people would feel leaving their job rather than taking it home. A lot of the folks that I interviewed said they had partners, but they didn't want to burden them with what they were carrying, and especially children. If they had kids, they wanted to protect them from it. And it is still deemed so weak to talk about it. I do want to recognize that the Canadian Association of Journalists is doing work in this space. A few people mentioned that to me, and I want to honor that they are doing that, and attempting to address that. And I just feel called to this. I mean, I was one, right? And I consider myself such a sensitive person, and a lot of times sensitive people are the ones called to hold space for those tough stories. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing. No, that's really powerful, and it's I'm now coming away thinking that okay, there's a lot that I also need to literally sit with, right, to digest also. And so I think the metaphors of sitting and digesting are apt here too, of how we can have to embody this kind of experience and thought for ourselves. But I just want to say thank you so much, Shauna. There's actually a bunch more questions in the document, so I encourage folks to keep adding them there as well if you want to keep the conversation going. And thank you for sharing with us. And we'll also see you again tomorrow, so it's been a pleasure and excited for the next.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye for now.
Thanks.
Well, good afternoon or evening, everyone, depending on where you're joining from. I'm Dr. Lynn Kutcher, and I'm very happy to be here online with you today and tomorrow and answer some reflections from my own profession, which I will tell you more about in a few minutes. So what we're going to do in this session is we're going to zoom in on disaster and post-disaster context more specifically. And when I say disasters, I mean context that can come up during environmental phenomenon, environmental crisis, or also some things that result as an outcome of conflict. And we're going to discuss practices that can be employed when working with people that have been impacted by these types of disasters, and focusing on goals that have to do with supporting the communities to overcome the challenges as part of our work, but also in terms of developing long-term, long-lasting relationships, where this is relevant and of interest. But before we do that, I have to tell you a few more things about me. So you will bear with me for another 2 minutes, and then we'll start talking about the actual different topics. So I'm an anthropologist by training, so this is the main trigger warning. Most of the things we're going to discuss in this session have to do with anthropological research and training. So I did my PhD in social anthropology at the University of St Andrews in the UK, and my research focused on environmental disasters on island communities in Europe. And this sort of happened by accident, which is the interesting thing, but I will get back to this in a couple of minutes. And since I finished my PhD, which was a while ago, it was in 2021, I've been working in an international organization that's called Alma Economics. And what we do is that we advise governments and charities and other third sector organizations on how they can update or create new policies or services that help people that are mostly in need, so people that are mostly vulnerable. My current role is that of a principal social researcher in most organizations designated safeguarding lead. So I'm very fortunate because I have maintained my research role throughout the years and my research capacity, but with a more directly applicable lens, where the research is conducted specifically to design specific policies or to inform policy and decision making. But of course, because I've been with the organization for a while now, mainly oversee research, and I'm responsible for what other people do. So still within the research context, but more on the oversight side of things. And in terms of what we're going to discuss today, so I will mostly focus on things I had to deal with during my PhD, where I had a lot less training and experience, but then, which I think is quite useful for today's discussion. But also on some other contexts, especially working with people that have been displaced due to conflict that I had to work before and after my PhD. But to start with the PhD, which is the most of what we're going to make today. So I did my PhD on Samothraki, and you can go back to the Google Doc to see the exact location of Samothraki on the map, but Samothraki is the northernmost island of Greece. It's in the northeastern side, and it's quite remote by location. So especially during the winter, it's quite difficult to access the island. And when I went there in summer 2017, I had a different project in mind, different priorities. And then what happened in September 2017 was that the islands flooded extensively. It actually experienced its first ever extensive flood as a result of a deluge, and the people on the island, the islanders, had no record in the regional history to understand why this happened, or to be able to come across solutions or ways forward after the disaster. So it was really felt as a disaster by the people themselves. It really altered their ways of understanding their existence on the island, but also the relationships they had to develop with the island going forward. And the impact was also seen in the things that happened as a result of this incident. So the government declared the island in a state of emergency for a year. There was public infrastructure, municipal buildings like the hospital or even the town hall, and private-owned buildings ranging from people's houses to businesses that were destroyed. And reconstruction is still even ongoing now. We're like 9 years later. Will be 9 years in a few weeks, and we still, for example, don't have a hospital on the island. And as I mentioned before, the social life of the island and people's mental health were also heavily impacted, and mainly the coping mechanisms were device. There was not so much support provided from the government on the island, so people had to come up with their own ways to deal with their mental health and the trauma that resulted from this incident. You can see, so the island you see is some rocky covered in clouds. Is usually how it emerges from within the clouds when you reach by the sea. It's a very tall island, so you usually see the mountain in the sea. So it's quite impressive. They can see the destruction from the flood. The archives underneath in that image are from the actual archives of the town hall. So there were even archives lost. And you can also see the stairs where the flood was rushing through for days after the actual rainfall, and this is the wall of the town hall there. So you can see the impact this had on even accessing the services. And on the right side of that slide, you can actually see something completely different. So this is from working with refugees and asylum seekers a few years ago. Completely different setting. It was on a camp. I had sort of a professional responsibility there. I was mainly supporting the government assistance provided there to these people. But for me, it's quite a telling image because the graffiti you can see on that wall, which is a wall on the port in Athens, is the most famous statue that's coming from Samothraki. It is supposed to represent freedom and the ability to stand out and to go your own way. So seeing people having their tents underneath this graffiti and being familiar with the meaning of the statue, it really had an impact on me back then and still has an impact today. But overall, this gives you quite a good context of where the things I'm going to mention are coming from today. So moving on, a thing to clarify. So I will be talking from the perspective of someone that was on the island before the disaster. So we need to do accept that the pre-disaster context and the extent that you are familiar with the pre-disaster context and the people and the relationships in the place can have quite an impact on the things that you're going to experience during the disaster, or how your work is going to unravel during the disaster in case you're there, and also on how you're going to develop relationships and talk with people about the things that matter to them, the access you're going to have to different groups, and how the different groups see you. So to give you a more illustrative example here, when I arrived on the island, the disaster hadn't happened yet. And it happened overnight, and that was there. So people initially started seeing me as someone who had experienced the same thing as them, the same issue, as someone who had to resolve the same problems, whose house had been flooded. And this created a much more immediate and intimate connection with the other people on the island, which meant they started opening up to me a lot more, and they would have someone just arriving post-disaster and having questions about what happened, when it happened, who was impacted. This is quite a vantage point. It has several ethical dimensions that we'll discuss later, but it's a vantage point that we have to accept is rare. It is not always the case, but when it is the case, it definitely gives you a lot more access to the concerns, the ideas, and also the experiences of people. And just to flag again, I will be speaking a lot from this vantage point going forward. So why have this approach of care in this setting? For me, the post-disaster setting is the most particular one that I have come across in my research so far. And I always try, when I have to work into a type of research that is related to disaster and post-disaster, I always try to ask myself what it is that I'm doing here. Because when you are getting involved right after the disaster, for example, their focus within the community, within the setting that has been impacted, is more on the operational side of things. So how do you respond? How do you manage the outcomes? How do you support the population? How do you rehouse people? How do you make a register of all the buildings that have been damaged? And how do you pay people back? And even if you get involved later, at a later stage, you have to talk with people that have been impacted and people who are much more concerned about rebuilding their own lives or getting used to the new situations that has emerged as a result of the disaster. So my frustration is always that I'm not really useful in this context. I have questions, my research can shape principles, it can shape how things will change in the future, but in the immediate present, I'm not really useful. I don't give people anything back. So I always try to convince myself first and foremost, that these people will have a reason to spend their time with me, to engage with me, to spend time that is otherwise running out for them because they may need to rebuild their home, so they have somewhere to sleep overnight. That it makes sense for them to spend this precious time they have with me to explain what happened and how it felt for them, or what issues it uncovered in the setting where they live. The most immediate answer, of course, is related to the type of research that you do. So if your research is about changing a policy or changing the way that support is going to be provided to the population, then this definitely gives you a good reason to explain to the people you're speaking with that I will actually support the reconstruction or the response that is given to this particular issue. And that way, it's good use of your time to speak with me. But of course, it's not always the case, especially not with academic research projects. You may not have this immediate applicability applied. So I always still try to convince myself, especially when applicability is not something that I can promise, that the ways I'm delivering the work are appropriate, so that my wraparound, at the very least, is appropriate and is taking into account some key considerations. And these considerations are the ones you can see on the slides: is vulnerability, trauma, advocacy, and silence. And you have sort of a linear layout here, but of course they're interconnected and one's impacting the other. And the way you approach one will also change the way you approach the other. So with the vulnerability, most of you do know, I'm sure, that the way that a disaster plays out, the way that someone is feeling the disaster is not the same and not shared by everyone. And different communities, and even more so different members of the same community, will have different exposure into that disaster and the severe conditions that they had to live in before the disaster. A very telling example, which I'm sure you're familiar with, is Katrina, that landed in New Orleans in 2005. And for example, that was quite obvious in the way that some neighborhoods flooded, like the 9th Ward, or like the St. Bernard Parish. They did flood because the levees were not so good in these locations, or the location itself was not so advantageous. Whereas other neighborhoods, like the French Quarter, they didn't have such much impact from the disaster itself, from the flood. Or you can see it in the ways that some residents could be evacuated. They have the means to evacuate more accurately because they had a car, whereas the people that were left behind were mainly the ones who didn't have a car, and they could evacuate the city on foot, of course. So the first question I try to answer is, how well do I know people's vulnerabilities? How well can I tell the people that were more vulnerable from others, especially if I'm not familiar with the context? And how can I make sure that my research, or that my coverage, or that my way of talking with these people is not going to just replicate the same vulnerabilities, but instead shed more light into this, which is, of course, a very sensitive matter, so it requires a lot of prep work. The second consideration is trauma, and I will give you an example from my own research at Anthropology. So when the deluge happened, the immediate concern of people was how to build back, how to open up the roads, how to unblock bridges that had collapsed, how to give immediate support to the communities. And I shifted my research and I started covering the response of the community to the disaster and how the government was supporting them or not. And as part of the data that I started to collect, I realized that people were actually deeply traumatized by that. And in a lot of cases, the individuals I was speaking with were not even aware of that. And of course, I was not a mental health professional, so there was not immediate support I could offer. So trauma started to emerge during the research. It started to emerge from my data. And what they did in this case was to make sure that I adapted my methods and I revised my approach. So I changed my methods. I stayed even longer on the island to be able to see the long-term impact and to have sort of smoother discussions with the people instead of direct interviews. And of course, also monitor the impact my own questions and my own research was having on these people. Because ideally, you don't want to overburden your participants because of the discussions or the questions you're having. You want to leave them better off, not worse off, and ideally even empowered. So when trauma is emerging within the context of your research, and you're aware that your research can actually have an impact on worsening this, you might need to take a step back and reconsider how you approach this. The third one is advocacy, and I think this is where things are getting trickier. So as I mentioned before, sometimes you do need to explain to people how your own coverage or how your own research is going to actually contribute to anything at all, and it has to be something tangible. And another good example is coming again from Katrina, and for example, from how tensions rose in the rebuilding phase of New Orleans between communities, especially the most vulnerable communities, that just wanted to come back and have their neighborhoods rebuilt again, and investors who instead saw a different investment opportunity coming from this, and they wanted to sort of push to the side the communities, make new brand luxury buildings from where once stood more traditional neighborhoods. So while I was preparing the slides, I also thought of some questions that may be relevant for us to discuss during the Q&A. So there is a question for you on that slide about when is reporting not enough? Where do you feel that you have to take a stance and actually talk more actively in favor of one group instead of the other, or unmask an issue that's happening and the tensions that are shared between different groups? But we'll get into this at the Q&A later. And the fourth and most sensitive consideration for me is silence. And we'll go back to Samothraki for an example on this one. So because people initially saw me as someone who had experienced a disaster alongside them, had experienced the flood and had to clean up their apartment, for example, as they made an aftermath of this. They didn't really see me as a researcher going forward, even though I stayed on the island for 15 months, and I was always very clear on how I was recording things. This immediate connection they had with me through sharing the same experience meant they were a lot more open. It meant that they were a lot more likely to talk about personal things and sensitive things. And along the way, I could understand that they would share this to me, they would be sharing this with me, but they definitely wouldn't want to see these things on a paper or published in any other way. So especially when you have a connection with communities, or whether the way that you enter a community and you get in touch with them is having sort of a definitive moment where you actually manage to get the connection you're interested in. This may mean that people will share more that they think is in confidence with you than they would like to see published in an article, for example. And of course, you may come across personal issues that have not been shared, but you get to understand them. You may come across things that has to do with the community social life that are broader, but again, the community would like to see this shared openly. So the other question I have for you is, where does reporting end? What are the things that you decide to silence instead, because you respect people's privacy and you respect the fact that some things people and communities might not want to have discussed. So a few principles I have developed over the years to be able to answer these questions that I just heard, and to also make sure that I'm confident in my approach, not making people feel worse, but it's actually giving them something back, is these three. And what I realized again, as I get into more to oversee teams and to support them in how they deliver the research, is that these are a lot more important when someone else is dependent on you. So if someone else is in the field and I'm not in the field with them, I do need to know that they are very aware of these issues and they have specific solutions at hand to handle whatever can go wrong, or whatever can be unexpected and different from the initial plan they had in mind when they went there. So you have awareness of positions of power and power imbalances, limitations or red lines, and ethics and safeguarding. With power imbalances, especially in anthropology, we're usually very talkative about how much we have a position of power with as participants, but it can always be the other way around, and especially in disaster settings. If you touch on sensitive issues, existing positions of power, existing power dynamics within the community can impact who you have access to talk to in the first place, how you cover things, how there may be a backlash, and how you have been discussing specific sensitive issues. Like, for example, different socioeconomic status between the different communities. So the more aware you are of this and the more clear you are on how you want to handle these issues, the more prepared you will be to do your reporting going forward. I also find limitations to red lines very important, and especially my own red lines. I'm always very clear where I exit, where I stop, where I say that this is not something I'm going to get involved with, this is not something that's part of my job, or this is not something I feel comfortable doing. And I think it's very important also with supervising teams. And something that we're not always very open with, especially the people who supervise, I think, is that it is okay to want to exit. It is okay to have your own limits and to be very open about this. So this could be things from evacuation protocols to explaining to someone that, if you don't feel comfortable talking with an individual, then stop, don't talk, don't engage with them. It's absolutely fine. So it's mainly about creating this awareness of having your own red lines and know what you're confident with. And finally, ethics and safeguarding, extremely important, especially when you send people there away on the field on their own and you're not there with them. Of course, these are organizational things. So it's especially if you're working for different organizations, it's something that you should look to have in place across the organization. But again, it can be very broader things like ethics and how this is impacting the ways of doing the research, designing the research, or the ways that you approach the covering, or in terms of safeguarding, knowing how to seek support, knowing how to handle emergencies, know who is the right person to get in touch with if something happens, and it is an immediate emergency. And I think I'm out of my time, so I will actually have to stop. You have some references here, but these are also in the Google Doc, alongside many more references and resources. So no need to keep a note of this. I think it's time for Q&A.
Interesting, and I'm unmuted, yeah, and provide some, I think, really interesting challenges to think with. There's a couple different questions that are, bopping around in my brain, and I pulled some from the documents too that we could think with. And one thing that I'm moving through the conversations with, and we just came from Shauna Rape's conversation also on embodiedness, and so I'm kind of thinking about the idea of being embedded in a space. And you noted that, like, when you're surviving the same disaster space with folks, like, there's I think, interesting challenge, and something that you raised that I also recognize, as a researcher too, that sometimes it's like, how does my own research also, what do I do beyond that, right? How do I kind of give back? And I struggle with that. Research itself feels like it doesn't always feel like it's enough sometimes, I get enough in air quotes. And so as we think about this, like, how do you think about that obligation, as researcher, as storyteller, as journalist? Like, what kind of obligation do you have that might be different, since you kind of co-survived, right? You went through the same disaster together. Like, how does that shape the idea of giving back, right? And whether it's through the research, through the method, or other kind of pieces, what does it look like for you?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. I think what happens first and foremost is that it really affects your connection with the community. So I have developed a very long-lasting relationship with the community on the island, and still come and go, still doing some research, still speaking with some individuals, or supporting the municipality in several ways until today. Then there are two different matters. One is about your own safeguarding in your mental health, and how you make sure that you're not exhausted throughout this process, which I think is, as Ansa mentioned before, is very important, that actually when you send someone out there and you are responsible for them, you give them access to the right resources, the right tools, and to someone they can talk to if their own mental health is impacted, even if they didn't live through the same disaster, but the accounts of the people and the way they talk about it may have an impact on their well-being. The second part of it is what actually got me into this more applicable side of research. And it's interesting because it's not something I had thought before when going into the PhD. But I think with specific areas of work, especially like migration or environmental issues or climate change, because you're very close to observing the breaking point, you realize that you can either do something about it or you cannot. So what I realized with my research on some authority was that I wasn't happy just to publish papers, or just to finish my PhD. So as I said, I developed this relationship with the community, and now I'm also supporting municipalities where there are kind of different actions they take. But the most defining thing for me was that I decided that I actually wanted directly to have it all that directly influences policies and how these policies are shaped and how decisions are taken. And I feel like we're getting a lot better even within, so this is more on the academic side of things, but I think we're getting a lot better even within academia, where this sort of divide was much more obvious a few years ago. So you see a lot more efforts to actually involve academics in policy making and in research that is out there from governments, and shape their own way of designing research, especially on matters that are more urgent, like migration and the climate crisis. But I think it also has to do with someone's personal ethics. And this is about extraction. I think the way that you educate people, whether these are researchers, anthropologists, or journalists, the way that you educate them in their first degrees and after that, and make them think that you cannot just take something from a community and make a story. The story can go extremely well for you. Maybe yes, maybe no, but the community will still have to get something back besides that. This is a matter for me of making sure that people have the right principles and the right education. And this is where universities have a lot more to do, I think.
Yeah, beyond, it's kind of like we see in particularly from the U.S. context in universities too. Like there's the institutional review board, the IRB, that you have to go through for live subjects research, for anthropology and sociology. And it's an interesting question too. Again, of where the authority structure of where the ethics sit in an organization versus the individual, and then how that gets played out. And that's me thinking about that. There's a question we have around the idea of informed consent. This is something that's important both in journalistic space and anthropology and social science. And how do we think about this, like in a disaster context, right? Especially if there's an acute crisis, right? We kind of assume that there's like, do I have permission to record this conversation? It doesn't necessarily always happen that way in the field, or certainly around a disaster. So how might we kind of approach this or think about that? Like keeping informed consent meaningful for people when the scenario gets more challenging.
And this is where I think disasters are very particular, because you do need to take a lot of time to actually build a report. And within this building a report, you may be keeping your own notes, you may be having your ethnographic observations, your own interpretations of things, but there is no given that the things that you have been recording or keeping notes of can actually be published. This is a matter of time for me. And what I did in that context is because exactly I had the time and I could reshape the way that the research was being conducted, was that I split it into two halves. Within the first half, which lasted for about the first 9 months, I was keeping to went back to this paper. That's right. I'm going to ask you questions that I already know the answers to, but this time I'm going to record things, and whatever you tell me, it has to be whatever you feel confident seeing on paper. And of course, the things that never made it out in the publication, which is exactly where silence comes in, where you have to balance the things that you know with the things that you publish. But it allowed me to be very transparent with my participants allow me to develop these long-lasting relationships, which essentially are about to trust. And people continuing to share their challenges and their concerns about the future of the island with me, which of course is shaping my continued research here and how I prioritize different goals. But it also gave them control over what is happening to the things that they share and to the opening up of their lives and to me. And this is one of the key approaches also to trauma-informed research, for your participants to really have control and a say over what is being shared and how it's being shared.
Oh, that's fascinating. I think it's a really important and powerful point of reflecting questions and then maybe approaching them more than one time, so that folks are primed and we've worked together on the ideas, and then then we can record them, then we can use them for the kind of story part of it, right? That comes later. I think it's a really important approach. But Eleni, I just want to say thank you so much. This has been wonderful to learn with you so far. And there's a couple more questions in the doc, so I'm going to invite folks to keep adding in comments, questions in there that we can keep the conversation going. And we will keep on moving down the train here. So thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. And Asad, our talk is on structural care in the newsroom. I'm Mira Aragota. I'm the editor of Briar Patch Magazine. And Asad, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Asad Chisti, pronouns he, him, and I'm the chair of the board at Briar Patch Magazine. And yeah, and Mira and I are presenting on structural care in the newsroom. I'm beaming in from Edmonton, Alberta, which is Treaty 6. It's also part of the Métis community, Métis Region 4. Yeah. So everyone can see our slide. Great. Hover over the slides and you'll see the controls to move slides. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Great. So first up, we've got a little Menti for you. So if you folks can hop onto that, you can use your phone. I can also plop the code in the chat if that's helpful. I'll do that just in case. So you can point your phone at this. And here is the chat. And not seeing any responses coming in just yet. Yeah, are folks able to do this? You can just point your phone camera to the QR code, or I'll give folks a few moments. Okay, we've got a few responses coming in. We've got Boston, we've got Philadelphia, we've got this place called Canada, a place of make-believe or maple leaf. Orlando, Florida. Okay. Seattle, Washington, one of my favorite places. Open books for the win. New York, New Jersey, wonderful. Central Daisies, one of my favorite news orgs. Los Angeles. London, UK.
Ooh, very cool.
And yeah, 9 of the 16 folks have responded. Baltimore, oh, one of my favorite cycling groups is in the DMV, the District of Maryland, Virginia. Denver, Colorado, and the ancestral Ute, Arapaho, and Cheyenne lands. Thank you. My cousin's in Colorado. If you see him, keep an eye out. We look pretty similar. Okay, I'll switch to the next question, but you should be able to still respond to the first one. I'll give another 30 seconds. 10 of the 16 folks have responded. I mean, double digits, right? So maybe we 11. Okay, Europe. Okay, it's a blanket statement if I've ever heard one. I'll take it. I'll take it. Next question is, your workplace, newsroom or not, is good at care. So the options are collective and individual. If your newsroom's good at collective and individual care solely, collective care, none of the above. Currently, the percentage says 100% none of the above.
Wow.
And then the final option is, what is this word care? What are you talking about? So I have given you an option to select multiple choices because why not? So I know there are 17 people who are on the Menti, and you can respond. Only one person has responded. Maybe you're all behind the fact that, okay, collective and individual, okay. Okay, 67% says none of the above, 33% says, okay, we've got one response for individual care, more than one. And maybe we'll stay here for a bit. We've had a third of the participants respond. And I'm being told that there's a 15-second delay to the live stream. So I'll just pause here for a moment and we can sit in the silence, which is not awkward
The
until someone
comfortable
says
silence. Yes. The very comfortable silence. I will say this will be a very complimentary talk to Shauna Ray's. And I think it's very cool that Shauna does classes on Insight Timer because I am a big utilizer of Insight Timer and have also gotten very into meditation, and it has helped generally. And with this job, which we will get into.
So about 50% of folks have responded, which is about, I think, the voter turnout in, Canada and the US. So, we're kind of on track for voter apathy. Okay,
I think this is
13.
higher.
This is a little higher, yeah. 13 of 20. Okay, good. 15% are saying, what is care? Nearly a quarter say none of the above. 15% say collective care. 23% or a quarter say individual care. And a strong 30%, just over 30% say collective and individual. So I'll give this question
That's really
maybe.
nice to hear.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially because the individual care, collective care exists as separate blocks as well as a collective block. So, but there is a level of self-selection always, right? It's like if you're here, you're hopefully part of workspaces that
Very true.
give you an opportunity like this. So I'll just give another 10, 15 more seconds and switch to the final question, which I'll give you a heads up. The final question is, what questions of care are you stepping into this workshop, this co-presentation with? So you can think about that in the final 10 seconds or so before we switch to that question. Mira, it's great to see you.
Great to see you too.
Okay, final, another 10. It's a loose 10. It's a loose 10. So 10 more. I wish we could,
Time is non-linear.
throw the mic to you all and do a drum roll or snap fingers or something. Alas, I'll make sure they get this as feedback for next time. Okay, final question. Thank you, everyone. So, as we begin, what questions about care are you asking? So, once again, as we begin, what questions about care are you asking? Knowing that you're beginning with us now, and as Mira has mentioned, as the conveners of this gathering, like we've been talking about care, and this is a practice that begins in so many ways, like well before you enter the room, So our one response is where theory can move into applied. Another is for those who work mostly independently, how can we provide ourselves with care or communities of care? How journalism can be a caretaking profession. How to have conversations about change with leadership and supervisors. And maybe I'll quickly share, I've mostly avoided the journalism industry because speaking to, folks who were in it more recently and veterans and Kendall, who's part of the news ecosystem in Minneapolis, whom I'm a big fan of, told me this a year ago, that the industry eats its young. And I have revised that to say, like, the industry just eats everyone. And it's sort of like at various stages of like gnawing or, gobbling and one of my favorite coworkers has been my dear friend Jackie Hong, who has worked for Al Jazeera, has worked for CBC, has worked for The Star, Vice. And when we worked together, both of us would, without really exchanging words, just leave snacks at each other's desks for each other. Like fruits and veggies and okay, some other responses coming in are, how can we care for each other collectively when leadership does not share the same priorities and or maybe passing on pressure from higher ups? How can I be a caring editor for readers and writers? I want to know how newsrooms can better focus on care while doing our stressful jobs. How can I care post-publication? How does the Western emphasis on individuality undermine the necessity of a balance between collective and individual care? How do we influence a more balanced approach? How can care be viewed as less soft skill? Okay, we have 7 people who've responded. I'll give it a few more moments. Mira, how are you feeling about time?
I think we're good. These are incredible questions already to start off with, and I hope our talk will at least touch on some of the tensions. I will say off top that we don't have the answers, but it's something that we're reckoning with in at Briar Patch Magazine. So yeah, and I think like these conversations have to happen collectively and in tandem with you folks out there and other newsrooms. And yeah, it's kind of nice to actually hear, even though, as I said, you have mentioned self-selecting group of people who are, you know, at this convergence, but that people are thinking about these questions and want to figure out a way to, yeah, move to create that atmosphere, community structure in the newsroom itself.
And one thing I'll say, we have a few more responses coming in and I'll share them in a moment, but one thing I'll just say about like how can care be viewed as less soft skill? Someone once reframed hard and soft skills for me as soft and softer. And I've always appreciated that reframe. So other responses that have come in are, how can we draw from existing community practices of care without appropriating or honoring a community of origins? I will point out, as is my duty, you know, just as a care-based thing, that you missed a U in honoring.
Because we are in using British English.
That's right. What can care actually look like in journalism products and not just as process? And do you think there's a correlation between the trust that's eroding and the objectivity that's expected? Journalism must, the must was in uppercase, evolve, ... kicking and screaming, ... We've got someone who chimed in, eats its young but doesn't want to hire new grads. Thoughts? Yo, I got thoughts.
Yeah, very
I got thoughts
true.
for days.
I think that's a good start to good reflections to start us off with and to have us have a sense of what folks are coming into this talk, what your hopes are to what some of the questions. I think I'm going to kick us off and just kind of outline what we were thinking, kind of trace the root of this talk, but we're going to try and leave a ton of questions at the ton of room for questions at the end so that we can kind of get deeper into this. And like Adam has been, and these folks have been pointing to, we do have a community document, so we can definitely keep the conversation going there afterwards. But yeah, we'll give you a brief outline of what Briar Patch Magazine is and how we are trying to do news differently. Our own, each of our own backgrounds and histories, just a brief little overview. And this talk is really kind of about the legacies of trauma. It's also about somatics, and it's about moving beyond a politics of disposability to one of care in the newsroom. So we'll also cover a little bit of terminology just to make sure we're all on the same page, and kind of then talk about the broader applicability and kind of using Briar Patch itself and something that I've been personally struggling with as a case study of how we can potentially start these conversations, have these conversations, and reckon with some tensions between centering the people that are in these newsrooms and doing this work, and also the work that needs to be done, and the broader mandates of the various organizations and outlets that we work for. That seem about accurate, said.
That sounds great.
Cool. Okay, so I'm Mira. I've already said, or sorry, we're starting with Briar Patch Magazine. Okay, I will. Briar Patch Magazine is a magazine. We publish quarterly, and we do original reporting from a grassroots perspective. This means that we don't believe in objective journalism. That's a myth, but we do believe in fact-based journalism. So we have fact checkers on staff, and we do make sure that all the information that we put out there is thoroughly sourced and thoroughly researched, because of the media landscape that we're living in and the amount of misinformation and disinformation that's circulating out there. Our journalism is meant to help illuminate the systems of power that are underlying our everyday lives, and also amplify the voices of communities that are fighting to make change and resist colonial and oppressive systems. We are reader supported, and we are beholden to our readers. And yeah, we strive to be a fiercely independent voice, and defy the false consensus of the corporate media, cut through a lot of its propaganda. And since we've been around since 1973, and we've been publishing from where I am currently at the moment, which is Treaty 4 territory, the lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, and Lakota people, and the homeland of the Métis Nation, also colonially known as Regina, Saskatchewan, which will factor in a lot to this talk. But we are also, I'll mention, a non-hierarchical organization. You can look up our CBA. It's very ambitious and mostly has not been possible with 2 permanent staff. Now 3, but for a long time 2 permanent staff. But theoretically, we have good vacation, 4-day work week, all of that. And our main basic mandate is that we don't just want to report on social movements, but we want to help build them. And under previous editor Simon Desai, we published the Land Back issue, the prison abolition issue, disability justice issue, and just now under my term, we have also released a housing justice issue. And a lot of the folks who are involved in Briar Patch are also actively involved in organizing work in their communities. So to situate myself for you all, I guess, I am an immigrant to this country. This is a picture of me with my grandparents in the northeast region of Sri Lanka, which, if just a brief overview of Sri Lanka has been, well, this was at a time when it was it's a Tamil majority area, and it was actively under occupation by the Sinhalese government and the Indian Army. My grandmother was an informal care worker, that she was a stay-at-home mom, and like just took care of her community, did all of that, kind of unpaid and unrecognized labor work. My grandfather was a teacher and a community leader. And so for a bunch of reasons, so my mother's Tamil and my father is Sinhalese, which is a tension in its own, because of the political atmosphere of Sri Lanka. But that also has, meant that I think we all kind of have an understanding of what intergenerational trauma is, but like that perpetuated within my family. We moved from Sri Lanka to Toronto and then Toronto to Vancouver, where I on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh lands. And that's where I would say I really built myself. I had to do a really good job of finding community, of folks that were not my biological family, to have as support systems and just people to be in community with. I also think I'm kind of like a drifter and a dabbler, not just in terms of paid work, but just generally in my interests. I do not have the attention span to focus on one topic for 7 years, so notably will never do a PhD. But I did do customer service work for a long time and then dabbled in the legal world and then the arts world, and then went back to school and found my way into student journalism, and then now Briar Patch, which is journalism. So I'm going to leave it there for now, and but this will be related, I think, to just thinking about the structure of newsrooms, and pass it over to you, Wised.
Thanks, Mira. Yeah, no, I mean, I think trying to figure out how do we ground our works in our identity, and I think this is part of the challenges that newsrooms are facing, and that question of objectivity in which you're expected to show up with your whole self, but in usually like a narrow way. And yeah. So the word suffer, the English pronunciation of that word, it means journey in Hindi or Urdu. And I think similar to Mira, I've had a very unorthodox, meandering route back to journalism. I come from a family of engineers and educators and journalists, and am an immigrant to this place that is called Canada. And a few years ago, someone mentioned this notion of like a 0.5 immigrant, in which like I arrived to this country when I was 12, and I didn't make that decision. That decision was made for me. And in a lot of ways, I didn't bear the full brunt of what it means to be an immigrant. My parents did, and my parents' generation did. My father is an engineer and gardener and poet, and my mother is a designer and a social worker who has a PhD in economics. And sometime toward the end of high school, I picked up a camera, and it just totally derailed my life. And it became this license to listen and inquire and just interrupt people going about their lives. And I'd read somewhere that, how dangerous it is to stand up and talk if you hadn't sit down and talk if you hadn't stood up and lived. And I feel pretty good about the life I chose, even as challenging as it was. I've biked across Canada twice. I've biked down the US West Coast, and I call a lot of places home. Kingston, Ontario, Nova Scotia, Toronto, Vancouver, Whitehorse, the Yukon, which is where I've mostly lived the last 7-8 years. And now I live in Edmonton, where I'm the news director at a media org, which is housed on the University of Alberta campus. And I think the reason why I left academia and the reason why I avoided journalism was largely around health, was largely around mental health. There were quite a few deaths on campus in my first year, including my friend Habib. I saw how people who maybe should have been in my corner, like an academic advisor, wrote me off and said, "Oh, maybe you're not smart enough to be in this program." And I was in the wrong program. I thought engineering would be a lot more creative than it was. And thankfully, I was able to sort of design a bit of a learn life work situation, which is what I did for, I feel like, 15 years, running a coffee shop, running a movie theater, being a youth worker, being an archivist, doing outreach, doing comms, paying attention to this field, which I care about so much, journalism. And then around the time that I turned 30, I felt like my ethics were good enough to be back in a more full-time way. I mean, I didn't think things could be as bad as they are. And we've definitely backslid as an industry. I'm very committed to the in-between, and I'm very committed to translations, which are both like linguistic as well as just in terms of across access points. How do you take a long form article and turn it into a zine? What does a video conversion of a zine look like? Just like what are different entry points to conversation, to belonging? Those are the things that I really care about. So that's it from me for now. But yeah, we'll jump into just this newsroom diversity survey, which the Canadian Race Relations Foundation funded a few years ago. And the Canadian Race Relations Foundation was founded through an endowment that Japanese Canadians were had their belongings taken away from them during World War II. And as part of the settlement by the federal government, the Canadian Race Relations Foundation was formed. And in 2025, for the Canadian Association of Journalists, they did a diversity survey across newsrooms. Important point, it was a voluntary survey. And maybe Mira, over here, I'll hand it over to you if you want to do the rest of it, or I'm happy to do the rest of the slide.
Sure, I can do it. So voluntary survey, the invitations went out to more than 300 newsrooms, but the folks who answered were around 300 newsrooms. So a total of 5,500 journalists from radio, television, digital, and print media in Canada. And it found that nearly 75% of journalists identify as white, and 83 when you look at the makeup of supervisory roles, 83.7% of journalists identified as white, and 78% identified as white in the top 3 leadership positions. 69% of newsrooms employed no Indigenous or visible minority journalists in the top 3 roles. And additionally, just over 50% of journalists identify as women, 49% as men, and not quite 1% as non-binary. So I just want to say that, first of all, hold on. Had a note and now I've lost it. But okay, identity alone, that's what I want to say. Identity alone is not everything. And also, as we can see through this survey, journalism is still vastly white. And a lot of news organizations and media outlets generally say that they prioritize the hiring of journalists with typically underrepresented identities. But I think there's a deeper question of retention and burnout, which all journalists are dealing with burnout. But I think we also need to look at how we support the journalists that we want to have and the editors that we want to have, who are folks with lived experience of the system in various ways, and keep them in positions and put them in decision-making and leadership positions, and basically empower them to stay in journalism and to have have their wisdom kind of centered within journalism. And I'll say for Briarpatch as well, I am the 3rd racialized permanent staff member, and Asad is, I think, off camera for a second, but oh, you're back. Did you want to talk about your conversation with previous editor Saima Desai?
Yeah, I mean, one thing to know is Briarpatch has a staff of 2 full-time people, and the Canadian Association of Journalists, which runs this survey, has a full-time staff of 1. So just in terms of the data collection piece, and one of the conversations I had with the previous editor of Briarpatch magazine, who was the first racialized person, the first racialized non-male in to be full-time staff, was just talking about how they didn't want to be the last person either. So how do we set up the conditions, not just to be the first, but to ensure that you're not the last? Yeah, that's it. And quick time check, Mira, we're about half an hour in.
Okay. Well, do you want, let's maybe, yeah, we can speed
Yeah.
it up.
So this is Briar Patch Magazine's equity policy, and I'll drop it in a link in our notes doc. And I just pulled through, I redacted some of it. Legacies of oppression and genocide, how they're perpetuated through hiring practices. White people, settlers, cis people, straight people, wealthy people, and especially males are given access and preferentially hired into permanent positions. Indigenous folks, Black folks, people of color, mixed, BIMPOC folks, non-males, trans people, queer people, people with disabilities, poor and working class people don't get that same type of treatment, and this ripples out. Our board isn't representative as much in the way that we would like. And our editorial coverage is great, actually. But that is despite the fact that we aren't able to do that across a long history of Briar Patch. So stories by and about marginalized groups are often diluted, if not ignored completely. So we try to participate in restoring justice through just hiring practices which counter these legacies. And we strive to value and center the leadership of groups that are historically and contemporarily identified as targets of genocide and oppression.
And I think, oh, that's an interesting thing to happen to the slide, but something that, like Briar Patch has really strived to draft policy and draft our ethics, or put into writing our ethics in a way that does center care for the people that we're working with and the communities that we're, again, not just reporting on, but are involved in. And as I pointed to earlier, we have a very ambitious CBA that, because of the structure of Briar Patch, hasn't really been actually accessible for staff members. Like we did switch from a bi-monthly to a quarterly model recently, but especially when it was bi-monthly, there was no possibility to turn it into a 4-day work week or to really take vacation or all of that. But yes, in practice, how do legacies of oppression and genocide show up in the bodies and minds of people who are highlighted in our equity policy and who are often living the stories that we're reporting on? And how do we balance an anti-capitalist approach with the importance of attracting and retaining left thought in Saskatchewan, with the well-being of staff hired from other parts of the nation state, and also grow our subscriber base? So these are the questions that we're currently reckoning with. I'm going to a little bit speed through the rest of the slides, but I think to also pull it back to we Briar Patch Magazine, but also a lot of other journalistic outlets want to attract people into our organizations, but have the policy have the language around it. But what do we do once folks are actually in these positions? And that sort of that leads me to the idea that Shauna Ray also hit on, which is the idea of embodied, like what is the embodied journalist and what do semantics mean? And to quote, and who is systematically offered safety, belonging, dignity, and resources? Who benefits from these systems? Who decides what these systems look like? Who defines reality, the dominant narrative, history, and possibility? And how there are, like all these different sites of shaping, which include institutions. Yes, I can speed along, I said.
Yeah, and we've been told we might have to skip the Q&A, so I'm just trying to I'm trying to take back the mic and be like, no, we'll try to have a Q&A.
We're gonna have a Q&A. Okay, hold on. So I think just understanding how intergenerational trauma shows up and what that means, just a continuation, I think, of a lack of support to interrupt trauma. And when people with trauma backgrounds experience violence, neglect, stress, persecution, displacement in their environments, they're living with heightened and hyperactivated nervous systems. And the mending of that requires support systems. And that means, yeah, one sec. The building of support systems. And we'll just jump into our little case study, Asad. Is that what you're? Okay, great. We're going to go right here. So I think somebody has asked a question in the beginning of the talk of like, how do we learn from other movements without co-opting them? And I wanted to highlight here the 10 Principles of Disability Justice by Patty Byrne and Sinzan Ballad, which the link to that is in our community resources document, and you can go check it out. But it's understanding that we do not live single issue lives as per Audre Lorde, and how to sustain movements and people and journalists and the work long term, understanding that isolation undermines collective liberation, trying to divest from the idea of seeing land and humans as components of profit, and to really understand that no body and mind can be left behind. So I think in terms of, to quote Leah Lakshmi Piepzna Samarsingha, what does it mean to shift our ideas of access and care, and what does it mean to wrestle with ideas of softness and strength? It's to, I think the way we're reckoning with those questions is, and the way we've reckoned with these questions for me specifically, and we'll get into that in a second, is to create structures or like start to open the door for structures that will then allow for more people to be able to enter roles like this one without to be, so like learning from these movements in order to create space for folks who are teaching from these movements who are teaching us. If that, Asad, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think like how we do things is so important, right? So it's not just like the quality of work that you put out, but the way you treat folks and the way you're treated is a huge part of this work. And, you know, I grew up as a Muslim, and there's so many things in terms of just being like, if there's a certain percentage of the population that's queer, that includes in Muslim communities, right? And the thing about trying to, rather than having a lowest common denominator, having a higher common denominator, is if we're able to, I truly believe this, like in journalism, embody better practices around care, it ripples out in really profound ways. You know, you hold on to exactly the types of folks who leave the industry, whom we're unable to retain because they burn out, because they feel like the industry is not accommodating their neurodiverse brain, that's not accommodating their circadian rhythms, you name it. So I think just trying to figure out how to do this, because it is an industry, we're fighting a really long legacy of malpractice, I would argue, you know, in this moment, and then trying to embody it one to one, I feel is a great place to begin.
Mm-hmm. And I think, yeah, just like building the opportunity for support, whether that's through things like access to really good benefits, having mentorship, having supportive leadership, having other folks who can, on an embodied level, understand the impacts of having lived experience under these systems that, like, we're all reporting on, and also just the broader journalism landscape, and yeah, just having mechanisms to have people feel seen and appreciated in the work that they're doing, giving them the responsibility, autonomy, and independence, and yeah, just doing things to affirm the people that you have in newsrooms. So I'll just very briefly kind of give context to what motivated this talk in the first place. Is that Briar Patch Magazine has a requirement that folks doing this job relocate permanently to Treaty 4, Regina, Saskatchewan. But I think it's been an issue where, because of that requirement, because they want to attract lefty people to the prairies, and have this kind of reporting be based in the prairies, because underrepresented communities here really, one, the media landscape is a black hole. It's been eroded, and what's taking its place is just not great. We're also been living Saskatchewan has been under a conservative government for about 20 years. And yeah, this magazine was born here to really challenge a lot of dominant narratives. And so just honoring that legacy by keeping it here has been really important for the board, past boards of Briar Patch and the current board of Briar Patch. However, I personally, because like I had built my community in Vancouver, had a lot of support, had a lot of relationships both with people in the land, and then moving here was very isolating. We used to have a local board, now we have a national board, and so that, combined with just kind of the impacts of COVID, have meant that the community structure in Briar Patch doesn't exist as much. And could we go back to the previous slide? Sorry. Okay, thank you. Anyway, so just dealing with a lot of mental health stuff, got myself on medication because to make up kind of for the lack of support from being separated from the community that I was in. And previous editors have had conversations with the board about making it a remote position so that they too could return to their home communities. And were kind of denied that because of this like larger question of keeping the media in Saskatchewan. So at least temporarily, this board, which Asad is the board chair, was receptive to the challenges that I was facing in that way, and that one of the ways that they could support was making this position remote, which seems antithetical to having community, but it actually allows me in this case to have access to more of my community. Asad, do you want to say something about what it's been like on the board side? And then
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
just go
we've
into
been told.
questions.
Yeah, I think we've been told we need to move on to the next segment. So,
Okay, never mind.
yeah, but our emails are in the notes. We'd love to keep this chat going, and we'll be back. And thank you.
Thank you all so much. This was wonderful. And I know there's a ton of questions buzzing around in my head, so I'm sorry we're crunched for time, but there are some questions we have in the Google Doc. Yeah, so let's keep it going there and see y'all in the chat as well. Thank you so much.
Hello, friends. I hope I'm on. I hope you can see me and hear me. I'm Alan Arthur. I am the engagement director at the Solutions Journalism Network, and I'm so happy to be here today. I've been listening to the presentations and the lessons all day, and we're going to start with trivia about me. Why not? You can answer in the chat if you like, or you can just think in your mind. It's fine. I was in an industry before I switched to journalism. What industry was that? Was I in auto sales, restaurants, or computer programming? You can think about this. And I know there's a 15-second delay. So I'm going to pause. I promise that knowing a lot about me will not be helpful to you in journalism, but it will help us start the conversation. Because being human and being yourself is part of what I'm going to talk about. So think about what industry I might have been in. We're thinking. Beautiful. So as you're considering this, I'll spoil it. I'll spoil the answer for you. I was in restaurants. The title of this session might have given that away, if you recall what that is. I realized earlier that I did not put up a title slide, but we'll talk about it. It's fine. There's a second trivia question. What was my job in the restaurant industry? I was in the restaurant industry. I was either a sommelier, a general manager, or a line cook. Who can say? Think about that one. What do I look like? Do I look like I was a beverage master, or I was people's bosses, or I was on the line cooking? I'll spoil it. I don't have any tattoos, so you can rule out line cook. The answer to this, it's fine if you don't put things in the chat, was I was a sommelier, but I spent a lot of years in restaurants. And this is where I learned some important things about journalism. I was actually a beer sommelier, if you don't like wine. My focus was on beer. So this is a more journalism-related question, although they're connected. There was research done about journalists who referred to themselves as storytellers. And a percentage of people surveyed, they read these stories and then read about the journalist who wrote that story. And some of those journalists called themselves storytellers publicly. Now, a lot of us think of ourselves like that, but when we refer to ourselves as that publicly, it creates feelings in people sometimes positive, sometimes negative. So some percentage of people surveyed had a negative or extremely negative reaction to journalists calling themselves storytellers. And this might be hallowed ground that I'm defiling here, because so many of us think of ourselves in this way. But the correct answer here actually is 67%, around 2/3 of people who read that a journalist referred to themselves as storytellers had a negative or an extremely negative reaction to a journalist calling themselves a storyteller. They said it sounds like they're making things up, that they're telling tall tales, that they're making the story more interesting than it should be. I'm obsessed with communication and how people perceive stuff in the journalism industry, and that really struck a chord with me. I think this research came out about 2 years ago. I find it still extremely fascinating to this day. So that brings us to this title of this session, which is less chefs and fewer chefs and more gardeners. And what I mean by that is that journalists typically think of themselves as artists in a lot of ways. We're going to try to make these beautiful stories. We're going to craft perfect sentences. We're going to be we're going to create these incredibly moving things. And it's not that we don't need that. We do need that. But we also need in our industry more gardeners, people who are getting their hands dirty, who are down in the dirt, who are on the ground with people, creating things, nurturing things together with them. And what happens is we tend to want different results in journalism. We want more, more impact, or we want different kinds of impact. We want people to respond to what we're doing differently, to trust us more, to invite us in. But to do that, we have to work differently. We can't just keep telling stories. And in fact, as that research showed, that's not even necessarily how the public thinks of us or wants to think of us as they are thinking about journalism. They're not necessarily looking for artists who craft the perfect sentence, who tell the most evocative story, who find the deepest, most complex parts of things. They want people who are there alongside them in unique ways and who are present as part of the community, not separate from or simply observing the community. So, the bad news, quote unquote, I think it's good news, but the bad news is people do not necessarily want us to spin this big, beautiful yarn for them. What they want is connection, transparency, news they can use, and to be valued as before they value us, they want to see us value them. The good news is you don't only have to tell a story. You have many more skills than that, and people want those skills. So you have an opening to do all sorts of other new, different stuff. And thinking of other roles you can play, especially if you're covering solutions in a community. How is a community responding to the problems they face? Are they having success? Are there things other communities can learn from this? As you are reporting on that, taking on another role, in addition to being a storyteller, not advocating we get rid of that, but in addition to that, can help us find ways to connect with people differently, build trust, build our impact, and build our relationships. So I'll start with an example from me. I used to live in New York City. I'm in Los Angeles right now, and I mainly work as a freelance journalist. I work with people who either are or have been incarcerated. So prison, jail, immigration, detention. I've worked with people across all of those. And what I found over time is that a lot of those people are extremely talented artists. They write, they do poetry, they paint, they sing, they dance, they rap, they do all of this wonderful stuff. But they all felt like they could not do that because they didn't want to get up in front of strangers and talk about prison things. They didn't want to be judged for their time that they had served or what they had done. And sometimes they just felt like, I'll be a real bummer. Like, I'm really going to depress everybody. Nobody wants to hear about this. Well, the typical journalist thing would be to write a story. People who have been in prison are amazingly talented artists, but there's really no avenues for them. There's very few paths for them to realize this. I said, why don't we fix it? Let's try to do something journalistic to help maybe solve this issue. And so I launched an event in New York City that we did a few times called The Art of Return, which was a live event for formerly incarcerated artists to sing, dance, rap, all the stuff that they could do, whatever they wanted. It didn't have to be about prison. It didn't have to be about incarceration. They could get up and do stand-up comedy about whatever they wanted. It was just a place for them to do that. And then I would sit down with one person at the end and we would have a discussion about what do we do about harm? What do we do about, prisons aren't doing what they claim to do. They're doing something else. But what do we do with harm? How can we look that in the face and really think about that? And I love this model, and at Solutions Journalism Network, I have tried to bring that kind of spirit to a lot of newsrooms that we worked with. And I say bring that spirit, but usually I don't have to bring it. Usually people have this spirit already. They want to do something new. They want to do something different, but they're afraid, they're nervous, they don't think they can, or they don't think it's journalism. And what I really do mainly is tell them this is absolutely journalism and you can do it. And that's what I hope to leave you with today, is that this is very much journalism and you can do this. So you might be thinking, well, how am I not going to be myself? I'm a storyteller. This is what I'm supposed to do. I tell stories. Well, you can still tell stories, but you may come to them or tell them or listen to them in different ways. The first thing you can be as a journalist is an accompanist. You could think of that in the musical sense if you like. But that is, I am meaning it in the sense of accompanying someone. You are not present solely to get information. You can think of your research and especially your interview process as a process of accompanying people through a difficult story, through complicated feelings that they may have. If you're a really good listener and you build really good trust, you may help them understand themselves or their situation in new ways. And you're accompanying them through the experience of being interviewed for a journalism project, which is extremely difficult and which journalists underestimate all the time. So when you pivot that from I'm here to get info to I'm here to accompany you through something that may have been difficult for you or that may be very meaningful and bring up a lot of emotions for you, it completely changes the way you're present for them. Now, as an example, I worked with Pepperdine University, which was part of SJN's Student Media Challenge, and they were covering climate anxiety. Their school Pepperdine is fairly religious, and there was some tension around covering climate change. But what they found was there was also a lot of climate anxiety on campus, sometimes exacerbated by this sort of tension around talking about climate change. And they started talking about, they were covering as a solution story, this organization that hosted these things called climate cafes, where people could just sit around and there would be some food and some coffee, and they would just share. They would just talk and be there for each other around climate anxiety. And they said, well, we don't know how we want to talk about this. We want to write the story, but we want to go a little deeper. And I said, well, why don't you host one? Why don't you invite the group in or talk to them and have them train you and host one yourself? Why not? You don't have to tell people what to do about climate change. You're not telling them. You're just giving people a space to be present together. And that's what they did. And links to all of these examples are in in the doc for this session. So if you're interested, you can check these out. And they weren't there to get info from people. They showed up to say, can we be there with you during a difficult conversation? And it was quite a beautiful thing in the end. They had 20 or 30 people there, all students. And you may think that number is small, but I always tell newsrooms, when you're doing work like this, when you're really doing deep engagement, especially at the beginning, the numbers may be small. Try to avoid, if you can, thinking about the numbers. If you're being there for your friends, you don't think, oh, I was only there for one friend today. What you think is, I think I did something hopefully very helpful for one person that means a lot to them. So 20 people may not sound like a lot, but those 20 people, to them, this meant a great deal to them. And I encourage you to think about that way, less about, how do we get 1,000 people to this thing, and more about how can we make something meaningful for people, because they're not thinking about whether 1,000 people were there. They're thinking about, that's what we think about as journalists. They're thinking about, was this valuable to me? And so accompanying them is one way of showing them that they are valued and building value in your work for them. The second thing you could be is a facilitator or a convener. This is my personal favorite. I think you'll see through some of these that there are overlaps in some of these things, but I'm trying to divide them up a little bit so that you can think through some of these and maybe find a place where you start to feel comfortable. If you're feeling limited by telling journalistic stories in the traditional way, I know I do. I find it very confining. So you can be a convener. You can bring people together to understand their community, to understand each other, to understand themselves. You can help facilitate difficult conversations that your community needs to have. I think some of what my event was about facilitating a difficult conversation around harm. Like, we're not going to run from harm, but if we're going to talk about harm, we need to be thoughtful about it. So how can I convene this discussion in a way that's healthy for the audience and for the people who have been through it themselves, who are joining me on stage? A great example of this is a newsroom called the Richland Source, based in Ohio. They did this series called Shop Talk that I am just completely obsessed with, and I highly recommend you check it out. They went to a local barbershop and they said, can we host in your barbershop conversations about race and racial justice? And the barbershop said, heck yeah, come on, let's do it. And there was a lot of logistics, but they convened these conversations and they brought in Black residents, they brought in police officers, they brought in policy people to have these difficult conversations. And to me, it is an absolute marvel of how to be a convener and a facilitator, and to not only show up for information yourself, but to help create an environment where other people can express things that are surprising or deep or maybe scary or that are vulnerable, or space for disagreement that doesn't go off the rails, right? We need that. We need places where people can maybe disagree and it doesn't go crazy. So I think being a facilitator and a convener, I'm also a facilitator outside of SJN. I love facilitating and designing live events. This is near and dear to my heart, this kind of approach of how do we gather people in a room and make something meaningful? Information may come from that for your stories, or information may come from that that helps you understand that community more deeply in a way that's maybe not an obvious quote or an obvious bit of narrative in your story, but that shows that you understand people in this community more deeply, which they can see and feel, believe me. There's also something called a reverse town hall. The first place I'm aware of doing it as a newsroom was the Current in Lafayette, Louisiana. The link to that was broken, so I have included the one from Triad City Beat, which I believe is in North Carolina. A reverse town hall is where people get to speak and the candidates have to sit there quietly. And they can only ask questions of the audience, basically. Like, what do you need? How should we handle this? That kind of stuff. But otherwise, they have to just sit there. And they have to just listen. That is a way of convening people around a difficult conversation or in a new, fresh way to shake people out of routine that I really love. You can be a delivery person. You're the mailman. You're the mailwoman. You're the mail person. You're the FedEx driver. You can get actionable information directly to people who need it. The example I always give is journalists will report on homeless people in our community are having trouble accessing resources. Well, what if you told them how to access that resource? What if you took all of your research ability and your communications ability, and you help design something to help them access the resources. Why can't you hand out a zine or flyers? That is news. That is journalism. That is information. You don't just have to do it in story form. There are other ways to do this, and this is extremely valuable in solutions journalism because people often know their problems very deeply, and they don't need to hear about their problems anymore. They've heard it over and over again. I hear this working with people who have been in prison. They know how bad prison is. They don't need another story about that. They need other types of information. I have two examples here. One is from Louisville Public Media in Kentucky. I worked with the journalist behind this, Morgan Watkins, who she was covering mental health solutions for people of color, especially Black residents in Louisville. And she works in public radio. And she was like, nobody's going to hear my story because our audience is not Black. Like, that's just how it is in a lot of public radio. And hats off to her for admitting it, because a lot of journalists can't admit it. So she said, what else can we do? And we had this big conversation, and we had kind of the framework of an idea of kind of a fair or a kind of, resource fair sort of thing. She went off and blew this thing up in a way that I had never dreamed of. It was so great. They had a mental health block party in Louisville. About 300 people came out. They had activities for kids. They had resources. They passed out people could get the reporting, the stories. She was there. She was talking to people. It was a really marvelous event. Sorry, one. Yes, so it was a really marvelous event, and it was interactive, and it was so much bigger than I ever anticipated it would be. The second thing here is actually a prototype, so I don't link to it because it doesn't really exist yet. But it's a journalist we're working with right now who has found that the state of Utah is extremely good at helping connect people to financial, mental health support after they've lost a loved one. So what he's doing is reporting on that, but he's also going to organizations in his home state of Maryland and showing them the prototype that they use to get this information out. And funny enough, they do it through funeral directors. Now, almost no other state does this. So he's teaching them how to do that. And he's taking it right to them. This is not fully live yet, but I'm very excited about it and the possibility for it to move to other states too. And lastly, you can just be a neighbor. Students can be students. Immigrants can be immigrants. You can be who you are. I wrote a kind of guide for journalists for Free Press, not the Bari Weiss one, the good one. And it's a guide about what we can learn from restorative justice, about how to have healthier relationships with people as we're reporting. And I spoke to 7 restorative justice practitioners across the US and Canada. And every single one of them agreed that people want to know who you are. They don't care about your awards. They don't care about your credentials. They want to know why you're in the room with them. Why do you care? Why is this meaningful to you? Why is this beautiful to you? Why is this special to you? They want to know who you are. They want to know how your brain works. They want to know how your heart works. They want to know what you're going to do with the story once you leave. So I really, really encourage journalists to be who you are. And this example is from the Collegian at Fresno State University, who we worked with. And what they did was they set up a little mental health fair right before finals to help students de-stress. This was as they were doing reporting, solutions-focused reporting about dealing with mental health issues around academics on campus. And so they gave out the newspaper, they met people, and they were present there as as students who were themselves stressed out about finals, right? They didn't cover that up. In fact, it was a selling point. We're here with you as ourselves. And I find that to be incredibly beautiful, and it's also a thing people want. They crave this kind of thing. So I will stop there, and hopefully we have enough time for a question or two, which I see popping up. The storyteller perception survey I referenced is in the notes doc of this event, this session. I found it as published in by Neiman, and they link to the full survey. So I would definitely check that out. And do I think journalists are inclined towards I think I don't think we're purists at heart. I think we want to do other stuff, but we think that we can't. And so that's why I was saying, like, a lot of times I'm just giving people permission and kind of a framework to start thinking about this stuff. It's very rare that, they're like, the newsrooms that think it's stupid or whatever usually aren't trying to do solutions journalism. They tend to be forward thinking or trying to work in different ways, but you have to take off the blinders. I find cross-discipline stuff to be fascinating. I'm always trying to learn about journalism from other industries because I think we're really, really bad at self-reflecting. And so I think there are a lot of people who are purists, but there are a lot of people desperate to break out of the confines of, I have to write my 1,500 word story and it has to move like this, and this is how the story gets told, and the inverted pyramid or whatever. I mean, it's so confining for a lot of people. And so when we say, hey, you can actually go out into the world and be around people and be yourself and bring your heart into it, a lot of people are extremely excited to have that.
It seems nice because it helps us move past that like limitation perspective that we have when you might come into from the outside thinking what journalism is, right? But recognizing that we can actually do much more than. I love the way you frame of we can do more than just tell a story, right? There's much more we can plug into.
You don't need to make everyone a beautiful story meal. Sometimes it's just about chopping vegetables with them or planting vegetables with them and growing something. You don't need to be an artiste all the time. But sometimes when you tell a journalist that, they say, well, what else am I supposed to do? Understandably, that's the currency of journalism is stories. And so I hope these are maybe some valuable other ways to bring your other talents and your other abilities and your other beautiful parts of yourself to this.
Totally. I mean, I definitely resonated with me. And as also someone else who found journalism later, but there was something about a story that pulled me in, but then it wasn't the framework, but it was right. It's the humanity that ties us together. Right. And something that strikes me too, that we see some folks asking about is like, I think the accompanist idea resonated with folks. And so folks were asking this of like, where does the idea of accompanying kind of end in one sense? Like, if I, especially I think publication is one of the areas that we think, okay, I've done the story, I'm out, right? Or I'm done. So like, does accompanying, can we think about accompanists as beyond that too? And kind of, both breaking out of the story, but then also the story being published.
Yeah, I think this is one of those questions that doesn't have one great answer. I think the model of being like, well, story's done and I got to go is probably not the healthiest one in general. But also, I will say that nobody has ever expected me, no matter how deep our conversations were, most people have not expected me to be friends for life with them, And so I think, checking in with them after the story, did I do you justice? Did you feel I understood you? What should I know for next time I'm going out into the world? I'm going to do more of these. Well, any thoughts on the process, how it was for you that I can learn from? And yeah, I drop people emails just to say, hey, how are you doing? I'm still plugging away. I hope things are going well. A lot of times I'm interested in their work, so it's an easy kind of segue. But and I want to know how their things are going for them. But yeah, no, people don't really expect like this journalist is going to be around forever. And in fact, if you're listening deeply and you're sort of there with them in a very human way, they're so surprised by that they, often they're not really expecting much more. You've already beaten their expectations by a lot. So yeah, I like to follow up and check in. I think it's courteous. I think it's good for their health. And I think if you say, I care about how this went for you, is there anything else you'd like me to know before I go off and report something else? It's a way to kind of say like, and we're mostly done with this here, but I may be in touch again. And I really value, if I can learn more from your perspective as a person who was being interviewed during this.
Yeah, I really like that idea of letting folks know and acknowledging to oneself, right, that I care about how this went for you, right, and so
Yeah.
how your story was received, shared, and beyond. So that is a great way to like have a continuous learning mindset, but I think to keep that humanity as part of it as well.
Yeah.
As part of that too, something else that was interesting is that I guess this is the often introvert extrovert challenge that we kind of face, and it's like, if some folks are not the type they don't love designing live events, which as putting at a conference, I'm learning that is its own own unique challenges, right? Is there space for the facilitator convener, right, as the one that brings people together? How might we think about that if you're not necessarily an event builder?
Yeah.
What could that look like for folks?
Yeah, I think I think first there's two types of kind of discomfort. There's like, oh my God, I'm gonna have a panic attack and I feel like I'm gonna die. I don't want you to do that.
Mhm.
But if you feel like, ugh, this is kind of like not necessarily my comfort zone, that may be worth leaning into and trying to figure out if there's something there. So assuming you're maybe the person who, if you're the person who's like, I can't do this, it drives me crazy and I'll feel awful during it. Don't do that. I don't think that's what we need to do. There are all those other roles that you can possibly play. But if you're trying to facilitate, there's so many digital ways to facilitate conversations now. So you can also be, if you're in a newsroom, there may be opportunities for you to do other things. Maybe you're the person who wants to feed everybody and you want to buy all the groceries and buy the tea and the coffee and order the pizzas, and you want to do logistics stuff. There are other ways to do it. I have horrible stage fright, and I was basically bootstrapping this event. Like no newsroom was supporting the event that I created. And so it was always a nerve-wracking, terrifying thing for me where I was like in the bathroom beforehand, like stomach churning, like, oh my God, I can't do this. And then I got on stage and was like, okay, I can do this. But you may be able to find other roles or think about it from a digital perspective, or think about it from a way of approaching it where you're not the person holding the mic, but in any other number of support roles, or being able to do that from behind a computer or across text messages or whatever it might be. I think there are ways to do that. But also, if you don't want to do that, go do one of the other things. You can do all the other stuff. That's hopefully one of those four things is like a role that will feel inhabitable for you.
Totally. No, but I love the garden metaphor too, right? That there's many things to do in the garden.
Yeah,
many
not
ways to grow.
everybody is good planting. Sometimes you're the muscle and you just need to yank roots out. And sometimes, not everybody knows how to use the machinery and stuff. But if you're in there with people, that's what people appreciate most.
Cool. Thanks. And so one final question, just as folks are interested in solutions journalism, the practice itself, like do they need to complete the SJN training? Like how does that process work? Should they think about becoming a practitioner in the space?
Yeah, you don't have to. And in fact, what's beautiful right now is there are a lot of places where you can find solutions journalism training. You can go to SJN. We are proud of the work that we do. But the Knight Center for Journalism in the America has courses. Academy Africa has courses. There are various solutions journalism courses around. Our website, which is solutionsjournalism.org, will have a lot of resources for you. And we don't make anybody do anything in terms of completing it. I think I always suggest it because it's often not what people think it is. They feel like it's going to be cheerleading, or they feel like it's going to be sort of overt advocacy. It's going to be telling people what to do to solve a problem. And it's not that. And it has layers and nuance that I think it's helpful to have training in and familiarity with. But no, we don't make anything mandatory. You can use solutions journalism as a term for your work. We can't stop you.
Right on. Cool. Well, thank you so much. This is really great. There's, again, as always, more questions and conversations in the document. So
I will check it out. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everybody, for the questions.
Yep. See you soon. Engage 2026 is asking what caretaking looks like in engagement journalism and beyond, and not as this kind of abstract idea, but as something that you can actually do in the work itself. And I think few people have made that more concrete than Jessica Maria Ross. Today, you steward care-centered practice through the News Futures Care Collaboratory and News Stories, and you're also the founder of Praxis Project. Jessica, thank you so much for talking with us today.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you, Adam.
Awesome. So one of the things that we want to dive through and think about is this guide you wrote around taking care. And this is a guide for participatory and trauma-informed journalism. And one of the things that you argue for is that care belongs in this reporting process itself, right? And that's not just in a newsroom wellness space after the fact or aftercare for staff. Those are, I think, key areas too. But for someone that hasn't really thought about either defined it in themselves or seen it in their workspace, walk me through a little bit about this of like, when you say journalism should be taking care, what does that look like in the reporting workflow itself?
Well, I think that when I talk about taking care, what I'm really talking about at root is asking ourselves at every stage of the reporting process, how are the people that we are collaborating with or on the other side of the mic or the video camera, how are we showing understanding of their experiences and treating them with dignity and fairness? And how are the decisions we make at every choice point showing that understanding and supporting their well-being? So it's a little bit fuzzy and abstract, but maybe another way I could bring it down to the ground level is that for the context of this conference of engagement is that a lot of times things like engagement and trust building and trauma informed, the things that are in the guide, those really describe techniques or methods that get folks to participate with us. And I think when I name taking care, what I'm really talking about is going from the question of how do we get people to be involved in our storytelling to how is it that we create a process through which they feel at every step respected, looked after, attended to, so that they walk away feeling that, again, they've been treated fairly, they understand their role, and they ideally are a little more civically engaged when they come in.
I love this idea too of collaborativeness, or the collaborative process is part of this. And even the idea you had me thinking about storytelling is sometimes we tend to approach it as a storyteller is putting something out in the world, but really in this case too, it's like story building or collaborative story building almost, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I guess what I would also add to that last question, Adam, is that one thing that became really clear to me after the Assault Project is that people don't just remember the story we publish. And sometimes, in our case, the survivors didn't even listen to it, right? What they remember is how we treated them. So taking care really names that. And it also recognizes that our reporting process has consequences in people's lives and for how they see journalism and the media. So it's our responsibility to go beyond making an amazing, powerful, impactful story. We also have to pay attention to the relationships that we build with people, again, throughout the life cycle of the project. That's taking care.
Something else that you talked about in your care collaboratory work of like institutional care, self-care, and care in the storytelling process are these kind of three-legged stools. And, which is one of those tend to be thinner when you're working with newsrooms or news spaces that folks either kind of overlook or we have to kind of pay more attention to? Or do you find that like they're kind of all equally both familiar or unfamiliar to folks as you ask about what care means?
What I have found in maybe the last 3 years that I've been really kind of writing this guide and thinking about it and talking about it, so a little bit of a different moment post-pandemic, is that I find that really people are focusing on institutional care. How do you create a culture where people feel cared for as workers? That's become really important to avoid burnout and, for sustainability. Or they're focused on self-care, which is kind of, the mirror of institutional care, but what you can do on an individual level. So what's most thin is how are we enacting care in our processes when we involve other people in our journalism or in the context of anthropology in our research.
Yeah, I think that's such a powerful and important point. And it actually has me thinking about the question of power, right? Both in terms of the power of the storyteller, what stories can do for us, but also as researchers too, right? And across this process. And so it's to me one of the most striking things that when you open up the guide too is about this idea of a survivor telling Caparito that if they want to get the story right, they've got to share power over how the story gets told, right? And that unlocked this whole kind of institutional permission that engagement language wasn't getting before. And so I'm really curious about this split here and what that moment unlocked for you and for the team, and how you thought about this question of collaborative storytelling, and like how does power fit in the equation of care?
Whew. Well,
Small question, right?
yeah. So I think what I'll say at the top is power is something that we often don't talk about or acknowledge. So it's great that we're doing that in this conversation. And what you're alluding to is this really pivotal moment. The whole project of After the Assault got started because a survivor emailed our managing news editor, Nick Miller, about this, like, I think she used the word egregious, this egregious experience she had reporting her rape to Sacramento law enforcement, Sacramento, California, where I am. And so Nick went out to meet her and kind of do a pre-interview because it was such a powerful email. He wanted to be sensitive about it. However, as he started asking questions, he was doing it in a way that many journalists do. You have power, you're going out there to get the story. And so he's asking kind of for the facts, the evidence, a little professionally detached, not unlike a lot of law enforcement. And this survivor had enough sense of self to say, stop him and say, look, if you want to get this story right, you're going to have to share power. She actually said share power.
Wow.
In how this story gets told. And that was the game changer, Adam, because I'd been talking about participatory journalism and power sharing in the newsroom. Folks were skeptical. They wondered, is it advocacy? Will it compromise our independence? Is it even journalism? So when the same idea and words came from the person at the center of the story, who was looking to have accountability and change, which is, hallmarks of journalism, it wasn't an engagement strategy that I was, promoting. It was like reporting advice, So she was telling us essentially, Adam, what she needed and wanted, or actually she was telling us what was needed to understand what had actually happened and to tell the story faithfully, because traditional reporting had failed her and other survivors. So if we wanted a different outcome from our reporting on assault, we needed a different process. And that's what we created.
In the earlier survivor listening sessions that y'all did as part of the kind of narrative process in the guide itself, you noted that like people were naming goals for this process, like police reform or healing, that journalism that couldn't quite deliver, right? Because it's not necessarily built for that. So I really appreciate the way that you're articulating this of like, we have to think about the process in a new way, right? And this does feel like this kind of tightrope, right? Like, how do you bring transparency and clarity and kindness together in a way that, like, stays effective?
Yeah. I like that you use the word tightrope, because I mean, that feels a little high stakes, but it is uncomfortable. So I'm glad you named that. And there's a phrase you just used that I think I'm going to steal, which is like transparency, clarity, and kindness. So let me say kind of like a super practical response to this, because I really learned this the hard way. And this is something I wish somebody could have given to me early on as I was coming up in this, is that you've got to kind of do three things at once in this situation. You've got to name what it is and acknowledge what people are asking for, so they know they're heard. They know you got them, right? You got to look back. But you also have to name, with this kind of kindness and transparency and clarity you just mentioned, what it is you cannot do. And it's helpful to go ahead and showcase the discomfort around that gap. So practically speaking, in After the Assault, as you mentioned, survivors told us these incredible high bar goals they had. Police reform. One of them said, feeling whole again. Our podcast is not set up to deliver on those expectations. So I had to name and honor, mirror back what it is they were saying and wanted. So it was clear to them that I heard them. Then I needed to say, here's what I don't think we can do. I don't think institutional police reform or whole scale personal change is something we can accomplish in the year or two we're doing this project. So let me be kind, clear, and transparent about that. And then there's a process part, right? I invited them after I kind of named those two things, you have to give a process. You don't want to just drop it there and deflate hopes and be like, so well, oh well. So you need a process. And the process that we use, there's many you can use, but the process I used, Adam, was, okay, here's what you want. Here's what we can't do. How could we take what it is you want and refashion that in something that I think we can stand behind? So instead of whole-scale police reform, how about making change in the legal reporting process? So it's tangible and we can measure it and that can be specific and point to it if we do it. Instead of feeling whole again, I heard that part of what they needed was for people to understand what it is they experienced. And so how about we fashion that into build public understanding of what survivors experience in the aftermath and do that together, right? And so you propose a process, you do it. That's the move. And then when I was saying earlier, and this is the hardest tightrope, especially for those of us who are trained to be like the experts and feel like we need to be in charge, just, as it's our responsibility, just be honest about the discomfort. So like I told them in the room, I think I used the words blow it. Like, I don't want to blow it. You are here. You have been harmed. Oh, I have goosebumps when I say that. I do not want to repeat harm. I am genuinely concerned. You've been let down. I do not want to let you down. I am really uncomfortable between what you want and what I can do. So let me just name that. And I have to tell you, Adam, the thing that was like the emoji head blowing brain thing of that all is that what I realized is that people can tell when you're being humble and when you're taking care with them. And it's very humanizing. And that goes so much farther than creating shared goals. Like just as an experience, it really shows them that you are taking care and you are attending to what's most important to them. It builds the trust.
I think there's so much there that both is so wonderful in like both you can feel the heartstrings that are pulled as we try to work through that process, right? But I also really want to tag on the something you said there at the end that I think is really powerful too, is that a lot of this work is about humanizing the process, right? Like we have to work within institutions because that's how we move resources and work, but it's like at the end of the day, we're humans, right? And we're people and we know what it is to have a heart and a brain and to work in a way that like honors that. I like the way that you really couch this in being clear about what it is that I can do and can't do and what the institution can do and institution can't do. And like, and then my human discomfort and comfort of how I can work with you are kind of across these things. So it is really this very complex matrix.
And I was like being messy in public, and like most all of us have an experience of being messy in public and trying to find the coherence. And I think that part of collaboration, sharing power, and co-creating is not trying to like have that happen behind the curtain and as if everything we can just make this work well, but to actually like, hold space for it and involve people. I love what you said. Kindly, transparently, and clearly.
I think we have a t-shirt here,
Yeah.
But I think I love the tension here to kind of think with in terms of allowing the space to be messy, but then recognizing that, giving people steps to work through and be able to build a process is fundamental as part of this too, right? And so it's that like, because it makes it repeatable and scalable. And that's where like, impact can change by orders of magnitude. And so it's
Yeah.
interesting kind of how in the guide to you kind of build out 5 steps and kind of pathways that folks can work through. And I wanted to kind of dig into kind of 2 of these because it's actually echoing what you're saying here. Like, and I want to think through this. How do we leave the space for the messy and build with people collaboratively, but then also have a process that someone could follow and say, oh, we did step 1, we did this thing
Yeah.
outcome, we defined it, and we saw it in place. So I can read them real quick just so we level set for everybody about what the 5 are, and then we can kind of talk through a few of them. The first one is involving stakeholders from the start, right? And this is like thinking about, we got to put together reporting around questions, right? Needs and aspirations of all key stakeholders. So it's like understanding who we usually bring to the table and who we don't, and then building it together around that. Step number 2 is around the idea of form project advisory groups. I think this is really powerful, and I want to dig into this. And this is like convening the standing cohort that helps shape the understanding, the editorial vision, the input, the content, and importantly, they stay through the whole project, right? They don't just show up, say hi, and then bye.
That's key.
Staying power has staying power, I guess. Step 3 is share power in the editorial process. So this gets exactly to the heart of what we were just talking about, of what does it mean to let collaborators influence the framing, the language, what gets left out, and then how that story even moves around in the world.
Right.
Step 4 is around the idea of using your power to meet needs and build bridges. So also just directly what we're just talking about here, of both acknowledging and understanding your position, their position, the institutions on either side. How do we bring those together? And what do we think about it means to build a bridge, right? Where can we build connections? Where do we have to acknowledge limitations? And how do we be open about that? And so this is where I love that the messy middle, right, comes in. And then number 5, something else that we really need is this idea of creating feedback loops and over communicate. I always like this, like you always hear like under promise and over deliver. I don't hear over communicate enough. So I like this idea of keeping your partners informed, right, across the project, not just at the start, not at the end, but in the middle, because there's already people that have been burned by something, right? That's also,
Right.
if we're doing stories that matter, oftentimes that's part of it. And so how do we think about check-ins, transparency, and pieces like that? So
Right.
there's a lot there. I mean, I kind of want to give you free reign here to kind of tell us where you want to go and like what stands out to you across these 5.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is those first 3 steps are really a sequence, and underneath all of them are sharing power. Involving stakeholders from the start is a way of sharing power, but it is just at the start. Involving, advisory group through the life cycle of the project is again a way of sharing power. You can go much deeper, and I talk about that in step 3. I think I have 2 ideas I want to share. One is that if most newsrooms or any project has limited resources, especially when it comes to engagement and participation, because it takes so much more, because there's relationship building. It's a lot of things that we're often not trained for, designing engaging meetings and meaningful meetings and facilitating them. So I would say that if you can do anything, do step 1. Which is involving stakeholders from the jump, because it doesn't have a lot of heavy lifting, because it gives all the different stakeholders that you want to connect with and learn from the direct message that you don't have a preconceived story idea or angle, that you want to know what they've lived through, what they need, and what would actually make your reporting worth their time. So if you do anything, I would just do step 1. It's the most practical, tactical, and doable for most newsrooms. You can do it in the form of a listening session, right? And the thing I'll also say is that for participants, that kind of listening session is often the first time anyone from a newsroom has asked what they need rather than just what they know. So it's a way of being reciprocal and mutual from the start and not extractive. And the other thing that these listening sessions do, I mean, that's where you start to build rapport and trust. It gives you the context you need much more than any data or press release or anything you're going to find through AI can tell you. It's going to point towards who else you should be talking to, and critical, it surfaces the real need that your reporting can address. So if anything, do step 1. The next one that does the most heavy lifting that I would recommend is the step 2, the project advisory group, because it just basically takes what you've done in step 1 and it makes it not a one-time gesture, but an ongoing relationship. And we all know that, when you engage with anyone over time, you deepen relationship, you deepen understanding, which leads to being able to think together better and more expansively, imagine possibilities, and be honest. And again, for people on the other side of us, being an advisor gives you the opportunity to shape the goals and decisions that are going to affect your life. And you get real visibility into something that often is a black box for people, which is our reporting process. So that's really important. One last piece I want to say on this question is I think that because we've talked about it a little bit, this building bridges is I think the step that of all the ones that are in the guide that you listed off, the one that most newsrooms skip is using our convening power to meet needs and build those bridges, right? Because it doesn't look like journalism. It's an easy step to skip, right? But what it means in practical terms is what we've talked about. How might you bring different stakeholders together into a third space to get beyond their silos and have an opportunity to, first of all, meet each other, be safely supported in a conversation with each other, hear each other's perspectives, and figure out what they might want to do about it. Something I will say is that after the assaults, what created the most impact, Adam, this is again, like, I wouldn't have seen this coming. The most impact we had did not come from anything we published. It came from Google Docs that were compilations. So there were compilations of questions that law enforcement had for survivors. And they were a compilation of survivors' questions and specific suggestions for changes that they could make in the legal reporting process for sexual assault.
Wow.
That got back to police. So it wasn't safe to create a third space where we brought them all together. So we needed to be a go-between, which is another way of using your convening power, right, to build bridges. And basically, all of the suggestions that the survivors created for the district attorney's office and how they communicate with survivors, those were all brought on board and those changes have all happened. All of the specific changes in some of the police protocol and the first incident reporting that survivors gave, one police chief who was part of the process implemented those in his department.
Wow.
So
amazing.
It shows you how, let me say one more thing. People respond to reporters. They want to have a voice in the story, they want to get data, or they want to tell their side of things. So we have power. People respond to us. So I just think it's really important to use that power to go beyond a story and leverage, or not leverage, I should say, build on all of the relationships so that you can actually have the relationships and the information that has been generated make a difference beyond the storytelling project.
I think also very telling too to note that where unexpected impact shows up is because there was a messy middle, right? Because there was shared spaces digitally, physically, conversationally to let that sort of unfinished ideas actually mash together to make something that could actually be useful for change, right? That can actually make an impact because it could plug in where it needed to when it was brought out, right?
Exactly.
Is that kind of a way of thinking about this in relationship to the question also of over communication and something to like in the feedback loop idea with that too of like,
yes,
is that part of it?
Oh my gosh, that is a great connection. Yes, because what we ended up doing is we ended up having a series of gatherings with what we call the survivor cohort and a series of gatherings what we called the law enforcement cohort. And what we did after, first of all, we took live notes because this was during the pandemic. So we had to meet virtually, but we showed them the live note taking that we were taking during the process. So, and they had permission to add or make comments, right?
Yeah.
So, and then we sent it to them afterwards so that if they weren't there, if somebody didn't come, or if they wanted to go back to see what we had done, they would see it. So that was the over communicating. And it was through those conversations that people said, the law enforcement said, Adam, can we talk to survivors? And I said, I don't feel comfortable about that. But what I can do is I can bring your questions to them. And so we could create the questions, bring them to the survivors, answer those questions, bring them back. And there was a lot of, those were like ongoing feedback loops and ongoing over communication.
I love that too.
Yeah. And I'll just say, practically speaking, on the step of email over communicate, one thing I mean by that, one thing I do and I recommend is I just create an email list. And once a month, I kind of have it in my workflow that I send an update. Here's what we're doing in our reporting. Here's what we've learned. If there's any questions you have, let us know. So there's a two-way communication. Here's what's next. Do you have anything you recommend? And I just send that out. And people respond to it. People would, not everybody, but one time I sent something and the DA kind of said, you use this line and it's technically not correct. One time a survivor said, I wanted to do more of this. So it helps just keep guiding the process and, seeing how our reporting is meeting the needs and wants of the people who are collaborating with us.
That's such a powerful point. And just something that you said a bit before that to me also just brings a lot of this together too, is what makes telling these stories worth the people's stories, who's they were telling, what makes it worth their time, right? Their energy.
Exactly.
And if we don't know what their needs are and also don't open that space for the kind of the needs to both emerge and then, be able to cross communicate or feedback loop, then there's so much that we actually miss that we don't realize. There's a whole world of story right in there itself, right? And that's where impact can really be.
And you can build this into your reporting process. Anytime you talk to anyone, a source, a collaborator, an expert, you can build in some time at the front or back end. How do you think this storytelling can make a difference for the people you work with or live with or your community, however you want to frame it? You can, every time you have a rough draft, either an audio or script, you can share it with your advisory group and say, what are we getting right? What rings true? What doesn't? And how can this be of service or use to meet your needs? And then, on the back end, if somehow you couldn't do that, you could have public conversations or solution summits or any type of gathering where you share your actual reporting, but not as like a, here it is, move on. But like, here's what we heard. What do you want to talk about? What needs to be explored? What would be next? What follow-up reporting could we do? Because really the basic thing, and this is what we talked about at the top, is the idea of taking care is really at root, if you boil it down, how are you attending to the needs, experiences, and hopes of people involved in the project? And there's just all these places where you can just check in. And it doesn't mean you take on what they ask for, because you might not be able to, or that you become a mouthpiece, or that it necessarily moves you in a different direction. It just means that you have an opportunity to surface what people need and they know they're heard, and share with them how you're going to use that information. Let it guide you.
One thing I'm excited about with this conversation specifically is that now we can open the floor up for folks that they have questions. You can drop them in the chat, of course, and then we'll read some of those on air. So I unfortunately have to pause our conversation here to just say, Jessica, thank you so much for chatting with me. I would keep talking to you for a long time, but that wouldn't be very fair to the rest of the conference. So thank you for joining me and us here. And then let's jump over to some questions.
That sounds great.
Hey, we're here. Costume change. Hello again. How are we doing? This is actually, I don't hear you. Do we hear Jessica?
Yeah, now I'm here.
There we go. Okay, awesome.
It's not a Zoom thing without a mute issue.
Right? I mean, it's not 2020 still. It is somehow still 2020, right? Zoom never worked. Thank you. This is fun to revisit conversation with you and to share it with folks now. And there's a ton of questions that have brewed in my mind, but there's a really interesting discussion happening also in the Google Doc. So I want to pull all of these out to think with, because there's so many practical pieces to plug in, and also for us to kind of move forward with. And like something to open us up is thinking about like what happens when listening sessions end, right? So we have them, we want to pull people in to have these conversations, but then like how do newsrooms tell people that they're engaging, like why this matters? I think that's really a really interesting question too, of like, how do we make sure that people have that sense of why their participation mattered in this process? And is there things that we could do, products you recommend, or to kind of help keep that engagement going forward as part of it? So it's like, how do we keep I guess it's like putting the why back in. I don't want to, reference Simon Sinek.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I would say, first of all, thanks everyone for the Google Doc. I just discovered it and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm really excited by all these questions. I'll try to keep some of the answers short so we can get to a bunch of them. So what to do once you do the listening sessions, what I would recommend is kind of part of that step 5 is over communicate and create feedback loops. I actually take the time to make a report. And that report is what goes to the newsroom and to the participants. And I usually create a draft. I send it to all the participants, including the reporters who were there, and invite comments and enable comments so that everybody can see, first of all, what we took away. And I invite if they have any additions, if they have any corrections, and if what we did rang true, and if so, how. So one thing you could do immediately is to show that you not just listened, but you heard, is to share back what you heard and invite additions, corrections, and then send back a final draft. So that's one thing I would do. I think that in terms of how newsrooms can help convey that the participation of community members matter is to be very direct about that. So to say, if it's a reporter, it can be the reporter just saying, this is, you might have questions about why I'm doing this story and what it is we're hoping to accomplish. Here's why I'm doing the story. Here's what I'm hoping to accomplish. But for this to really matter and be relevant, I need to understand what it is you would want to have come from this story and why it would matter to you. So what I'm kind of saying in that example is, people, it's what you do, not what you say, that often makes the difference in people feeling your care. And so to take little actions, to share the report back with people and invite their comments and share a final draft, to tell them up front what you're going to be doing in the interview and why, and invite their input into that as well. And then the third piece around that is, if you're in a listening session, actually have it as a group conversation. Why does this matter? And make sure that you call on the reporters and the editors in the newsroom so participants can hear them talk about it at the same level as nonprofits or people at the center of the story. And products I recommend, the product would be always creating documents and sharing them back.
Right on. No, I think that's really powerful. Yeah. Good job getting through the 3 there, because it was like, it works.
I know we don't have much time.
So something else that popped up, I think that's really, really interesting question here is that, like, when we're refashioning big hopes, I love this idea, right? That we have to kind of get real about what it is that journalism can deliver, right? And so when we're refashioning those, like, how do we do that with people versus kind of for or at them?
Yeah, well, I hope what I said earlier was a good example of that. And I don't know if you can share that back with people so they can see it. But essentially, what I would say to that question is, use that word choice is great. Refashion. So I am not fashioning what the healing reform is going to be like. We are fashioning it or refashioning together. So what I would say is, you do it. I think it's the question asker, I think, probably already does this because it's in the question. You do that with people. And a couple of things I will maybe lift up once again that I noticed in our conversation, Adam, is be willing to be messy in public. Be willing to identify your own discomfort, your own lack of certainty, and your own desire to do what's best for the group. And then invite over and over again, co-creating the goals and have check-ins. You know, one thing that I was thinking about, Adam, after you and Emily had that great talk about, you know, anthropology and journalism. One thing I love about anthropology that I'd love to see journalists do more of is what's called member checking. Like instead of a one and done fact check or roll by, like these are our goals, done. But member checking, the way I understand it in anthropology, is that actually throughout the relationship or the rapport that you are building, you're checking in. So there's like an ongoing type of consent and deepening levels of consent. And it just creates ways in which you can refashion if something has come up for somebody and they haven't had a space or been invited to say so.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And yeah, I totally hear you there too, where it's because it's like, it also kind of echoes the question around informed consent we talked about in Eleni's session also, in terms of what does it mean to have meaningful, especially in a traumatic event or scenario, when the situation can change, like what was okay may not be okay in a different scenario, right? And how do we keep that as a relationship in a set of consents? I think that's good. And it makes me think about this. Like actually, there's a comment and then a question that I think both built on this in interesting ways. We had a comment from a participant that said in interviews that they did with journalists, two of them actually compared themselves to first responders, particularly when it came to sexual assault stories. And so I'm kind of curious your reflections on this idea of how the journalists can talk about themselves in their own work as they're relating to folks.
My first response to that is it goes back to how we have to learn in our institutions to extend care to workers and how we in our own lives have to care for ourselves, because first responders, we all know, burn out quickly.
Yeah.
So my first response is that's why we have to have levels of care or circles of care. And then Adam, your question was, what was the second part of your question?
So that was comment. The second question we can pull up too was actually about this idea of bridge building, right? And that was the step that you mentioned would get skipped the most. And so, you know, folks were curious about why did that one get skipped the most? To me, there's an interesting connection here we could think about of the question of burnout, right? Consent and relationship building. But I want to, you know, your question.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it gets skipped the most because the products of it don't look like journalism, right? Like I think I'll just say traditional journalism is trained to create products like articles or publications, and we're looking at things like data and accountability. And I think that the move that folks in this conference and that are looking at engaged journalism and engaged anthropology are focused on are how do you create spaces and processes where people can come together and negotiate. It could be a number of things. It could be negotiate like what the story is, if you know what information is needed, what how people can work together, what our identities are. I mean, there's all sorts of things that can get negotiated. But sharing power and bridge building is really, for me, about creating these spaces and processes where people can come together in safe and supported ways and feel cared for so that they can bring their full self and feel like they have something to contribute and something to walk away with or teach, excuse me, something to contribute and something to give. Wait, let me say it one more time. Something to contribute and something to take away. There we go.
Got it. Yeah, and I think that's a great point, because it does like make us think about the question of taking care as both outward to communities, but it has to be towards self too. And so this next question kind of points towards this idea of like, how might we think about the idea of translating taking care to, like, if I'm a solo or a freelancer and I don't have institutional backing, is there like an MVP version of this that folks can work off of?
Absolutely. They're often called community of practice or mastermind. And so one of the things I've seen a lot of people do is basically find, or what I used to call for myself, Council of the Kick-Ass, where you find 5 people who you really respect, or want to learn from, or who kind of get you and align with your process, but can have their own ideas and can push you. And you create a way in which you can meet over time in some. I mean, the practical thing I've heard are basically meet on Zoom once a month for an hour and rotate who facilitates or whose research is the center of the discussion. So there are these little ways you could make it low barrier to do, low barrier on your time, but high touch in terms of getting in a room together virtually or in person, and asking for support, giving support, exploring ideas, and helping each other out.
Awesome. Jessica, I just want to say huge thanks. This is so much fun to talk with you and get to Q&A again. So, and there's more questions in the doc, so we're still expanding. So let's keep the conversation going. And once again, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your wisdom.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you all for having this amazing conference. I really appreciate being a part of it.
Hello, everyone. Am I ready to get started? Yes. Okay, great. Fantastic. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. I hope you're all having a good Tuesday. My name is Karen Olafson, and I'll be talking today about how to create connection when we're telling sensitive stories. Let's see if I can figure out how to move my PowerPoint here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'll start by telling you a little bit about me and my experience and about the company I work for before we delve into how to create connection when you're telling sensitive stories. So I have 13 years of experience as a journalist in the magazine industry. I've worked on staff at magazines across Western Canada. I began my career at Western Living as an intern, and then I worked on staff for lifestyle magazines in Calgary and Victoria, and a business magazine in Victoria as well. I also freelance for publications across Canada like Broadview, Globe, The Walrus, Chatelaine. And as a freelancer, I'm really drawn to sensitive topics where I've had to connect and create that sense of trust with my sources. So I've interviewed sexual abuse survivors, parents whose children were organ donors, and people with dementia. And currently, I'm working as the editorial lead at Red Point Media Group, where I've worked on staff since 2021. And I'll tell you a little bit about Red Point Media because we have a really, I guess, unique way of approaching journalism that really focuses on connection. So we're a publishing house and content studio that's been around since 1994. We're one of the largest magazine publishers in Western Canada. And we produce Avenue, which is Calgary's lifestyle magazine, and The Scene, which is a guide to going out in Calgary. But where I do most of my work for Red Point is through our custom content department. And we create magazines for clients like the Alberta Cancer Foundation. It's called LEAP, Horizons for Stars Our Ambulance. And previously, we've made magazines for clients like Dementia Connection, the Dementia Network Calgary, and the Edmonton Stollery Children's Hospital. Yes, hospital. So for all of these magazines, we have countless individuals who have to open up to us and tell us about some of the hardest, most traumatic parts of their lives. So we tell stories about cancer journeys, traumatic medical experiences, and difficult caregiving experiences. So at Red Point, what we're doing is focusing on being a social venture that does focus on connection. And we hope that's kind of like developing a new approach for journalism. And that's actually what we say. We say that connection is really the point. Connection is what we do. So for us, that's about creating connection between a reader and a writer. But we also want to create connection between writers and the sources. So that's what I'll talk about in a bit here. And when it involves client work, we also want to create connection between the client and the publication. So what we really do is we hope that our work shows that creating connection is a valuable addition to storytelling in the industry. And it also really adds to trusted storytelling. Let's see if I can move this here. So how do you create connection when telling sensitive stories? So sometimes interviewing a source for a story means that you're asking them to open up and talk to you about the worst moment of their lives. For us, we're writing a story. For them, it's their life. It's a huge part of their life. And you need them to be vulnerable to get that story. So how do you interview that person so that they feel safe enough to open up to you, but also cared for throughout the entire editorial process? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to share 3 tips that I've learned throughout my 13 years of doing this work. That's really helped create connection with sources and gain their trust. And I hope it shows you how like sensitive, caring connections can result in better, authentic storytelling. And then I'm also going to provide some examples throughout that as well. Okay, so the first tip I have learned is it's okay to explain the process to a source and to let your source ask questions. There is no need to start right away by jumping into the hard-hitting questions and to start going fast. I found like a really useful way to create connection and to build that trust is to explain the process to the source, even if they don't ask. I think remember a lot of sources, this is the first time they're being interviewed, the first time they're telling their story. And this is a completely new experience. And even if it's not a new experience, every publication has a very different process. So it's useful to create connection to be very clear about what happens. So at Red Point Media, when we do this for our clients, every process is a little bit different. But typically, what I like to do is explain to them the timeline of when the story is going to be published. Especially for magazines, sometimes that story can be months down the road, so that sets the expectation of a lot of waiting. I explain that there's a copy editing process. And that there is also substantive editing. So that helps build trust. They know that there are numerous editors working on their piece to make it the very best that it can be. They know that we are, even before talking to them, that this story is important to us as well. And we explain whether other members of the team will be in touch with them. So in our case, that might mean a photographer will reach out to take pictures or to ask for photos. A big part of the process for us is also fact checking. So someone will be in touch as well for the fact checking process. Now, a point about fact checking is that this is more common in editorial. Oh, I wouldn't say common. It's actually not so common, but it's done more in editorial magazines than in client publications. So sometimes we'll let them know how a fact checking process works. And for some client magazines, we'll let them know that we do something called a source review. And in that case, that's where they're actually allowed to read the piece ahead of time, which is typically not always done in editorial. So that creates that connection with the source, that knowing, that comfort that they get to see and make sure their story is accurate before publication. We've also found that creates connection for our clients. We're typically dealing with clients that are then working with a lot of different departments, a lot of donors, a lot of researchers. And for us, by showing that we're caring to take that step for source review, that's helping that gives them the comfort that we're doing everything we can to make everything accurate. Let your source ask questions. It's okay if the first part of the interview is taking that time to talk with them through the process, whatever helps them feel comfortable. And as a side note, as a freelancer, you might want to explain to them why you're doing this story, what has driven you to be interested in telling their story. So I'll share an example. Just recently, I was writing a story for, this is also produced by Red Point, Calgary Health Foundation's Breakthroughs magazine. And I had to interview an ER doctor. And she's obviously very busy. She has a lot on her plate. And I could tell by the tone of her voice and just the speed that she was speaking that she was very confused about why we were having this conversation and where I was going to take this information and what was happening. So we slowed down and I explained to her the role that Red Point had in creating the magazine, the role that I had in interviewing her, and what would happen next. I explained that in this situation, there was a source review. She would be allowed to read the piece, and that there would be fact checking and when the magazine would be published. I did notice that after I explained that there was a review process, that the language she became more comfortable. She was able to talk about this story without feeling afraid of what words were coming out of her mouth. Previously, she was being like very halted and kind of afraid of what she might have been saying. So by me explaining how everything worked, she relaxed and she was talking and opening up to me. My second tip is take the time to listen to your source and to actually listen. For sensitive stories or really personal stories or sources who are telling something that they have maybe never told before, it's really not reasonable to expect an interview with the source to be quick and to the point, and like over in 15 minutes. I think you can expect a source to go off topic and maybe be a little bit rambly when they're answering your questions, and you can expect some of those long-winded answers. So give them that time, reserve that time, and maybe expect that interview to run long. So that means don't schedule those calls or interviews back to back. Don't maybe plan on filing your draft a few hours after you do your interview. Along that same line, it's okay to allow time for quiet. I found, especially over a phone interview, when you can't see the person, sometimes they're thinking, they're processing, they're going through an emotion. And if you allow that time for quiet, more of the story will come out. There will be parts of the story, maybe complicated elements or a great quote that comes out by just sitting and listening. You don't have to fill the silence. You're giving them that space to share their story, and there is connection that grows when space is given. Yeah, so creating connection during an interview means really allowing yourself to slow down instead of getting hung up on that list of questions you've written for yourself. And so I'm going to provide an example for you again that I did recently. This one is for the Alberta Cancer Foundation's magazine, Leap. And I was writing a short story from a source whose husband had passed away recently from a horrible cancer. The source knew that the story was short. It was only about 400 words. She knew that the story was about her fundraising. But in this case, whenever I have a story like this, I like to start by asking them to talk about the person who's passed away. And she did. She talked about him for probably 10 minutes of our interview. And I don't think any of that made it into the story. But what it did do was create connection between her and me. I learned more about her, and she learned that I was interested in learning more about her. And as a result, she was able to speak with a lot of emotion and passion about what the story that I was assigned was, if that makes sense. She was able to actually like tell the story with a lot of passion. All right, and my third tip here is it's okay for you to open up too, to a point. So it's okay to share some details about yourself too in a professional manner. Sometimes a shared experience and talking about that shared experience is a form of connection. So that kind of comes back to the point I'd made earlier about maybe there's a reason that you're writing this story. So you can explain that to the source, and that can kind of open things up and create connection. Only if that's genuine, of course. You're not going to make up something that doesn't actually. It has to come from a place of truth, and at the same time, don't make it about you. This is their story, and just a little bit of insight from you is okay. And finally, my third example here. A story I wrote recently for the Calgary Foundation's magazine, Spur, was about an older man whose wife has late stage dementia, and he's her caregiver. He's a dementia advocate in Calgary, so he has talked about this a lot with different media, and I could tell that I was getting the same story from him. I was getting the same quotes. It felt very rehearsed. So I knew I had to create connection with him. So what I did was I talked to him about why I was personally really interested in learning more about his story and how my own grandmother had dementia, and a little bit of connection there. And that did help. He realized that I had an interest, that I was committed to telling his story, and we were able to dig a little bit deeper. All right, so I've shared some examples here from my day job, but what I'm going to do now is I'll share an extra example of where creating connection with a source was really beneficial in the storytelling, and I thought it went really well. And then after that, I'll share one example where I think I could have done things differently. Me and my editor could have done things differently, and what I learned from that. So as a freelancer, I wrote a story for a national publication about a woman who was ready to speak up about her experience as a sexual abuse victim in the church in the 1980s. And I knew I had to handle this with care from the get-go. So to create trust and connection, what I did before I even talked to her was when we were scheduling the interview, I told her I would send her a list of questions ahead of time. I knew that this would be a really difficult topic for her to talk about, especially with me as a stranger at that point. So having seen those questions ahead of time, I felt would help her prepare emotionally and think about everything beforehand. Which typically isn't something that is done in editorial, like sending those questions ahead of time. Throughout the interview process, I also wanted to make sure she felt comfortable and connected. So I gave her that time to talk, and I decided to let her decide how long the talks went. So we actually chatted several times, because when she decided she had to stop, we said, okay, that's done. We're done for today. We'll come back at a later time. I wanted to give her that control. And by me giving her control, letting her know that this is her story, I think that formed connection and trust. Something else that was interesting was that the source didn't want to use the predator's name when we talked, even though I knew it. Um, so I tried to create connection with her by echoing that. I also didn't use the predator's name when we were talking and interviewing. Then, as the story moved through the editorial process, I provided her with updates. I let her know this has gone through final edits with my editor. This is in copy editing. This is going through a rigorous fact checking process. Um, and I let her know when certain editorial decisions were made as well. So, for example, our editor had decided to add a trigger warning. So I let her know that. I let her know why we did have to include the predator's name in the piece. Um, and we what's the right way of saying this? She understood, but we still worked with her to feel a sense of control in that she had said, I don't want my name next to his name on the page. So what we had to do was kind of write it in a way and make sure it was designed in a way to accommodate that request. Yeah, so by really willing to go at her pace to do that work to prepare in advance for interviews and to do the work to continually communicate with her, I think trust was formed, and as a result, she opened up for me to be able to tell this story. I think also by doing that careful fact-based storytelling, creating trust, creating connection, that creates trust with other readers that we are doing our job. That gives them maybe the trust that they too can open up and share their stories. All right, my last thing here is just an example where things maybe didn't go quite as well. So I think as writers and editors, we really want to create connection, but there's also we have to be aware of how that connection can be broken. So this is an example from a story I did as a freelance writer. The my editor had read the draft and requested that I interview somebody extra to add into the story. So I reached out to this source. It was a father whose son had passed away and had been an organ donor. This was awkward for a few reasons. The first was the timing that was requested. I had to do this interview around Christmas time, which I know is a really difficult time for many to like reflect on a trauma. So to me, that didn't sit quite right. The second reason this felt a little bit awkward was that we did connect. I explained to him why I was writing this story. I did have a personal connection to this as well, and we talked about that. We talked about my story and his story, and it was really a great interview, honestly, which made it difficult when my editor ended up pulling the source out of the story for word count. There wasn't space for it. Um, so I decided that I should tell the source that this was being pulled out of the story, and it just didn't feel good to have to say that after all of this, after all of our connecting, now you're not going to be in this story. Um, I think what I've learned from that is at the time I felt like the writer editor relationship was like a different power dynamic. I felt I had to whatever my editor asked for, I felt like I had to do. But I think now knowing that, I know that actually the editor writer relationship is a back and forth relationship. I think now if I were to be in that position again, I would say like I don't know, maybe we can wait till next year to do this, or question whether we have the space to do that, or as a writer you know kind of where the story is going. I now have the confidence to say I don't think that's actually the story we're telling here. Yeah, so that's what I learned from there, and I think that's 20 minutes, so we're on to questions. Oh, I can't hear you.
Okay, so we can't hear Adam yet, but I'll jump in and ask questions instead.
Thank you.
And Adam
Yeah,
will just
sorry.
keep making, oh, there we go.
Is it now it's working?
Now it's working.
Just when I'm making Emily have to jump on. Anyway, sorry.
I'll let Adam take it away. Thanks, Karen.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good. Thank you, Karen. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries.
So first one, folks were asking, is this actually, like, the organization sounds pretty attractive as a place to engage with stories. So how do folks know, like, is Red Point Media Group looking for new journalists to join the team, and how does that process typically work?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think right now we work with freelancers. So yeah, I guess I would say, like, if you're interested in freelancing, reach out. Yeah, and sometimes we work with freelancers. We work a lot in house because I think with a lot of companies in publishing, we're dealing with a budget. But we work with freelancers when we can.
Cool. And tagging onto that, actually, someone's asking this of like your own story too, of how you kind of found your way doing freelance work, like especially at Vogue and places like that. Like, how I guess folks, if they're getting started, how do they,
I didn't freelance for Vogue. That would be very cool. I freelance, yeah, maybe one day, but not yet. I freelance for, like, Broadview, The Walrus. I think I said Globe. I've written for the Globe and Mail.
or maybe it's Globe. That's
Yep. I think, how do I get involved in freelancing? I think for that, it's curiosity. I'm interested in a story. I do the research and I write a pitch. And that actually is interesting. That comes back to connection too. I think if you're interested in something and you're connected with it, I guess you can't call it a source if it's not a story yet, but the person you're talking to feels that interest. They want to talk to you. But typically to write a pitch that is then purchased by a publication as a freelancer, you're doing that work ahead of time. So you're already creating those connections with sources before you reach out to the publication. Did I answer that question? I'm not sure.
I mean, I think so, yeah. But I think it's always a good question because there's always the challenge of finding your way into a new industry space, right? And then it's like, what does that mean? No, but I think it's great. Actually, something else that popped up with this too that I think is an interesting question is around the idea of care, right? And we've heard this theme a little bit through today, where there's the individual care, there's the community source care, then there's the kind of institutional care too. And so as you think about that with Red Point Media Group, have you found that is providing that kind of structure always been part of the org? Is it something that was developed over time? Like, how did that kind of come to be supported by the institution itself?
That's a really good question. So yeah, I've worked with the company in some capacity since 2013. I think that idea of connection has always existed. I think it is really a point of focus now. I think because our custom content department is growing, like, we are working with so many nonprofits, and we are working with so many nonprofits that are, dealing with traumatic stories like cancer and Stars Air Ambulance and the Children's Hospital. I think we've come to learn that by creating these magazines over time, the reason our clients keep coming back to us, the reason that sources come back to us to say how much they love the story, is because we do form that connection and we do form that trust. And we also take fact checking seriously, whether it's fact checking or source review. Especially in this day and age, like, putting out fact-based, true storytelling is so important. Yeah.
I think that's, I think, such a key piece too, is like both the fact checking and the source review area. Like, I'm going to queue up my questions differently. But so there's this one around the idea of source review, and, like, I think that's a really interesting avenue and method for doing care work. So what's interesting is, like, that can sometimes be more common for things like for client magazines versus editorial writing. And so it's like, how have you seen that either have to be argued for? Like, how do we make sure that, like, if other norms push against that idea, right? How have you, like, or how's Red Point that kind of pushed towards that we need to do this kind of source review?
I like that question. So typically what we used to do with our client publications was that we would fact check everything in a traditional fact checking manner. That became a conversation with certain clients to become more of a source review when we learned more about how clients operate. Because in the magazine world, like we know how magazines work. We're working with our timeline, we're working with our printers. But each client also has like so many different departments and so many people that they have to cater to as well. So when we realized, oh, this nonprofit is, they're not just trying to satisfy readers. Like as a magazine, an editorial magazine, you're thinking about your reader. A client magazine, you're thinking about your reader, but you're also thinking about your board of directors. You're thinking about your donors, your stewardship team, the research team. There are all these people who you have to, I guess like tread lightly is not the right word, but like really connect with, really make sure that you're doing your job and that you're not like making any errors along the way. So it started slowly, like a client had requested that a source reads the story. And at first we were hesitant because sometimes that can come back as a rewrite, and that's not always a good thing. But when we understood the reasoning behind it, we were like, that makes sense. Like this is a way to connect that we hadn't considered before.
That's interesting, and that's actually cool to see too. So it's even seeing how the process itself evolves over time, right? Because you're recognizing when it could be
and for
helpful.
different clients, for different clients too. Like for some clients, they might say, "We're okay doing this in house," or "We want to do it this way." Like the way we create connection is by doing it. It's like like in healthcare, how they have person-centered care. It's like client-centered care. Like whatever they need, we can accommodate with it still being factually accurate.
Yeah, totally. Cool. And that actually dovetails really nicely with the next question that is kind of like one of you like framing around connection, right? And this is this kind of idea that we're seeing writer source, client publication. How do we handle that when there's the pull is kind of in different, if there's competing pulls for which of those dyads we should go towards?
That's also a good question. So I think when it comes to a magazine, I think how sometimes that's addressed is when you have different departments within your magazine. So especially for client work, sometimes a certain story just has to be told to like satisfy a certain department within the business. But within a magazine, you have some flexibility, I guess. So it's like you can have your feature well with the stories, but you can also have a certain department that always covers like a researcher. So that way, that's always covered. Or you can have a different department that always covers like a service angle. So by having those different like sections within the magazine, you can cater to those different connections that need to be like forged.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, so let me tag in pulling in another question here in terms of the idea of sourcing stories and finding them. Someone is asking this idea of, we also want to, as the publication outlet is what we're trying to publish through, like are there strategies for finding the kinds of stories that will work with the publication itself, right? So I guess it's kind of matching both publication and publishing norms and types of stories they do with finding stories and sources.
So I think that differs between editorial and custom. So for client publications, typically the client knows what's going on and they deliver the bulk of the sources. So they know what stories they want to tell. They just need help telling the story in a way that is editorial rather than like PR or marketing. In an editorial sense, where you find those stories that they want, I guess like if the question is like, how do I know what story an editorial magazine would want? I think that means that you're reading the magazine. Sometimes they have like a submissions page on the site that kind of tells them like, hey, this is what we're looking for. Yeah, but I think typically it's just like if you're reading a publication like Vogue, then you're not going to pitch like a really servicey healthcare story. Do you know what I mean? It's like you want to make sure it's on brand.
Totally, yeah. I think it's a great point too. It's both know your audience, but also your audience in this case of who's going to be publishing the piece too, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Because sometimes the publisher would be like, "That's a great idea, but we already have all our stories because our client supplies it."
Totally.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I guess one final question there is, let me put it in the chat here, is this idea that the tough story you mentioned, the kind of the how do we think the lesson to really learn from too of like when the editor pulled the organ donor fathers from the story, we already built that. Like, in your case, as you think about it too, it's like, what would you like want to say to the source in that moment? Like, how would we? What's a way to maybe approach that?
Oh yeah, that sucked. So what I did was we scheduled a phone call. I think we did over the phone, and I just talked to him. I said it was out of my control. We were working with the word count, and we just didn't have the space to include that story. Yeah, and it sucked. He was devastated. Like he really wanted. It was really meaningful to him what his son had done, and he really wanted that story to be published in this publication. But I knew that if I didn't tell that to him, if I hadn't like kind of massaged that, not massage, like really like nurtured that connection, and if he had just read the story and saw that he wasn't in it, like like that would be horrible, Like we had created this connection, like I didn't want that to happen. So for me, like maintaining connection was having that hard conversation. What would I say to my editor? Yeah, at the time I was like, I felt like I couldn't. Because I really respected like working with this team. And so I think at that point I was like, I'll do whatever. But I think like a few years later now, I better understand that an editor is there to support a writer. It's not a boss relationship. It's not like do what I say. There is that back and forth. So I think it's hard, but I think to have that conversation of I'm not sure, let's talk about it, and to talk with, I guess, like to create more connection with your editor is important as well, instead of just yeah.
Yeah, it's a great point too, because I mean, as we've again seen a bit of the like source and writer care, like even thinking about how we work with our organizations and editors too. That's a good point, because we haven't really talked too much about the editor-writer relationship. I think it's a really powerful piece to think with. But thank you so much, Karen. This has been a lot of fun. More questions and comments happening in the Google Doc, and excited to keep learning with you. So thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me all right. My name is Becky Wandell. And yes, great. I see that I'm being heard. Awesome. So my name is Becky Wandell. I am a youth media producer with an organization called PBS News Student Reporting Labs. And as a part of that, I am also the lead producer for our student produced podcast, On Our Minds. So I will get into what that's all about. But in general, I'm really excited to talk with you guys today about how journalism can be an act of care. That's something that I do every day in the work that I do with students. And I think it's applicable to a lot of what you guys do as well. So Student Reporting Labs is a national hands-on multimedia youth journalism training program for young people, and also a community building resource center for educators that teach journalism. So primarily we work with high school students, although there's room for middle school and college age kids in our program as well. Our resources, which include kind of prompts that students can pursue on their own and kind of submit their work to us, or kind of classroom materials that teachers can use in their classes, or different production opportunities that we say, we have call outs. We want students that are interested in this topic to write us. All of those opportunities are mostly for video reporting or podcasts. So we don't do too much in the print world right now. Seeing as we are PBS, it's very important to us that all of our resources and opportunities are entirely free. And when we do have students that are involved kind of in hands-on trainings and opportunities like our summer academy, which is like a summer camp for journalism students, we pay for all their expenses. So being equitable is an important part of what we do as well. So the reason that we exist is not only because it is great to train the next generation of journalists and to bring them into the public media family early on, but also because as journalists ourselves, we believe that there are some stories that are actually better told and best told by young people. So particularly things that have to do with young people. There's nothing more frustrating than kind of seeing those reports about teens do this and teens do that and all those moral panics that can come up. And wouldn't you rather hear from the teens themselves about what's really going on? So that is kind of where we center our prompts and our opportunities for students. We always want them to be able to talk about what's important to them and their friends, what's going on in their schools and their lives. And we kind of equip them to do that with our tools. One quick example of this that I really love is obviously immigration is a huge issue. And particularly there's a lot of immigrants coming into Massachusetts and being settled in Western Massachusetts. And you could just hear a normal news story about that, just stating the numbers, maybe getting like a quick, soundbite, 5 seconds from a student saying, I like it here. And then that could be how you wrap up your story if an adult told it. But we produced a story along those lines for our podcast, and all the students interviewed each other and asked each other, what was it like showing up in Springfield, Massachusetts? Where are you from originally? Why did you come here? What's the hardest part? What's the best part? And hearing them say that, and also just the richness of hearing all their different voices, the youth that you can hear in their voice, and also the story of how they're from all around the world came through in their voices. So it's just so much better to hear that story from them versus from people talking about them. And there's all kinds of stories like that if you start kind of shifting your mind to thinking like, what stories can students tell better than adults? I want to go over like a few of our resources really quick before getting into some examples and a bit more of the meat of what I want to talk about, just in case anyone on this call could benefit from them. So Storymaker is our free online resource platform, mainly geared towards educators, but of course anyone is welcome to join. And like, or if you're a journalist, for example, and you want to figure out, how can I get more stories from the young people in my community, like pitched into my newsroom? We have tools on here that are basically lesson plans for students to pursue different types of reporting. So everything from like audio and lighting 101, how to conduct an interview, how to report on an election, those kind of how-to curriculum materials. And then also we have live updating prompts, which are essentially chances for students to submit directly to us for consideration to be published or to help us kind of place some of their stories on their local PBS stations and NPR stations in their communities. So that's Storymaker. Also on Storymaker, if you are an educator, We have a community there called the Community Commons, which is just like a forum that anyone can join. And it's a really lovely place for journalism educators as well as journalists, if they're interested, to kind of just chat about challenges they're having, celebrate their successes. And often the people that teach these classes are really on an island and they're in a tough situation. We work with tons and tons of educators over the past 16 years of this organization being around. And I've been here almost 7 years. So I've, worked with hundreds of educators, and they all tell us that they feel really isolated for the most part and are often thrown into this because it was assigned to them and they're kind of trained to be an English teacher. Now all of a sudden they're teaching broadcast journalism. So if you as a journalist maybe have had some trouble trying to work with your local school or know where to begin, that's just an important piece of context, is that these teachers are really often overworked, and asking them to do more stuff is not really feasible. So we try to give them some support so they are more able to work with their students on creating some high quality work that we can then kind of get out of their school and place it into the community. But if you're interested in meeting those teachers, or if you're a teacher yourself, please head over to the Community Commons, which is the community tab on that Storymaker website. And you'll see there that we also have a network of teacher ambassadors that are all around the country. So if you're located in one of these places and you're interested in connecting with one of these teachers about how to teach journalism, or if they have any cool stories that they're working on with their students, these are all people that you can connect with in the Commons. And they're all people that we've worked with for years and are really, really skilled educators. And a lot of them come from professional journalism backgrounds themselves and have now transitioned into teaching full time. But I want to talk to you specifically about On Our Minds, which is our student-produced, award-winning teen life podcast. So when I say student-produced, I mean that all of the stories that are featured in the podcast are pitched by students. They are recorded by students, sometimes edited by students, sometimes edited by me. And the hosts of the podcast are also students. So everything that's on camera is coming from students. Obviously, to create a really high quality piece of work, we have adults behind the scenes that are supporting and mentoring along the way. And that's the most rich part of our program, is that that's how we kind of transmit the education in both directions, by doing the mentorship with the students. So On Our Minds features all kinds of stories about teen life. If you go back in our past 6 seasons, you'll notice there was kind of a youth mental health focus at the beginning. We've switched into being more broadly about teen life. As the years went on, students didn't want to talk too much about that mental health topic anymore, and we try to follow their lead. So last year we did a road trip season, which was super fun. We had students write about report about what was weird and wild and surprising and wonderful about their different hometowns. And we did a little road trip across the country for that. So you can check that out, listen to it. But our next season, which any students are available to apply to that right now. I have the links for that in that Google Doc. But this season is called On Our Minds Unplugged. And it's going to be asking students to report on how they're kind of turning away from technology, maybe embracing more vintage hobbies, analog, old school tech, and meaningful ways of kind of gathering in the offline world. And that idea came from them because they told us that that's something they were doing. We noticed when we work with students that they all of a sudden were bringing around all these digital cameras when 5 years ago it would have just been phones. So we're excited that that is our next theme coming up for the On Our Minds podcasts. And I want to share with you a story example. It is 5 minutes long, and I do want to listen to the whole thing just because I want to give you guys a sense of how well these can come out, even from students who are beginners. So I'll talk a little bit about the process of how we made this after we listen to it. But this is a story from Lemon, who is a high school student in Indiana. And we can go ahead and play that video now.
There's a lot of vacancy in Richmond, Indiana. You could drive down any street and notice the beautiful architectural masterpieces, once furnished with life and character, now decorated with half-shingled roofs and wood rot. The cornfields of eastern Indiana stretch on for infinity, and in the wintertime, the trees are so skinny and sick-looking that you almost feel pity for them. When I moved to Richmond, this vacancy was all I noticed, and everywhere I went, I was the new kid. But then this newer addition to Richmond showed up. a local art store. If there's one thing I'm not the new kid in, it's art, so I made a visit to Oblivion immediately.
Hi, welcome to Oblivion. My name's Kate. Are y'all looking for anything in particular? Caitlin Goodpaster.
My name is Bennett Ritchie.
Kate and Bennett are the founding fathers of Oblivion.
How do we make a space that we all needed when we were 16 and that we all still need at our current respective ages?
This was the question that created Oblivion. Well, that and chili, apparently.
There's one night when we were eating chili,
Kate's delicious lamb chili.
and the conversation just strayed out of the vein of just cracking jokes about how ridiculous it would be into a logistical conversation. On our opening day, first person who walked in looked at me and went, "What is this place?" And in that moment, I realized I had to come up with an explanation.
Bye, Susan. Good to see you. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah. No, thank you.
I kept coming back because somewhere deep inside the walls of Oblivion, there was this hope. This proof that maybe Richmond was more than just dust and remnants of the past. And the more I visited, the more cool people I met.
What is your name?
My name's Sunny. Emma.
Susan Kuhlman.
My name is Amber.
I'm Spencer Marsh.
These people, amongst many others, helped me realize Richmond is full of stories.
One of the gentlemen that works here kind of gotten me into film photography a little bit. There is one picture that I am so insanely proud of. It's this shot of my best friend in front of her back door. And I took a pizza box or like a cereal box or something, and like I held it underneath her face. And I watched the light hit her just right. And it really kind of kicked a switch off in my brain.
The first time I visited the space, I was kind of in a transitional time in my life. I'd gone through a breakup, I dropped out of college, and I was couch surfing. And I share this with them, and I would spend most of my day in Oblivion. I met a lot of different creative people, and Oblivion kind of became like a creative rehab for me.
Coming into Oblivion and knowing that I'm guaranteed to hear these amazing stories felt like such a privilege. I was really beginning to feel like maybe Richmond wasn't so bad.
Richmond, run-of-the-mill Midwestern town on the surface, but deep down it's got a lot of hidden treasures.
I know that the sky is the same everywhere, but there's this robin's egg blue that is always in the skies here in Richmond. There's always this like optimistic, shining blue that comes out.
I had this thought the other day on Sunday when we were closed for the snow. I was having a moment where I was looking around. There's drawings pinned up on the wall in the fridge. There's a hacky sack on the table from Bennett. A loose thread on the floor, and you remember that's from somebody who was in here embroidering. Living in an area where isolation is a pretty big issue, being able to beat the odds and get people to come out and like share space together, like it's proof of concept.
Before Oblivion, all I could look forward to was leaving Richmond. I couldn't wait to graduate because it meant I could finally go. But now after meeting these people that truly believe Richmond is where they belong, I think a part of me doesn't want to go. Because I've learned that the expansive cornfields and sickly trees don't have to serve as sad reminders of the past, but maybe as my muses to paint with the oil paints that Oblivion gave me. I can now truly believe myself when I say, in the words of Bennett Ritchie,
Richmond is home.
All right. I love that story so much. It's so nice just for me even to hear it again. But the reason I wanted to highlight that is because working with Lemon as I did, really did feel like it was an act of care. As you heard in his story, he talked about how the place he lives is very isolated. He had that impression. It's something that's mentioned by one of the subjects as well. She's saying, we had to create this space because people are so isolated out here. You hear that when people talk about, you know, the male loneliness crisis, the youth mental health crisis. A lot of these things have to do with isolation. And so he wanted to tell a story that would, you know, talk about how he had that feeling and came through it. And it was difficult for him to do. So I was so happy to be able to provide whatever expertise I have to help him get to that place. And he ended up saying at the end of this quote here, he said, "I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity. It was very new and enlightening, and I really appreciate you giving me the platform to try it out." When him and I would message about the story and I would send him feedback, he would be very enthusiastic. "Thank you so much for your help. No one helps me like this at my school. I don't have a program like this at my school." So just giving someone the tools to tell their own story can be really empowering. And here are some ways that we did that with this podcast. So we actually had like a workshop that was available before the pitch deadline where myself and some of my colleagues kind of talked about what we were looking for, shared some examples. We had some students come on and talk about their experience producing for the podcast in the past. So those students that are true beginners, that's a really helpful step for them, because if you just kind of cast a call out and say, "Oh, I'll just take the best people that respond," then you're going to get students that already probably are in kind of programs that have a bunch of resources and maybe don't need your help. So when you're looking for students that really need those free resources, you have to remember that they need that beginner type of help. And that also comes from one-on-one work. That is a big part of what I do for my job. So just working with someone like Lemon, having a bunch of Zoom meetings where we talked about drafts, giving feedback. We had a Q&A with Jadaboom Rod just through someone who knew him, and students were able to join and ask him questions, which was really awesome. Lemon actually got to ask a question and it was answered, and it just, you could see the confidence in him, like having this famous guy answer his question. It just, at that age when you're 16, something like that happens, and it like can really affect you and build you up. So that's, one way that we just provide those opportunities for students to have those growth moments. Specifically with that student Lemon, this is what the mentorship looked like. So we had kind of mutual access to all of his files. You can see here, this is one of many, many pages of a shared Google Doc we had, and I was commenting all over it, making kind of edits, suggestions, asking questions. And there's just a little screenshot of us on one of our Zoom meetings. We do record all of our Zoom meetings as just like a child safety thing, but it also came in handy in this case because I can show you an example of what our little Google Meets looked like. So working with him felt like it was an act of care to give him the chance to tell that story. So I just want to encourage anyone here that you might be interested in working with students, that not only is training them just worthwhile as, something that you can do for the next generation, but it also can yield results that you didn't expect, because young people have their own way of going at an issue, or their own way of telling a story that is often better than what you would have done without them. And I'm not going to play another example, but just quickly, I'll summarize another story that was produced by Maggie LeBeau, who's the girl you see at the bottom there. We have worked with her for years. Just that's how our program, we like to run it, is, if we like a student and they do some good work, we try to keep bringing them into further opportunities so they can keep developing. So she's actually a college student, and she did a story about her new adopted hometown while she's in college, which is Columbia, Missouri, and how there's like a really vibrant LGBTQ scene there. And she wasn't necessarily expecting that in the middle of Missouri, coming from, the Chicago area where she's from. So she interviewed these two drag queens, and I just wanted to include the testimonial from one of them because it shows how telling these stories can also be an act of care to a community that might not always be represented. So the drag queen, Alexa Pro, she said, "OMG, I just listened to the podcast and was on the verge of tears. I've done a couple interviews about drag, but I've never seen a final product encapsulate the conversation so perfectly. I cannot thank you enough for asking me to be a part of this. You're such a star, and this was an incredible listen." So there she is right there, saying that this student that was produced by, or the story that was produced by a college student was the best one she's ever been a part of. And, I don't think that's necessarily a coincidence. So these are different ways to kind of stay in touch, sign up for our newsletter, join those community commons. You can always reach out to me, ask me any questions, follow us on social media. And then the QR code here is for all of our current student opportunities. So for example, if you know a student or you are a student that wants to pitch to the On Our Minds podcast, you're more than welcome to do that through that link. There's also, we have a bunch of other different kind of prompts that are open. Our summer academy is open to anyone. So we just want to bring in as many people as we can really into the PBS News Student Reporting Labs fold. And yeah, just encourage anyone on this call that is curious about working with students to do it, because it's worth it. And we're here to help if you need any guidance. So I think I'm ready for questions, if I'm not mistaken on the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, thank you. That's great. Is my mic coming through?
Yes, you sound
Okay.
good.
Sweet. We're back. Okay. I think I just hit mute before on accident.
It happens.
Right? Totally pro right here, But thank you. This is really great, and it's very cool to see both hear Lemon's story and hear the process that y'all are working on. And there's a number of really interesting questions happening in the Google Doc. And so a couple of them that I wanted to bring out here are like, what are some of the things that you think reporters can learn from a student approach to newsmaking, kind of like the reverse mentorship idea?
Yes, like that idea that we learn from them as much as they learn from us. I would say I immediately think about the mediums that they want to tell stories in is something that I think older people, including myself in that category, like balk at a little bit. Like when I talk with students and they send me videos, I'm like, how did you make this? And they're like, I use CapCut, which is just, kind of a TikTok video editing platform. And I think I like working with them because it keeps me open-minded, because I would kind of like, turn my nose up at that perhaps if I didn't see a student do it and do such a great job, and then realize like, oh, this is actually probably going to perform better on TikTok than my story that I then adapted for TikTok because they made it natively for that platform. And they embrace social media as a place to find news, which is something else that, just having done research into misinformation, I can be like really skeptical about. But it's good to talk to young people because they're optimistic about all these things that as adults we can get a little bit jaded about. And it really helps you like check yourself and see what opportunities you might be missing and like these new ways to tell stories.
That's true. That's a great point, actually. And so minimally, it's like you can't argue that the technology, there's different platforms, right, that different generations tend to use. And so that's like minimally worth looking at if you're a skeptical reporter, right?
Yeah, for sure. It keeps you young. Like it makes me like, I can't get too pessimistic about anything because I'm always just with a bunch of 18-year-olds that are like so excited to cast their first vote and tell their first story and get their first byline. And it's helpful to keep that positive mindset.
Very cool. I think with that, so actually there's an interesting challenge too, as someone is asking this idea of like, how do we help new grads, folks that like get them to connect with kind of senior and editorial teams, like building relationships when sometimes there can be a challenge of getting that chance, right? Because it's either the method of storytelling to your point, right? If they're using a technology that don't quite understand, like how do we help, ensure that there's that room in that space for folks looking for opportunity that don't quite know how to get into the industry?
It's a good question. I mean, I'm biased towards the public media world. And so I would say that if you're hitting a bunch of walls, like do consider reaching out to your local PBS station or NPR station, because those organizations have an education focus just built into them and are, supposed to be more receptive to what young people want to say. But if you're running into that kind of like generational difference, then, I think there's like strength in numbers, like ally yourself with the other young people in your office, or if you find kind of just one more editorially senior person than you that kind of sees your vision, then just work with them and let the work speak for itself too. Like if you produce great work and it does well with the audience, then all of a sudden people are going to be on your side. So just keep doing what you believe in, and if it does well, people will give you more chances to do it.
Yeah, and that resonates actually with some of the comments that folks were saying before in terms of when you have your own connection to the medium, the story that you're putting out, like that does make a difference actually in how it gets told and how people can connect to it. So I think that's a good connector there.
100%. And I would say quickly on that too, if you're really having a hard time like breaking into the newsroom, like a bunch of young people stuff that they don't know is even going on. And so you pitch a story about something I've probably never even heard of, like something that's very like hyper specifically a young person trend that is newsworthy, and make that like your beat for a little while.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I think, so this next question actually is a really interesting and a kind of twist to help us think about this. It's getting my brain turning too, but it's like there is linguistically, or it's like saying like there's kind of the student reporters versus adults. It sounds a bit like an us versus them, this person notes. And so, but interesting because it is temporary, like students will become not students and youth will become adults. And so it's like, as we think about that idea, like, how do we help connect adults? Like, how do we help adults connect better to to youth spaces? And so, I think this theme is kind of, I'm seeing it thread through these questions here, it's an interesting challenge.
Yeah. When we actually talk about the students, like for the purpose of making our organization like understandable, we use the phrase student reporters a lot, but importantly, when we talk to them, we call them reporters, and we're like, there's a reason that you don't need to pass like a bar exam to become a journalist. Like, you are already a journalist. So if the question is kind of what can the adults do to like better tell student stories, maybe if you don't have an easy connection to a bunch of student reporters, like I would say still, I don't know, facilitate those sources. Like there's an after school journalism club that you can go be a part of and use that to kind of like develop some sources that when something does come up and you're tasked with reporting on it, you know, a few local young people that you can call and ask for their take on it. And then even that's just empowering, you know, for young people to know that, oh, the grown-up journalist like wants to hear my take on this. So I would say like get out into your community and really do some like work with young people, even if it's just volunteer work, and like cultivate those relationships.
Yeah. It's interesting too, because it echoes, again, also something else I'm just thinking about from today, where there is a need to be more local, right? Because we often download the stories from the stratosphere, right? And then so we sometimes forget that we actually have stories to tell locally. And that's, I think, why Lemon's story was such a great example there too, of reminding us how to find home locally, right? And that's who we can be connecting with.
Yeah, and everyone has common ground. Like home is something that everyone, if you live in the same place, you all have home in common. And so if you feel like there's a big divide between you and the much younger people in your newsroom, like find the things that you do have in common. And especially like the theme of our podcast this year is that, like, you know, these kids are embracing some like older technology and these grandma like vintage hobbies. So maybe you can find some common ground on those.
Right on. Knitting is coming back. It's true.
It is. Yeah.
What's an interesting question to hear too, in terms of the mentorship, in terms of like mentorship and creativity, right? Like is there kind of a line you think about between mentoring like a student's story and kind of shaping what it means to be a good story, right? Like how do you kind of help protect students' authentic voices as they're learning the tools of the trade and learning how to put their stories together?
It's a good question. We try to tell students to shy away from doing any kind of like opinion-based stuff, at least for a platform that's as big as ours when they're still young, because we want to give them the chance to change their minds. And, you know, if they do an opinion piece and we air it on the NewsHour for 2 million viewers, like that's kind of a disservice to a 15-year-old. So that's one thing, just like as an adult kind of guardrail you can put around it is trying not to amplify any of their like opinion pieces too much. So keeping them grounded in kind of stories that are local. And I think letting them do like a full draft on their own is often like a enlightening process, because obviously if that full draft, oh, my cat's trying to say hi, not right now. If that full draft includes like a bunch of like crazy transitions or something, and you're trying to put this on like a TV show, like a nightly news show, like that's never gonna work. But it gives you a sense of what the student thinks the best version of their story is. And you can take bits and pieces of that and apply them to kind of what you know will be like an appropriate version of the story. So really letting them kind of go wild with the first draft. And then if you hear them, sometimes the students will like put on their adult voice, and we always nix that immediately. Like however you talk, we want to hear that way of speaking. And there's some great pro journalists that you can point to that are good examples of that. So yeah, but I think like letting them kind of run free with the first draft always like enlightens me, because I'm like, wow, you really think this is the best way to tell it? And then it shows me different storytelling methods that I wouldn't have thought of.
Like that's a great point too. And I mean, I think it also speaks really well to the reverse mentorship question too, of right, like of seeing what their first take is with that. I think so. One final question here to think with is like kind of the long-term impact one. Was working with youth and students, and I'm seeing some really good cross-pollination of both student and mentor learnings together. And so, like as you think about that, like how do these stories that we're producing with students and how their stories, like how can that change the way that communities and institutions are thinking about or treating youth themselves?
I mean, the goal is that they take young people just as seriously as citizens of, you know, this country as we take adults and or voters. You know, young people live in the same world that we live in and have the same problems that we have. And so our goal is that if we can see them tell their own stories in a really meaningful way, then adults and people who have a lot of, you know, impact on the world will see them as, take them into account more. One story quickly comes to mind where a student journalism team at a high school one of their teachers was fired because she refused to do the school like vaccination mandate, and the students reported on it, and the school, I believe, asked them not to, and the students published it anyway, and there was legal, processes involved. Their journalism teacher ended up getting fired. The news, not just like us, but their local news was reporting on it. It was a big story, but I think it showed anyone who saw that story saw like, oh wow, these kids like aren't messing around, and they are real journalists, and they do know how to like stand up for what they believe in. So stories like that are always inspiring and make you see students as like full people, not just, young people or student journalists. Like they're people and they're journalists already.
That's a really cool example. One last thing folks were asking, and then we got to duck out. But like, does the org accept people from Canada, from other places, or just US? Like, who can apply to be a part?
Yes, that's a good question. So we do love to have international educators and students like in our fold. All of our free resources are free for anyone around the world to use. And we do actually have like a few teachers that we keep in our loop, and we meet with them as a group that are international, just to, branch out as far and wide as we can. We're actually have a program. I think some of my colleagues are going to Senegal to help them. Some organization over there set up a student journalism program. So short answer is we're interested in hearing from everyone, but with the caveat that our resources are mostly designed for like US schools in terms of how they're organized. And a lot of the student opportunities to be in person would have to be local, meaning within the US, but like virtual mentorship, like what I was doing with the podcast, like I could easily see that happening with the student that is not in the US.
Cool. Right on. That sounds great. Becky, thank you so much. This was super fun to learn from you and chat with you. So appreciate it. And thanks for joining us, and more conversations over in the Google Docs, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you.
All right, folks, we made it to the end of day one.
We made it. And I mean, just hearing Becky, like how inspiring, and especially her comments around like finding common ground and how you're going to find common ground. I love that. I mean, when you look at it, even over the course of today, I think obviously the common ground for all of us is we're all really passionate about finding ways to be caretakers in our profession. So a big thank you to all of today's participants and speakers for a truly outstanding first day. We do want to remind you to go check out those community spaces, those Google Docs, where we can continue the conversations and also prep for tomorrow's conversations.
Mm-hmm. That's right. We have the program you can check on the website. We have it linked in the notes as well. There is a ton of awesome conversations happening again tomorrow. So we're excited to see you all back again. And thank you again also for joining us and the wonderful speakers and conversations that we've had so far today.
We'll see you back here at 10 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow for more. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
is the mo,